You've got to be kidding me. I stare down into the white porcelain bowl of the toilet. Through the clear water, my emerald earring sparkles. Fuck, I breathe in irritation. I so don't have time for this right now. I was supposed to be at the hotel a half hour ago, except it took me more than twice that long to finally settle on the perfect dress. You think it's hard for the average woman to decide what to wear? Try being a clothing designer. I sigh as I take off the vintage cuff bracelet I'm wearing and lay it on the edge of the vanity. Then take a deep breath, reach down, and plunge my hand down into the toilet. Of course, the earring starts to slip further down the chute, forcing me to really get my hand all up in there. I close my eyes and pray it won't slip completely out of my grasp until I finally feel my fingers brush against the tiny bit of metal. I pull it out triumphantly and then immediately turn on the hot water tap so that I can rinse it off. After I'm done, I scrub my hands and then stare down at the earring. The glinting green stone is pretty, but do I really want to go to this thing knowing I'm wearing toilet earrings? This is the first event I'll be going to in Dad's stead, and I'm already nervous enough. I don't need to spend the whole night thinking about the fact that I'm wearing, well, toilet earrings. I set the errant earring aside, possibly to sterilize later, and take the other one out from my ear. I start rooting around through the pile of jewelry that's spread out on the vanity, looking for something that will match the green dress I finally decided on wearing. I spot a dangly gold and pearl earring that I've always been fond of and hold it up, inspecting the look in the bathroom mirror. My red hair is pulled back in a sophisticated twist, even though I normally wear it down. The earring actually looks nice, hanging down and highlighting my surprisingly long and graceful neck. About the only part of me that might be considered graceful, I might add. The rest of me is thick and decidedly inelegant. Curvy, I might say on a good day. Irish potato-eating genes, I think on the bad days. At least the green dress I'm wearing is cut to accentuate my good parts. A low-cut top, nipped at the waist, and with a flared skirt that hits just at the knees. It's perfectly vintage. And perfectly me. Though I guess it should be, given that I designed it. I think longingly about my sewing machine, tucked away on my father's dining room table and slowly getting covered in a thick layer of dust. I've barely had time to touch it since I've been back in Chicago, and my hands itch for the feel of fabric under my fingertips, the whir of the machine in my ears, and the pedal vibrating under my foot. There's no time for that, though. Not right now, anyway. Maybe not ever again. I gently put in the earring and start hunting around for its match. The rings and brooches and earrings and baubles are all blending together, spilling over the vanity and even onto the back of the toilet tank, which is how I ended up tossing my favorite gemstone stud into the commode. I really need to get myself a jewelry box or something, I think, adding yet another item to my ever-growing to-do list. Of course, it isn't just my jewelry collection that's in disarray. My stuff is spewed all over Dad's brownstone right now. And between his furniture addiction and my clothing addiction, I feel like I'm living in an episode of Hoarders. I just haven't had the time or the willpower to start going through any of it. I haven't gotten much of anything done lately. My whole life feels like I'm just focused on keeping my head above water. I haven't even gone through Dad's paperwork yet. The huge envelope the lawyer gave me is still on the desk in his office, gathering dust. I finally find the matching gold and pearl earring and slip it into my earlobe. I stand back and scrutinize the effect. Well, no one will ever accuse me of being a bombshell, but I think I look pretty darn okay. I wish I knew what to expect from this event, though. All Rich had been able to tell me was that it was an anniversary party for Design Times, a design magazine that we're always trying to get more coverage in. They had this party every year to commemorate the day of their launch. It was one Dad had faithfully attended every year, and one that he'd apparently cursed about every time it came up on the calendar, which didn't leave me very optimistic about how much fun I was in for this evening. I add a slick of lipstick, a shimmery coppery red, and call it done. I make my way back to the bedroom and scramble to find the little vintage clutch I'd planned on taking with me, looking at the time on the bedside clock and cursing again as I rummage around the room. I'm staying in Dad's guest room, even though it's half the size of the master. I can't quite bring myself to sleep in his bedroom, because to me, it's still his. So instead, I keep that door closed and try not to think too much about it. I finally find the clutch under a pile of discarded dresses, and then realize I have no idea where I left my phone. Damn it! My footsteps echo through the brownstone as I hunt, throwing stuff from one pile to another and trying to keep one eye on the time. I end up finding the phone in the office, on the desk next to Dad's reading glasses. I had poured myself a glass of wine earlier with the full intention of finally going through the package from Dad's lawyer. But I'd spotted the glasses and they'd sent me into another crying jag. I snatch my phone up off the desk, ignoring the black-framed reading glasses, and throw it into the clutch. At which point, I realize I've somehow managed to misplace my lipstick in the last 5 minutes. Gah! I start retracing my steps, knowing full well that every minute I spend looking for this stupid lipstick is making me more and more late for this stupid party. I stop mid-search and catch my breath. I can live without the lipstick. No more procrastinating. Time to go. I grab my phone and hit the number that's now programmed into my contacts. It rings just once before his deep voice answers.
Yes, ma'am?
Hi, Clifford, I say awkwardly. It's Bree? I can almost hear the chuckle in his voice.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I say, blushing. I guess you have call display.
Yes, but you're also the only one who has this number.
Right, I say again, dumbly. I still haven't gotten used to this whole having a driver thing. Clifford had worked for Dad, and he'd offered to stay on with me for as long as I wanted. I had decided to keep him for at least a while. I felt super uncomfortable having my own driver, but with everything else going on, the last thing I wanted to do was leave poor Clifford without a job. Not after he'd worked for Dad so loyally for so many years.
Are you ready, ma'am?
Clifford prods gently. I shake my head, trying to clear it. Yes, sorry. Could you meet me around front?
Of course.
2 minutes later, I'm climbing into the back seat of the ivory-colored Lincoln town car. Clifford gently closes the door behind me before getting into the driver's seat. The privacy partition is down because I still feel weird about closing it, and, as always, I spend most of the drive trying to make awkward chit-chat with Clifford. It goes about as well as it usually does. Clifford might as well be British for how tight-lipped and austere he is, though I'm pretty sure I detect a hint of a Boston accent in there. How's your wife? I ask as we drive along Lakeshore.
Very good, thank you.
Great. And Emmeline? Emmeline is his new granddaughter, and about the only topic I've found so far that is pretty much guaranteed to crack his stiff exterior. Sure enough, his face spreads into a grin.
As perfect as a ruby-red rose, he says proudly, and whip smart already. She's touching her toes now, and I swear, hand to God, that she's actually counting them. 4 months old, and can already count to 10.
I fight back a grin at the thought of an infant counting her own toes, but Clifford's smile is so genuine and proud that I just nod. She's lucky to have you as a grandfather. He shakes his head.
I'm the lucky one. I get to be her pop-pop.
It gets harder to fight back the grin, and I turn to look out the window. His words make me think of my own father, though, and how excited he would have been to get to be a grandfather someday. Only instead of settling down and starting a family, his only daughter, that would be me, ran off to Paris to start a fashion company. The thought sets off a fresh wave of tears. I've cried so many tears this month that you'd think my body would be entirely depleted. But somehow I always manage to dredge up a few more. I try to wipe them away discreetly, but I can feel Clifford's eyes on me in the rearview mirror. Thankfully, he says nothing. And for once, I'm grateful for his stoicism. I dig my phone out of my clutch. I'd give anything to be able to talk to Margot right now, but it's the middle of the night in Paris. I settle for firing her off a quick text. Off to a stupid fancy person party. Wish you could be my +1. I let my phone fall into my lap and watch the Chicago streets roll by. Finally, we pull up in front of the Grand Windsor Hotel. Clifford hops out of the driver's seat and comes around to the back, opening up the door for me so that I can slip out of the car. You might as well head home, I tell him, glancing down at the time on my phone before I drop it back into my clutch. It's already past 9, and I've likely got to put in a good couple of hours of mingling before I can call it a night. I'll just get a cab home. Clifford looks horrified, as if I just suggested I would ask a stranger to cart me home in a wheelbarrow. I'm happy to wait, he sputters politely. But I shake my head, smiling. Really, Clifford, it's fine. It's Friday night. You should be spending time with your family. Your wife probably doesn't even remember what you look like. Clifford still looks put out by my suggestion, but I shake my head firmly. I won't be calling you, I tell him, pretending to be stern. Go. Shoo. He flashes me a rare grin and tips his chin. Thank you, Bree. You'll call me in the morning if you need me, won't you? I promise. Good night, Clifford. Once he's gone, I turn and face the hotel. The front steps are spilling over with elegantly dressed people, all of whom I assume are here for the same function I'm supposed to be attending. I feel a wave of nervousness as I take in their formal attire, their subtle confidence. I'm no stranger to industry events. I do run my own business, after all. But this is different. These are Dad's people, and none of them know the truth, that he died a month ago. That I've secretly been running Bailey Living, the home furnishings company he founded ever since. And that, for the most part, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I take a deep breath. No more stalling. I head up the stairs and through the wide grand doors of the hotel. It's go time.
2. Luke. You've got to be kidding me. I stare down into the toilet, where my cufflink winks at me from beneath the clear water. I had just been about to fasten it to my sleeve when the damn thing slipped out of my fingers and, of course, landed straight in the porcelain bowl. I didn't want to wear that anyway, I announced, to no one in particular. I unbutton the cuff of my button-down white shirt, roll up the sleeve, and then reach my hand in to rescue the stray cufflink, tossing it on the side of the vanity before washing my hands. Then I unhook the other one and let it join its friend. Cufflinks are fucking overrated anyway. If I had my way, I'd be wearing jeans and boots to this thing, not cufflinks and these fucking wingtip shoes that make me feel like a 1940s tap dancer or something. Actually, scratch that. If I had my way, I wouldn't be going to this thing at all. Full stop. I'd be at home, maybe in my workshop, maybe having a beer, maybe watching some Netflix and sketching up some designs. I wouldn't be getting ready to go to another fucking party or fundraiser or whatever the hell this is, where I'm gonna have to schmooze and smile and make fucking small talk with boring corporate types. This kind of thing is my brother Trent's jam, not mine. Unfortunately, I'm acting in his place for 6 months, as CEO of this company we'd built together. And that means I have to do all the bullshit he normally keeps me comfortably away from. Which is why I'm currently wearing a 3-piece suit and preparing to give up yet another Friday night to rub elbows with assholes. I sigh as I run my fingers quickly through my dark hair. There's not much I can do to make it any more presentable. It's shaggy enough that it has a mind of its own now, so I just comb it down as much as I can. I straighten the tie I'm wearing and sigh. It's a good thing I can make any outfit look good. I step out of the bathroom and head to the bedroom to hunt down my shoes. I have the sudden worry that I might have left them at home. I pull open the closet doors and start pulling shit out of my way, but there's no sign of them. I've been staying at Trent's old condo, the one he hadn't quite gotten around to selling yet. He and his new wife had bought a new place together, and his old place was still sitting vacant. When he decided to step away from work for a few months, leaving me to act in his stead, he offered me the condo to crash at. I'd accepted, since my own house was an hour outside the city, but now I was regretting my decision. None of my stuff was here, and I was constantly finding myself looking for things, only to realize they were still back at the house. Just please don't let that be the case with my shoes. Otherwise, I really am going to be wearing boots to this thing. I don't find them in the bedroom closet, so on a whim, I try the hall closet. I breathe a sigh of relief when I spot the shiny leather wingtips tucked into the back corner. I may not want to wear the shoes. I may not want to go to this party, but I sure as hell want to do a good job while Trent's away. And if that means kissing a bunch of corporate ass, then consider me puckered up. Once I've got the shoes, I've got no other reason to procrastinate, so I grab my keys. I'm just about to head down to the parking garage when my phone rings. I glance at the call display. Trent. Hey. I shove the phone against my ear as I hunt for my wallet. Are you going to the Design Times party tonight? Of course I am. Good. There are going to be lots of clients there. I know. He doesn't say anything, and I roll my eyes. What, Trent? Nothing. You sound like you want to say something. Nothing. Just, I know you hate these things, but these are clients. And just, be cool. I roll my eyes. Of course, I'm not an idiot, you know. Trent chuckles. I know. But I also know how you can be. I promise to be on my most Trent-like behavior. He laughs again. Good. Good. Sounds like you've got everything under control. Yeah, all good. I say it pointedly, because the last thing he needs is to be worrying about me and about our company, Loft and Barn, right now. He's got quite enough on his plate with a new baby. Good. He pauses. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. I roll my eyes and try not to laugh. Trent's been the CEO for so long that it's apparently proving quite difficult for him to step out of the role. What's that, Trent? The Trinity Central Hospital fundraiser. There's a meeting next week. Shit. That thing? Yes, Luke, that thing. I can practically hear Trent rolling his eyes, but there's also a satisfaction in his voice. He's much more comfortable in the role of CEO than anywhere else, and I can tell he's enjoying this. We do it every year. The Homes for Hearts Home Lottery is their biggest fundraiser, and our biggest corporate event, but it shouldn't take up too much of your time. After the initial meeting next week, there'll probably be a launch party, a photo op or two, and then the closing gala. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I chuckle. Did you seriously just say easy peasy, lemon squeezy? Trent laughs too. Sorry, I guess I've been spending too much time with Hannah and Libby. Uh-huh. Anyway, yeah, okay, the hospital thing should be fine. Nothing I can't handle, right? Right. He doesn't sound entirely certain, and I again refrain from rolling my eyes. Giving up control isn't exactly Trent's strong suit. Anything else? I ask, getting the feeling that he wants to keep going. Are you meeting with Shapiro next week? No. I mean, I don't know, actually. He sighs. Luke, I'm sorry, I don't have my entire calendar memorized. This isn't just any meeting. I know that, and I promise I'll be ready for the meeting when it comes. George Shapiro works for Preston and Walker, the company that's underwriting our initial public offering. After more than 10 years in business, Trent and I have finally decided to take Loft and Barn public. Unfortunately, the timing has worked out terribly. It was all supposed to be finished by the time Trent went on leave, but it's been one setback after another, and now it's ended up in my hands. I don't mind exactly. After all, I stand to profit as much as Trent does if our IPO is successful, but it's added a lot of extra pressure. Well, make sure Bernie gets the accounting paperwork in with plenty of time to spare. I'd like to take a look at it before it goes to Preston and Walker. Sure. I scrubbed my free hand across my face. Despite the fact that I just shaved a few hours ago, my jaw is covered with a fresh layer of stubble. So I guess I should get going. Oh, hold on, Trent says, cutting me off. This time I really do roll my eyes. Yes, boss? He chuckles ruefully. Funny, Luke. I just wanted to mention that I saw that Bailey Living had a huge ad spread in the Post yesterday. I glance in the mirror one more time and make a last-ditch effort to smooth down my hair. Yeah? So? So I thought it was interesting. They haven't splashed out on advertising like that in a long, long time. Bailey Living is, according to some, our biggest competitor. And I suppose in terms of market share, that's accurate. But everything they put out is so dated and sad that most of the time they barely register on my radar. In fact, I'd assumed it wouldn't be long before old Lyle Bailey retired. I grab my wallet and keys and slip out of the condo. Come on, Trent, really? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. There's a reason people call them barely living. Unless we're vying for a contract at a senior citizen's residence, I don't think we have to worry much about Lyle Bailey and Company. Maybe I should just give Lyle a call, Trent says. Why in the hell would you do that? He's quiet for a minute. I can practically hear the gears grinding in his mind. We were supposed to meet, he says finally. When? About what? I don't know. It was about 2 months ago, just before I left. He'd set up a meeting, but then his assistant called at the last minute to cancel it. I'd completely forgotten about it till just now. It was right before my leave started, so I guess it just slipped my mind. I straighten my tie as I wait for the elevator. I'm sure it was nothing. Maybe he wanted to ask if you had any suggestions on how to bring their collection into the 21st century. I chuckle at my own joke. Trent doesn't laugh. I can tell this is going to drive him crazy now. Just as the elevator arrives, I hear him sigh. Yeah, you're probably right. Yes, I am. Now I'm getting into the elevator, so I'll talk to you later, okay? I need to prepare myself to dazzle them tonight. This time Trent laughs. No one dazzles like you do, Luke. Why, thank you. I head down to the parking garage and hop on my SUV. Trent had offered to lend me his driver while I was staying here, but I figured with a new baby, he and his wife Hannah needed a driver more than I did. And anyway, I've never been quite comfortable with the whole driver thing. I like to do things for myself. And besides, I like driving. When else do you get to control 6,000 pounds of metal going 90 miles an hour? I don't quite make it to 90 miles an hour tonight, but I do lay on the gas as I make my way to the Grand Windsor Hotel. There's something about flying through the Chicago downtown at night that thrills me. It's probably one of the only things I miss about living downtown. Then again, lead-footing it out on the open road outside the city is pretty sweet, too. I get to the hotel in record time and toss my keys to the valet before heading inside. There's a big crowd already, and I can hear what sounds like a string band coming from the ballroom. I follow the sound and step into the packed room. The first thing I do is head for the bar. There are waiters passing by with trays of champagne, but I want some of the hard stuff. Trent keeps bottles of scotch in his office, and it's become my drink of choice over the last couple of months. I signal the bartender, and he pours me a thumb's worth of the amber liquid. I take a sip, and then turn back to survey the crowd. It's an anniversary party of some kind, I think. And of course, Design Times is splashed out. Probably so that their advertisers will think they're just rolling in profits. Everyone's in suits and evening dresses, mingling in little groups. A few brave couples are swaying on the dance floor. It's not my scene, but from here at the bar, the people watching's not bad. Unfortunately, I know I can't stay here all night. I'm supposed to be mingling, after all. I spot a couple of people I recognize from the last time Trent dragged me to one of these things. Journalists, I think. I'm just debating going over there to say hello when it happens. She happens. Auburn hair, green dress, the kind of curves you want to grab hold of and never let go. She's sipping a glass of champagne and looking nervously around the room. She looks about as comfortable here as I do, but somehow, even in her uncertainty, she manages to look elegant and composed. Her skin is creamy white, and under the dim light cast from the chandeliers, she looks almost luminescent. I shake my head. That's a word I don't think I've ever used before, except maybe when I'm talking about lamps. But somehow, it seems to be the only word I can think of now. She's luminescent. I can't take my eyes off her. As she sips from her glass of champagne, I imagine how the tiny bubbles must pop against her copper-red lips. I'm surprised to find my tumbler of scotch pressed to my own lips, and I take one sip, and then another, as I keep watching her. A man approaches her. Fuck. I recognize him right away. Randy Catalano, a.k.a. the Carpet King. He runs a chain of rug stores, though the nickname could just as easily apply to the very bad toupee he insists on wearing. He also happens to be a notorious perv. My blood pressure rises as I watch them. I feel my hands start to squeeze around the glass. So hard, I'm afraid I'm going to shatter it. I want to be the one talking to her right now. When she throws back her head and laughs, baring her creamy white throat, the feeling intensifies. The bartender is saying something to me, and it takes me a second to realize he's asking if I want a second glass of scotch. I shake my head, unable to form words right now, unable to do anything but watch her. My cock is already starting to stir, and the thrum of blood rushing through my veins is enough to propel me out of my seat. I have to talk to her. More than talk, if all goes well. But we'll start there.
3. Bree. It had taken all of 5 minutes at this stupid party for someone to ask me how my father was doing. I had smiled politely and said fine, then changed the subject, which is exactly what Rich had told me to do. It feels wrong, though. It feels wrong to lie to people. But worse than that, somehow, it feels like I'm dishonoring Dad's memory by not telling people he had passed away a month ago. It had been Rich's idea to keep his death under wraps for now. Bailey Living was already struggling, and the fact that Dad had turned everything over to me in his will was, I guess, a surprise to some people, namely Rich Howe, who had thought he'd be in line to take over after working under my father for the last 20 years. But Dad had left the company to me, and Rich was convinced that the world wasn't ready to hear about a 27-year-old fashion designer taking over an established furniture company. I had agreed, mostly because I was so overwhelmed with everything else that was going on at the time. We'd had an intimate, close family-only service and kept his death announcement out of the paper. But I knew it was only a matter of time before news started to leak. After all, I'd effectively been running Bailey Living for the last month. People were eventually going to start to notice that Dad wasn't around. I take a gulp of champagne as another elderly gentleman approaches me. "You must be Bree Bailey," he says with a kind smile. "An absolute spitting image of your mother. I knew both of your parents well. How is your father these days?" he asks, not giving me time to respond to his first comments. "Good, thank you." I take a long swallow of my champagne, trying to burn away the bitter taste of the lie. Just taking a little downtime right now.
Ah, well-deserved, I'm sure, the man says. Well, when you see him, let him know he owes me a round of golf.
I will. I plaster on another fake smile. This is excruciating. So much worse than I thought it would be. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, goodness. It's Randall, my dear. Randall Catalano. Though you probably know me as the Carpet King. You can call me Randy, of course. I tell all beautiful women to call me Randy. Unless, of course, you want to call me Your Highness.
He winks lecherously, and I swallow a little wave of bile. Right, the Carpet King. His company was one of our biggest suppliers. I smile as Randy offers his hand. I take it to shake, only instead, he lifts my hand to his lips and plants a wet kiss against the back of it. I try not to shudder and tell myself he's just being polite. But as I slip my hand out of his, I notice his eyes graze across my cleavage. I'm suddenly wishing I'd worn a less revealing dress.
Would you care to dance?
Randy asks. He gestures to the dance floor, where only a couple of people are swaying to the music. I'm about to decline when he reaches for me. His fingers grip the fleshy part of my arm, and he squeezes. Hard. His eyes are on me, and I suddenly notice how glassy they are. Jesus, he's hammered.
Please, Bree, give an old man a bit of pleasure, won't you?
His words are polite enough, but the lecherous way he's staring at me, or more specifically at my tits, is making me nervous. I try to pull my arm away, but his grip is surprisingly firm.
There you are,
comes a deep voice from behind me. A heavy arm drapes across my shoulders.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
I glance back, startled, and come face to face with the most attractive man I think I've ever seen in my life. He's got a strong jaw, soft lips, and a thick layer of stubble covering his chin. His eyes are a deep, soulful brown, and they seem to burn into me somehow, sending a shiver right down to my toes. Even in my heels, he's a good 6 inches taller than me. And the way he fills out his suit tells me that the body underneath is just as impressive as the expensive and well-cut fabric covering it.
Luke,
Randy says, sounding surprised.
Randall.
The stranger's voice is distinctly chilled. You two know each other? I ask, trying to swallow.
Very well,
my would-be savior answers as he stares down the Carpet King. Randall makes a non-committal noise, scratches his neck, then slowly wanders away. I giggle as I turn to face my rescuer. Thank you, I say, quietly in case Randall is still in earshot.
No worries. I've known that guy a long time, and I have no doubt that every bad thing people say about him is true.
I look over in the direction Randall has wandered and see him talking to another young woman in a long black dress. I don't doubt it either, I say. Well, thank you again. Luke, is it?
Yes, and you are?
Bree. I reach out my hand and he takes it to shake. Unlike Randall, he gives me a proper handshake, firm, professional, as if he actually believes I could be an equal. But also unlike with Randall, the feeling of Luke's palm pressed against mine sends a burst of warmth coursing through me. I'm not usually a sweaty palms kind of girl, but right now, every part of me seems to be damp. Every part. I slowly slip my hand from Luke's, and though he releases me, his fingers linger just a little against mine before he lets go completely. I can already tell the feeling will linger even longer. My hand feels hot and tingly, like I slept on it the wrong way. I switch my drink to that hand, hoping the champagne will help cool it down a little.
So, Bree, are you having fun?
I wrinkle my nose. Honestly, not really. I kind of hate these events. I'm only here because my father couldn't make it. He nods, grinning ruefully.
Same here. Only replace father with brother and hate with loathe.
I laugh. Loathe is a very strong word.
Well, in this case, it's an accurate one.
I suppose it could be worse.
How?
I actually have to think about that. There could have been a dinner with assigned seating. Luke shudders.
You're right. That would be worse.
There could have been lots and lots of speeches.
A bad DJ.
A Kiss cover band.
Mimes.
I snort into my champagne. I don't think I've ever been to a party with mimes before.
Luke shudders again. Trust me, you don't want to. What's the deal with mimes? Is that box really so hard to get out of? Come on.
I giggle. I see mimes are another thing you have strong feelings about.
I have a lot of strong feelings.
His words are light, but the way he's looking at me makes my toes curl in my 4-inch heels. I take a sip of champagne and try to get my heart to stop its silly pitter-patter. So, Luke, what do you do? I say, trying to change the subject. He waves a hand dismissively.
I don't want to talk about work.
Another thing you loathe?
Oh, no, I love my job. It's small talk I hate.
Loathe, even, I tease. He grins.
You catch on fast.
So what should we talk about? I ask, taking another sip of my champagne.
You.
I almost choke on my drink.
Me? Yes, like, how come I haven't seen you before?
How do you know you haven't? He raises his eyebrows.
Trust me. I would remember.
Fine. I've been living abroad for the last 5 years or so.
Abroad?
Paris.
Very nice. What for?
I thought we weren't going to talk about work. He raises his glass.
Touché. Tell me something else about you, then.
Like what?
Like anything. Tell me your secrets, Bree.
His words are again light, but the intensity is back. His brown eyes are locked onto mine, and I'm not sure I could look away if I wanted to. But if this stranger thinks I'm about to drop any secrets, he's dead wrong. Instead, I reach for the hem of my skirt and spread it out so that it flares around me. I made my own dress, I tell him. Luke's eyes go wide.
Really? You made this?
He actually looks slightly taken aback. Yup, with my own 2 hands. Well, and a sewing machine. Now tell me something about you.
I did not make this suit.
I could have guessed that. Tell me something I couldn't have guessed. Tell me your secrets, Luke, I tease. He grins.
Fine. I just became an uncle.
Aw, I say. This time I can't keep the smile off my face. That's cute. Niece or nephew?
Niece. Libby. Well, Elizabeth, but Libby for short.
Very sweet. I bet you dote on her.
I do. She has the cutest little pink cheeks. Now back to you. What brings you back to Chicago?
I look at him pointedly over the rim of my champagne glass. His brow furrows for a second, but then he grins.
Ah, I get it. Work, right?
I nod. And family. I allow. I lost someone very close to me, someone I loved very much.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. Somehow being able to tell someone about Dad, even without using his name, makes me feel emotional all over again. I try to discreetly wipe away a tear without smudging my mascara all to hell, but Luke sees me. His face looks stricken. "God," he says, "I'm doing horrible at this." "Horrible at what?" "This. I came over to flirt with you, and now I'm making you cry." That makes me laugh. I look up at the man in front of me, the one who's smiling at me with a grin that's so sexy it makes my knees weak. "I don't know," I say slowly. "I think you're doing pretty good." "Yeah?" he says hopefully, eyebrows raised. "Yeah." Luke leans in close enough that I can smell the subtle cologne on his neck. Spice, bergamot, and something almost woodsy. "Then what would you say to getting out of here?" I suck in a breath. Is this for real? I look up at Luke, at the way his dark eyes are boring into me, the way his pupils dilate as he studies my face. Yes, it's definitely for real. I would say, yes, please. My stomach does a little nervous flip-flop, but there's no time to change my mind. Luke's grin widens, and then his hand is on my lower back as he begins walking me towards the exit. 4. Bree. If Margot could see me now, she'd kill me. For some reason, that's the thought running through my mind as Luke unlocks the door to his penthouse. I'm at a strange man's house after accepting a ride in that same strange man's car, and no one in the entire world knows where I am. Yep, that's ground for a BFF lashing if there ever was. But nothing about this feels strange. It feels right. And all the glances I snuck at Luke in the SUV, taking in his handsome profile as he drove us towards his place, just made my anticipation grow. Now he's looking down at me, a slow smile spreading across his face, and my anticipation grows even more. "You're not a serial killer, right?" I ask as he lets the door to his apartment swing closed behind us. I mean, I just have to be sure. He grins. "No. A lady killer, maybe, but not a serial killer." I laugh. "A lady killer? Really? Hey, I got you here, didn't I?" I pretend to consider this as he takes a couple of steps towards me. "That's true," I allow. "But I guess the real question is, what are you going to do with me now that I'm here?" Luke's grin deepens, and he comes even closer, closing the distance between us. "Well," he says, running his thumb along my jaw, "I was thinking I might start here." He leans in then and lets his lips graze against mine. It feels exactly how I thought it would. Maybe better. His lips are soft, but his kiss is firm. I let myself melt into him, but just as the kiss feels like it's about to deepen, he pulls away. "That's a good place to start," I say, a little breathlessly. "Good," he says with a low chuckle. "Because then I thought we might move on to this." He leans his head down, and this time, he's grazing his lips along the soft skin of my cleavage. My back arches involuntarily as he runs his tongue along the space between my breasts. Earlier, I'd been regretting wearing such a low-cut dress, but now I'm really damn thankful I did. That also seems like a good idea," I say as Luke chuckles. But what could possibly come after that? My skin is already speckled in goosebumps, but when Luke gently lifts the skirt of my dress, all my skin seems to go tight and tingly. "Maybe a little of this," he says hoarsely. He lets his hand trail down over my hip and then over my mound, before running 2 fingers along my lace-covered slit. I shiver at his touch, even as he continues his stroking. I know he can tell how wet I am because I feel like I'm gushing all over his hand. But all I want is more of his touch. I almost groan when he takes his hand away. "Well," he prods. "Well, what?" My voice comes out in a pant. "What do you think of that plan?" I giggle, slightly deliriously. "I think those are very acceptable terms." "Good," he says, satisfied. "Because otherwise, I'd have to do some very unacceptable things to you." "Oh," I grin, suddenly feeling very wicked. "Like what?" "Like this." Without warning, he scoops me up and throws me over his shoulder. I can't help the shriek that escapes my lips. I don't think I've ever let a guy pick me up like that before. Irish potato-eating genes and all that. But Luke lifts me like I'm nothing more than a toddler. I laugh breathlessly as he carries me through the apartment. But my laughing stops when he throws me down on the bed. Because suddenly, all I can think about is this gorgeous man standing in front of me. And the fact that I'm going to get to fuck him. I swallow as Luke stands there. He just watches me for a minute, and there's something in his face that I can't quite identify. But before I can dwell on it, his usual grin is back. He crawls onto the bed until he's straddling me, locking me in place between his muscular thighs. All I can do is look up at him, at his dark eyes that bore intently into me, at the way his jaw is set in determination. He slowly removes the suit jacket he's wearing, and then reaches up and unknots his tie, letting it fall to the floor beside the bed. Then his fingers move nimbly over the buttons of his shirt, undoing them one at a time until I can finally glimpse his chest. When he lets the shirt slide off his shoulders, I suck in my breath. His chest is even more epic than I imagined. All hard, round pecs and neatly stacked abs. The kind that look like they're sculpted out of clay instead of muscle. When his chest is bare, he finally leans forward to kiss me again. I'm desperate for it now, and I kiss him with a passion I didn't even know I was capable of. Maybe it's the fact that he's a virtual stranger. Or the fact that this is my first time letting loose since I've been back in Chicago. But everything about Luke and this moment makes me want to go wild. Makes me want to forget my own name and just lose myself in what he's offering me. So I do. I kiss him like he's breath, like he's water, like he's life. My arms snake around his neck, pulling him to me, and letting his mouth crush mine. When his tongue slips past my lips, I open to him, letting him have everything. My hands are roaming his naked back, feeling the muscles splayed out under my fingertips, and I lock my ankles around his thighs so that I can pull him closer to me. Luke groans and grinds against me, and I can feel his erection, stiff and hard, even through the fabric of his pants and my dress. I slip one hand in between our bodies and run my palm against his bulge. It's big. Really big. I can't wait to feel it. To feel him inside of me. Luke runs his hands through my hair, and I lift my head enough that he can undo the clip that's in my hair. My red waves spill out over the pillow, and Luke groans again as he moves down to kiss the hollow of my neck. The stubble on his jaw is scratchy against my soft skin, but it only makes me tingle more. I wonder how his stubble would feel scratching against my stomach, against the inside of my thighs. The thought makes my pussy ache, and I let out a soft mewl, making Luke pause. "Are you okay?" he asks. His voice is hoarse, and I can tell how much it pains him to stop. I nod. I'm amazing, I tell him. His face smooths into a grin.
I'll say. Though you'd be even more amazing if you were naked.
I say, pretending to consider the idea. I suppose that could be arranged. Luke helps me into a sitting position and then leans behind me to undo the zipper. I push the skirt up over my hips and then lift my arms as he tugs the whole thing up over my head. Although I had been very caught up in the moment now, without my dress, sitting here on his bed in just my bra and panties, I suddenly feel self-conscious, especially sitting down like this. My stomach is forming some not very favorable rolls, and my thick white thighs are on full display. I'd gone into fashion because clothes were my comfort zone, the place I felt confident and most like the me I wanted to be. Being naked, especially in front of a man like Luke, who clearly has his pick of women, is extremely out of my comfort zone. I try to reach for the sheet, but the bed is still neatly made, if a bit rumpled now. But when I look up at Luke, my worries start to melt away. He's looking at me with something that seems startlingly close to adoration? I cross my hands over my stomach, but he grabs my wrists and moves them away.
Don't, he says.
His voice is soft and free from the quick wit of earlier.
Take off your bra.
My body moves on its own, as if it has no choice but to obey. I reach up and unclasp the bra and let it fall away, until my breasts have spilled forward. They're big enough that they have a noticeable droop to them without the bra. But when I look at Luke, his face shows only lust. He licks his lips.
The panties, too, he says.
His voice is thick with desire, and it spurs me on. I reach down to my hips and push the black lace underwear down, lifting my ass just enough to get them off. He helps me tug them down over my knees and then tosses them onto the floor with the rest of our clothes. He pushes me back down on the bed and then straddles me again, this time closing his knees around mine. He gazes down at my body, and there's nothing in his expression but pure, unbridled lust.
God, you are really fucking beautiful. You know that?
A smile spreads across my face. It's not fair that you get to look at me, and I don't get to look at you, I say. I pretend to pout, and he chuckles, deep and low in his throat.
Then let's fix that.
He reaches for his belt and undoes it as slowly and agonizingly as he had untied his tie earlier. When his belt is off, he undoes the button on his pants and then the zipper, and then he pushes everything down off his hips. I gasp when his cock springs free, lunging towards me. It's thick and huge and rock hard, the purple head almost pulsing with excitement. I lick my lips, and Luke laughs.
Like what you see?
I can only nod.
So I guess the question becomes, do you want my mouth on your pussy first? Or do you want my cock?
I think that's what they call Sophie's choice, I breathe, and Luke laughs.
Funny girl, he says. In that case, I'll choose for you.
He spreads my legs and kneels between them. He watches me for a second, looking from my face down to my slick pussy. I feel another wave of self-consciousness, but then Luke leans forward and plants a soft kiss right on my clit. A squeak escapes my lips, and I laugh nervously. I've never let anyone but my last boyfriend go down on me, and I've definitely never done it on a one-night stand before. But there's something about Luke's charm and intensity that just makes me want to let him take charge, to give myself over to him. Luke grips my thighs and spreads them wider. His tongue darts out and circles my clit, and then he's nibbling at my lips and licking the smooth line between. He licks and tastes everything, as if he's trying to get as much of my sweet excitement as he can, as if he would drink me down if he could. His tongue is like magic between my legs, better than any vibrator I've ever tried. And in just a matter of minutes, I can feel myself cruising towards the ultimate peak. "Oh, God, Luke," I say. I grab his thick, dark hair and pull him closer to my core. He chuckles, and the vibrations rock me even closer to the precipice. Just as I'm about to crest over the edge, he sucks my clit between his lips. There's just enough suction and pressure that it pushes me right over the edge. I tighten my grip in his hair as my hips buck up towards his face, my legs kicking straight out in front of me like I'm being electrocuted. "Oh, God, Luke!" The words come out as barely more than a distorted scream, but they seem to please him anyway. His tongue keeps working my core until my hips stop rocking and my body is just a puddle of bliss on his crisp white duvet. "I think I chose well," Luke says, climbing up over my body. I pull him in for a kiss. I can taste my juices spread across his lips. But instead of being embarrassed, the thought actually turns me on. His enthusiasm is damn sexy. "You chose very well," I murmur, threading my hands through his hair. "But is it greedy of me to say I want the other option, too?" He grins. "Not at all. In fact, I was hoping you would say that." He reaches over into the nightstand and pulls out a foil packet. He slides the condom on with a practiced hand, and then I can feel the tip of his cock rubbing against my pussy lips as he holds himself over me. I shiver in anticipation. I can't wait to feel him filling me, stretching me. It seems Luke can't wait either, because suddenly he's nudging his hard cock up against my entrance. "Yes," I whisper, aching for the full length of him. He pushes past my entrance and then slides in slowly. His cock is huge, and there's an initial burst of pain until my walls open for him. And then the only thing I can feel is an exquisite stretching, a fullness. I arch my head back and use my muscles to pull him even deeper inside me. For a moment, he doesn't move. I bring my head back up and find him staring at me. His eyes are hooded and lust-filled. But there's something else there, too. Something I can't quite read, but that makes me shiver, all the way down to my toes. A slow smile spreads across his face, and then he's moving his hips, thrusting in and out of me. It feels good. Beyond good, really. Like something out of a dream. I wrap my legs around his hips, pulling him closer to me. And he shortens and quickens his thrusts until he's really hammering me. My whole body is thrumming with pleasure, responding to his touch the way water ripples around a stone. I scratch my fingers over his shoulder blades, and he groans. His eyes meet mine, and for a second, I completely lose myself in them. His eyes are such a deep brown that they almost seem black, and I think for a delirious second that I could just fall into them and keep on falling, forever and ever and ever. I take my hand and trail my fingers over his hard jaw, and then his cheekbone, and his eyes never leave mine. "Come with me, Bree," he says. His voice is hoarse, but it's better than mine, which doesn't even seem to work anymore.
Instead, I just nod and let go. The second orgasm comes on just as quick as the first, picking me up like a leaf in the wind and carrying me away. I clench my pussy around Luke, trying to hold him inside me, wanting to feel the full length of him filling me up as I climax around him. His face contorts, and I can tell that the sensations are too much for him. He groans as he lets go, pistoning his hips against me, driving his cock as deep as it can possibly go as I clench around him. When we both finally stop shaking, Luke collapses down on top of me. We both lie there for a moment, trying to catch our respective breath. Has anyone ever come like that on a one-night stand? Should we be contacting the Guinness Book of World Records? Luke looks as awestruck as I feel. He blinks a few times before leaning over and pressing his lips to mine again. It starts off gentle and sweet, but quickly heats up. And soon I can feel his cock starting to harden between us again. I hope you don't have anywhere else to be tonight, he growls against my neck. I smile. Just a mime party I was going to go to later, but I think I can skip it. Luke nips playfully at my jaw. And then everything that comes after is a blur of heat, of sweat, of skin against skin, of the kind of shattering pleasure that most certainly belongs in the record books.
5. Luke. I wake up to the feeling of the sun streaming in through the window, warming my skin. Bree's body is next to me, emanating a different kind of warmth. She's still asleep, curled up like a cat, her red hair spread across the white pillowcase. She's got the sheet pulled up over her chest, but I know she's naked under there, and the very thought sends a rush of blood straight to my cock. I consider waking her up, because even though we fucked most of the night, I want nothing more right now than to feel her sheathing my cock again. I decide to let her sleep, though. There'll be plenty of time for more fucking later. I scrub my face with my hands. Second to sex, the thing I want most right now is coffee. I gaze down once more at Bree's sleeping form, and then head to the kitchen to put on a pot. As I stand naked in the kitchen, I poke my head into the fridge to see if I actually have anything to feed her. Should I offer to take her to brunch? Go get pastries? To be honest, I have no idea of the etiquette here, because I've never stuck around this long the morning after. Either I'm out the door right after sex, or I'm putting them into a cab and sending them on their merry way with a kiss and a smile. Letting Bree spend the night went against everything I normally feel so adamantly about. I chew my bottom lip thoughtfully as the coffee maker gurgles. Trent's got one of those fancy espresso machines, and he insisted on leaving it here for me. But I'm more of a regular coffee kind of guy. I brought my own coffee pot from home, the same one I've had for the last 7 or 8 years. It still makes a mean cup of coffee, and right now, the aroma drifting through the kitchen is making my mouth water. That's not the only thing making my mouth water, though. The thought of Bree sleeping naked, just a few rooms away, is enough to make me salivate even more. Damn that woman. I can still taste her on my tongue, on my lips. Her scent is all over me. I fucking love it. So, yeah, I'd let her stay over. That doesn't mean anything, of course. Except maybe that I wanted the chance to fuck her again. And okay, the thought of having coffee and pastries with her isn't bad either. She's smart, she's funny, she's beautiful, she's talented. Hell, the girl made her own damn dress. That's... Well, let's just say I've never met a woman who could make her own dress before, let alone look that fucking sexy in it. The coffee maker is just giving off its final sputtering hiss when I hear her stirring in the bedroom. I pour 2 cups, intending to take her one, but when I turn around, she's standing in the kitchen with me. "Hi," she says softly. A slow grin builds on my face. She's dug up one of my plaid shirts and is wearing that. And I'm pretty sure nothing else. Her red hair against the red and black check is stunning. But my eyes go straight to the swell of her chest, where she's left the top few buttons undone, and then her creamy white thighs down below. I can't stop smiling at her. I'm starting to feel like an idiot, but damn, I never knew how sexy it could be to see a woman wearing one of my shirts. Or maybe just this woman. I found this shirt in the back of your chair. I hope it's okay. It's perfect, I tell her. You're perfect. She blushes, and it's fucking adorable. I pass her a mug, and then use my free hand to pull her close to me. I let my hand drop low, cupping her naked ass and drawing her to me. My cock is already nuzzling in between her legs, seeking out her heat. I was right that she isn't wearing anything under the shirt, and I can feel her slickness coating me already. I groan into her hair. I hope you don't have any plans today, I tell her, because there are still so many ways I want to fuck you. She giggles, winding one arm up around my neck. Really? Because I think we covered most of them last night. Oh, we covered a lot for sure, but there are so many more. Well, in that case, I'm gonna need this caffeine. She brings her mug to her lips. There's a whole pot, I say, gesturing to the counter. I planned ahead. Smart, she says, nodding. She takes another swallow of her coffee, and then, to my eternal disappointment, takes a step backwards and away from me, turning to face the rest of the penthouse. This is a nice place, she says. I barely even looked at it last night. Well, we were quite busy, as you might recall. Yes, I do recall. She takes another couple of steps forward, surveying the living room. God, Luke, she laughs. What did you do? Raid the loft and barn warehouse? I chuckle. Something like that, I say. I'm impressed that she recognized our stuff. But I really don't care to get into any chit-chat about work right now. Not when this gorgeous creature is standing in front of me. In fact, all I want to do right now is bend her over the kitchen island and take her from behind. In fact, I think I might do just that. I set my coffee down on the counter and take another step towards her. How come you don't own anything from Bailey Living? She asks, turning around. I laugh. Why would I? Her forehead creases a little. I don't know. Because they have nice stuff? Yeah, if you're 80 years old. Her brow furrows further, her mouth tightening into a straight line. What does that mean? I'm sensing a distinct change in the atmosphere, so I try to keep it light. Go on, Bree. Barely living? She sets her mug down on the island, so hard it sounds like a gunshot. Now you're just being rude, she says. There's a genuine bitterness in her voice, and I'm confused beyond belief. Hey, I was just kidding, I say, putting my hands up in mock surrender. Bree is still glaring at me, and even though it's maddeningly cute the way her brow furrows and her nostrils flare, I'm more confused than anything else. Just as I'm about to say something, a ringing comes from the hallway. No, not a ringing, a trilling digital version of Baby Got Back, I say, raising my eyebrows. Bree turns on her heel and stalks to the hallway, where she dropped her purse last night. I take the opportunity to check out her very fine ass as she goes. She answers the phone and ducks into the alcove near the front door while she talks. I sip my coffee while I wait, and I've almost finished my cup by the time she returns. When she rounds the corner, her irritation is gone, but in its place is something more conflicted. She bites her lip, that same red lip that I bit down on last night. I have to go, she says. Even from here, I can see the way her green eyes are etched with indecision. Are you sure? I take a couple of steps towards her. coming out from behind the island, and I can feel her eyes drifting down my naked chest, all the way to my cock. It hasn't lost any of its stiffness, and my erection is pointing straight at her. She licks her lips, making my dick twitch even more. But then she sighs. "I'm sure," she says. "I have to go to work." "It's Saturday." "I know, but we've had an emergency, and they need me." "I hope everything is okay." I still have no idea what she does, so I don't know if emergency means 4-alarm house fire kind of emergency, or someone called in sick to their shift at the Gap kind of emergency. She waves off my concern. "Just PR stuff, but they need me to sign off on some decisions, and I like to make them look me in the eye when they give me bad news." She says this last part with a grin, and my respect for her grows even further. Okay, so she's got some kind of important job, and she knows how to handle herself in it. I like her even more. Damn. The thought comes to me unbidden, but as soon as it does, I realize how much truth there is to it. I like this girl. I barely know her, and I'm already thinking about when I can see her again. "I guess I'll go get dressed," she says, fingering the plaid shirt of mine she's wearing. "Sure. Do you need anything?" She shakes her head, then pauses. "Actually, could you call me a cab?" I smile. "Of course." "Thanks. I hate to bother my driver on a Saturday morning." "Her driver?" I shake my head. This girl just gets more and more intriguing. I call her a cab while she heads back into my bedroom to change. When she emerges, she's wearing the green dress again, though it looks out of place at this hour, especially with her hair pulled back into a messy kind of ponytail and her face scrubbed free of makeup. Oh, don't get me wrong. She's still a knockout, but I guess this is what they call the walk of shame, huh? She says, as if reading my thoughts. I shake my head. Nah. I think they call it the cab ride of satisfaction. She smiles. I like that better. She grabs her purse and glances down at her phone. Did they say what time the cab would be here? I glance over at the clock on the microwave. Probably about now. Right. I should go then. Thank you for a nice evening. Right. I cross the room towards her, suddenly feeling more than a bit stupid about the fact that I'm still naked. I had a great time. We should do this again sometime. Yeah, she says, though I can sense the hesitation in her voice. She doesn't say anything else. So you should give me your number then. I prod. I feel even stupider still. Why am I suddenly the one lusting for someone after one night of sex? I'm supposed to be the one leaving, the one walking out the door, the one you know is never going to call. I almost reached down to touch my balls just to make sure they're still there. Bree clutches her little black purse. It's one of those tiny ones that doesn't seem capable of holding anything more than a couple of Advil and a stick of gum. And right now she's squeezing it so tight that I'm surprised she doesn't twist the damn thing in half. Luke, this has been really nice, but let's just let this be what it is. My heart gives a small lurch. And what would that be? I try to keep my voice level. One perfect night, she says softly. Her green eyes shine. Let's just let it be one perfect night. Something to remember, but not to repeat. Sure. I force the word out of my mouth, though it feels as unnatural as the one time Trent tried to get me to try eating escargot. Sure, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Typical guy, right? She leans in to kiss me, catching me right on the corner of my mouth. Her lips are soft and taste faintly of coffee and something cinnamony. Bye, Luke. Bye, Bree. And just like that, she's gone. And I want to punch something. I don't know if I'm mad at her for leaving or at myself for caring. This isn't who I am. I'm not the guy who gets attached, especially not after one night. I stare at the back of the door and sigh. I can still smell her perfume lingering in the penthouse. Fuck, I can still smell her. Her scent is all over me. I shake my head. Enough. I need a shower. And I need another coffee, and then I need to get the fuck out of the house for a while. Because as much as it stings, Bree walking out this morning is the best thing that could have happened. She doesn't know it, but she saved me from some dopey, misguided crush. I don't do girlfriends, and right now, running the business in Trent's stead, I definitely don't have time for a relationship. Deciding that should make me feel better, but I still feel strangely glum as I hop on the shower. I'm just finishing up when I hear my phone ringing. I throw a towel around my waist, shake my hair out, and stride out of the bathroom to the bedroom. I glance at the phone. Trent. I jam the answer button. Yeah? Well, good morning, sunshine, he says. I roll my eyes. What's up? How is it that I'm the one with the newborn and I'm still more chipper than you in the morning? I had a busy night. Oh, say no more. I can hear Trent chuckling on the other end of the line. I take it that means the Design Times fundraiser wasn't a total bust? Nah, I guess it wasn't a total bust, I admit. So who was she? Oh, God, not someone from the industry, right? Luke, not someone from the industry, I assure him, cutting him off before he can lecture me. I mean, come on. I know better than to shit where I eat. Of course, it's a bit rich coming from Trent, who married a girl from our own marketing department. So who is she? He prods. You wouldn't know her, I say. She works in fashion. I mean, I'm guessing, since she said she made her own dress and all. Huh. Interesting. I sigh, tightening the towel around my waist. Is there something you wanted? Right. Trent seems to collect himself. Sorry, I just wanted to see how it went last night, but I guess I've gotten my answer already. I grin. Yeah, it was fine. Decent scotch. No mimes. No mimes? Trent sounds confused. That's good, I guess? Yeah, trust me, it's good. I hear Libby start to cry in the background. Do you need to go? I don't know. Hang on. I hear him shuffle the phone, and then his muffled voice calling out to his wife. Then he finally comes back on the line. Yeah, I think I should probably go. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Right. Oh, one more thing. Remember you've got that Trinity Central Hospital thing this week, right? The home lottery. Yep, on it, boss. I'll go tend to your wife and child. Right. I'll talk to you later. Oh, wait, one more thing. Another thing? Yeah, sorry, I just remembered. Hannah showed me that Bailey Living is on Instagram now. So? So, I thought it was interesting, is all. Lyle Bailey's the kind of guy who still uses a Rolodex instead of a smartphone. And his marketing guy is about as old and out of touch as he is. Huh. I think about Trent telling me that they'd taken out a bunch of advertising spots recently, too. I guess they must have someone new in marketing. Yeah, Trent says thoughtfully. Someone young and keen, probably. They must be pretty savvy, too, if they can get old Lyle to roll over on this stuff. Instagram, Trent? Honestly? I don't think it's anything to worry about. I don't know, Trent says. I wouldn't count them out completely. Just keep an eye on it, okay? I will, I promise him. Now, don't you have a crying baby to tend to? Yes, and a wife who seriously deserves a break. Keep me posted, okay? Will do.
6. Bree. Looking at Rich's face and the other department heads sitting around at the table at the Bailey Living offices, I can already tell this is going to be a long day. Thank God I went home and changed first. I look down at my red pencil skirt, the one that hugs my curves, and the flowy yellow blouse that skims over my chest. I wonder what Luke would think of this outfit. The thought comes to me out of nowhere, and I try to push it aside and focus on what Rich is saying. Luke is history. I nipped that in the bud. I don't have time for... whatever that was. Even if it was amazing. Even if he made me feel something I didn't even think was possible. I stare at Rich's mouth, hidden under his bushy gray mustache, and tried to focus on the words coming out of it. "It has to be now, Bree." I sigh. "Why?" He shakes his head. "Too many people know. The risk is getting too high." "The risk has always been high," I point out. I hated the idea of lying to everyone about my father's death. But I'd agreed to go along with it because Rich insisted it was what was best for the business. And I would do anything for the company my father devoted his life to. Rich had been his vice president for years, so I had to assume he also had the company's best interests at heart. "Yes, but... Sasha, can you hand me that folder, please?" Sasha, Rich's assistant, pushes a manila file folder across the table. She looks as bored as always, though I can't believe Rich would drag her in on a Saturday. I had inherited Dad's secretary/assistant, Jitika, but I couldn't imagine subjecting her to having to come in on the weekend. Rich flips open the folder and starts shuffling through the pages inside. 1, 2, 3, 7. That's 7 emails we've received from the Post now, requesting interviews with Lyle. Do you know how often he got interview requests? I don't think he's had 7 in the last 10 years, Bree. So? I fold my arms. He sighs. So, he says, speaking slowly as if I were a child. They know. No, they don't. They do. 7 interview requests? They may not know exactly, but they know something's going on. Great. I knew this was going to happen, I say pointedly. You can't keep this kind of thing quiet for long, not with social media and 24 news cycles. I don't mention the fact that the only reason we've probably been able to keep it a secret for this long is because Dad wasn't really a very public-facing part of Bailey living. He was a behind-the-scenes kind of guy, the type who preferred to delve into the nitty-gritty of business strategy rather than be in front of the camera. Even most of the people working here don't know yet. Only the executives and a few of their assistants. Rich clears his throat. We think the best way to mitigate the situation is to get out in front of it. Sasha's lined up interviews with the Post and the Wall Street Journal. We're going to show them you're just as competent of a CEO as your father was. And your record over the last month will speak to that, which was exactly our point. He sits back, smiling smugly. I shake my head, though. What if we tried something different? Rich's smug smile cracks a little. Different? And what exactly do you have in mind? We don't go to the business papers. They won't take me seriously, and I don't want to give them the chance to chew me up and spit me out. What if we go to my people instead? You have people? Rich is looking smug again, and I have to resist the urge to roll my eyes. I do run my own business, you know, I say. I try to sound confident, but my voice is shaking. It's true, though. Margot and I have built Bounce Couture from a sewing machine in our shared apartment into a trendy line of plus-sized clothing. We might not be taking over the world yet, but we were growing every year, and I was proud of what we'd accomplished. I turned to Sasha. We could go to the lifestyle blogs, the style magazines, the influencers, HuffPo, Lonnie, Domino. I don't know if it helps us to talk to the people who are going to be worried about me taking over Bailey Living. We should be going to the people who are going to be excited about it. Those are our people. Sasha is madly scribbling notes into a little steno notebook. When she's done, she taps the pen against the table again. Do you want me to call them, or, she says, directing her question to Rich. He shakes his head slightly, then turns to me. Bree, I know you think you know what you're doing because of your little fashion company, but I really must caution you against that strategy. I spread my hands wide on the table. feigning a confidence I don't quite have. Rich has the decency to hesitate.
It's just that this isn't how we did things before. He tries to push on. Your father didn't run this as an entertainment company, Bree. It was a serious business to him. We need to treat this seriously, and the Post and the Journal are the papers with credibility.
Right. I nod my lip as I look around the table, at all the faces staring expectantly at me. All these people who are loyal to my father, who are now expecting me to carry the torch. And I owe them that, don't I? I owe my father that. This company was his baby, not mine. And Rich was his closest advisor. So if this is how he thinks we should do things, then I guess I should go along with it. Finally, I nod at Rich. Okay. If you think this is best, I'll talk to the Post and the Journal and whoever else you want. He glances at Sasha and they exchange a brief nod. She flips her stenopad closed and then slips out of her chair and out of the room.
This is great, Bree. Thank you. You just have to trust us, right?
Right. I force myself to smile.
Now, Sasha's going to confirm with the Post, but I think we can expect to do the interview over the phone within the next hour or so. They'll be sending a photographer out as well. We offered to just send them a headshot, but you know what they're like. They want to do their own photos. Is that what you'll be wearing?
I look down at the yellow blouse, one of my own designs, with a drapey tie at the neck and soft pleats falling from the chest. I was planning on it.
Maybe Sasha has a jacket she could lend you, he sniffs.
I don't mention that Sasha is the size of my pinky finger, and that I'd have a better chance fitting into one of his jackets than one of hers. Instead, I force myself to smile. Rich pushes his chair out, which apparently is the signal that this meeting is over. Everyone else starts pushing their chairs out too, and soon I'm the only one still sitting at the table. Rich stays behind as everyone exits the room, and then he puts a hand on my shoulder. The gesture is almost fatherly, and coming from Rich, it surprises me more than anything.
I know this hasn't been easy, Bree, he says kindly, but I think you're doing the right thing.
Thanks. I'd almost be touched if I trusted Rich at all.
Oh!
He pauses just as he's heading out the door.
I almost forgot to tell you, we finally heard back from Trinity Central Hospital and they've agreed to take Bailey Living on as a last-minute sponsor. We'll be doing all the furniture for the homes and the lottery, and they want you to be the one at all the events. I guess they like the idea of a fresh face.
He says this last part as if he can't quite believe it himself. That's great news, I say, because it is. The hospital's foundation puts on a huge home lottery every year, raffling off a half-dozen beautiful homes, all donated by the builders or condo companies. It was always their biggest fundraiser. Both the raffle and the homes themselves got tons of positive press coverage. In the past, Loft and Barn has been their furniture sponsor, but I'd pitched it to Rich early on that it would be a great publicity option for Bailey Living. A chance to get our stuff in front of a whole new market and earn some cred for doing a good deed. I was surprised he'd actually listen to me. When's the meeting? I ask him. He flips open his tablet again and taps a couple of times.
This Wednesday. That work for you?
Absolutely. I'm actually excited about this one. If I can just survive the next week or so, I'll be golden. Rich leaves the room and I take a few minutes to myself before I have to go and get ready for the Post interview. I know this isn't going to be easy. In fact, I'm fully expecting them to rip me a new one after I admit that I've been running the company in secret for the last month. All I can do is pray that Rich is right, that the fact that the company has reported better numbers in all areas over that month will be enough to convince them that Bailey Living isn't just dead in the water. It's times like these I wish Margot were here,
I know I'm going to be a live wire once this interview is over, and a girlfriend to go for a drink with would be just the thing to soothe my jangled nerves. Or a drink with a hot guy. Luke's face pops into my mind again, and all my bones seem to turn to liquid at the thought. Because Luke could do more than just buy me a drink. Luke could make me see stars. Luke had made me see stars, at least 5 times last night. I try to push the thought out of my head. Part of me is still kicking myself for walking out of his apartment like that this morning. But the more rational part of me knows that it was for the best. I don't have time for a relationship right now. I have too much on my plate, and there's too much at stake. This is my father's legacy we're talking about. I'm not going to fuck that up just because I've got a hard-on for the first guy who's shown me a good time since I've been back in Chicago. Not just since you've been back in Chicago. That annoying voice pipes up again. When have you ever had a night like that? It doesn't matter now, though, I remind myself. I left. I told him last night wasn't repeatable, and I meant it. And he seemed more than happy to leave it at that. God, how it had killed me to walk out of that penthouse, though. Even after he'd said that stuff about Bailey living, which, sure, I wanted to smack him a little. But his words only made me feel more determined to help turn Dad's company around. To show people like Luke that it wasn't all just old people furniture. Almost ready? Sasha's voice startles me out of my reverie. I smile up at her. Ready as I'll ever be, I say.
7. Luke. I stared down at the massive stack of file folders Lottie has left on my desk. All things I need to review or sign, or review and sign. Things people are waiting for me to make a decision on. I thumb through them idly, but I've got zero motivation to start actually going through them. I turn back to the laptop instead. But my email inbox is another mess of to-dos and action requireds. I've already had to turn off the audio notification setting because the constant pinging was driving me insane. I don't know how Trent does this every day. What's even crazier is that he actually seems to enjoy it. Me, on the other hand, I'd give just about anything to be in my workshop right now, to be covered in sawdust, the scent of cedar in my nose, the whir of my table saw in my ears. When Trent and I first founded Loft and Barn, over 10 years ago, we divided the labor. He handled the business side of things, and I was the designer. Even as we've expanded into a billion-dollar company, we've kept those same roles. I still design every major piece in our collections, and I build all the prototypes myself, which are then used as the models at an American plant that creates the full line. I'm never happier than when I'm working on a new piece, and Trent is never happier than when he's solving some supplier issue or negotiating a new deal. That's why we work so well together. But I couldn't say no when he asked me to step into his role for 6 months while he stayed home with his wife and new baby. I thought it was cool that he wanted to take that much paternity leave, and I was happy to support his decision. And frankly, I thought being CEO for a few months would be a breeze. After all, we're a pretty well-oiled machine by now. How many fires could really need fighting? Turns out, the answer is a lot. Of course, we didn't know at the time that his parental leave would coincide with the work we were doing to take the company public. We had thought the process would be wrapped up long before Trent left, but things hadn't worked out that way. Now, on top of the regular demands of the business, I'm also fielding a million requests from the underwriter and soothing the uncertainty of our own executive team. It's funny how having an independent third party poking around through our finances and corporate history has set people on edge, even though it's all a formality. We have nothing but pristine records and an impeccable track history in the industry. Anyway, thanks to the constant demands on my schedule, I haven't really had any time to get out to my workshop. We have a collection I'm supposed to be working on, and I have no idea when I'm going to actually get around to accomplishing it. I'm hoping that if I can get through some of these folders today, maybe I can pop out a bit early. My home and workshop are about an hour outside of the city, so it's hard to get out there in the evenings. But I might just have to justify it tonight. Because the other truth is that my workshop is the only place I can really unwind. And ever since this weekend, when Bree walked out my door, I've had a serious need to unwind. I feel pent up in all the wrong ways, like I'm constantly wearing a sweater that's too tight. I'm not used to this feeling. I'm usually the one walking out the door in the morning, or long before the morning in most cases. But Bree isn't most cases. Bree is different. And as much as I've been trying to shake the memories of the way it felt to kiss her, to slip my cock into her sweet pussy, to lay beside her in my bed, they remain firmly entrenched in my traitorous brain. For about the 20th time in 2 days, I briefly entertained the notion of trying to find her. I don't know much about her, that her name is Bree, and she's got a VIP enough job to have a driver, and that she may or may not work in fashion. But there must be something I could do. The phone on the desk rings, and I glance down to see Lottie's name on the display. Good. Maybe she could tell me which of these files I should be working on first. Hi, I say, picking up the handset. I have Kenny Bradworth on the phone for you, Luke. Great. Something else that needs my attention. Did he say what he wants? No, sir. Fine, put him through. Oh, wait, Lottie, I interject before she can hang up. Yes? Which one is Kenny Bradworth again? I can almost hear her chuckling on the other end of the line. He's head of shipping. Right, I knew that. I know. Lottie has been Trent's secretary pretty much since we started the business. She's a no-nonsense, gray-haired woman with a calm demeanor and a memory like a steel trap. To be honest, I'm starting to think Trent should have left her in charge instead of me. I take the call with Kenny and talk through some distribution issues. I've discovered that the best way to solve most problems here is to get people to come up with their own solutions. A few probing questions is usually enough to get them to realize they already know what to do. Then all I have to do is give them my blessing as CEO, and everything is golden. Things with Kenny go pretty much the same way, and in just a few minutes I have him off the phone. I wish I could get through my whole to-do list this easily. I've just disconnected the call when there's a knock at the office door. It can only be Lottie, so I call for her to come in. I groan when I see her. She's holding another giant stack of file folders. I can see little colored tabs sticking out from some of them. There goes my plan to sneak out of here this afternoon. Where do you want these? She asks. I nudge the little garbage can beside my desk out towards her. Here would be great. Funny, she says, dumping the files on my desk with all the others. I scrub my face with my hands. Okay, walk me through this. Which ones do I absolutely have to get through today? The pink ones. And the green ones? As long as they're taken care of this week. Okay. I look at the stack. About half pink. I wonder again how Trent can possibly enjoy doing this all day, every day. Lottie smiles gently, as if placating a toddler who's just been told he can't, in fact, wear his ice cream as a hat. The pink ones are the records the teams pulled together for the underwriter. They need to be couriered out today, so they need your approval. The green ones are just our usual monthly reporting. They need to be signed off this week so that accounting can issue the necessary payments in time. I nod. Thanks, Lottie. Where would I be without you? Her smile broadens. I've no doubt you'd manage just fine. Well, it's much more pleasant having your help. Lottie leaves my office with a smile, and I turn to my folders with another sigh. I'm just opening up the first of many when my phone starts to ring again. I glance down, thinking it'll be Lottie wanting to remind me of something else I need to do, but instead I see Trent's name blinking up at me. Checking up on me again, are you? I tease when I pick up. Have you seen it? Trent says, in lieu of an answer. Seen what? Lyle Bailey died. Oh, shit. You're kidding. Lyle Bailey, founder of Bailey Living, might have been one of our biggest competitors, but he was a titan of the industry, and someone both Trent and I had looked to for inspiration when we were first starting Loft and Barn. It's crazy. Trent breathes out. No. What's crazy is that he apparently died a month ago. What? Yeah, apparently his daughter has been running the show ever since. I let out a low whistle. That's fucked up. I guess that's why we've been seeing them pop up all over the place lately. We thought Lyle just had a new marketing strategist, but it turns out there's a whole new Lyle. I can hear Trent humming thoughtfully on the other end of the line. I think you're right. By the looks of it, she's got some business and marketing experience of her own. Ran some fashion company or something? Something pings in my chest at the word fashion. It makes me think of Bree. Bree with her handmade green dress. Bree with her red hair cascading down over her creamy white tits. Bree with the personal driver. Bree with the urgent Saturday business meetings. Bree asking why I didn't own anything from Bailey Living, and getting pissed when I made a joke about it. I flip open my laptop so fast that I almost rip the screen off the hinge. Trent is saying something, but I'm too focused on loading the browser, typing in Bailey Living. The post article comes up right away, and I click on it. Lyle's photo is at the top, and for half a second, I pause to feel bad for the old guy. But then I'm scrolling until... No. Fuck. It's her. Bree with the red hair, the copper lips. She's wearing a yellow blouse and a red skirt, and she's leaning against an old cherrywood desk, a Bailey original, no doubt, with her arms crossed. It's a typical new CEO breaks mold kind of photo, shot from a low angle and meant to show off the towering power that now rests under her pretty little thumb. But all I can think about is what this means for me. Bree Bailey, the girl who's been haunting my dreams all week, has just become our #1 competitor.
8. Bree. Miss Bailey, it's such a pleasure to have you. I reach out to shake his hand, hoping that my handshake comes off as professional and firm. I've been practicing it all week. Please, call me Bree, I tell him, and he smiles. Of course, then you must call me Thomas. The man in front of me is younger than I expected, maybe mid-40s, with impossibly white teeth and eyebrows that have seen more rigorous grooming than mine. He wears a slim-cut suit that shows off his lithe frame and adorns it with a hot pink tie. I like him already. We're so thrilled to have you, he repeats, gesturing for me to sit. I'd expected to meet with him in his office, but instead, we're in a small boardroom to talk about the Hospital Foundation's upcoming home lottery. Well, let me just say that Bailey Living is thrilled to be able to support such a great cause, I say. It's not even a line. The Trinity Central Hospital is a major cancer research hub, and they have a particular focus on childhood cancers. Hard to imagine a more worthy charity than kids with cancer. I think we can do something really special together. I'm so glad you feel that way, he says. We just love that energy. And assuming you and Trent are both willing, we really want to get you two out there, engaging with people. I bite my lip. Trent? I don't want to sound stupid for asking, in case I'm supposed to know who that is. But Thomas must read my confusion. You know, Trent Whitaker, of course, from Loft and Barn. Oh. My heart instantly sinks. When Rich had mentioned we secured this spot on the fundraiser, He had definitely made it sound like we had ousted Loft and Barn from the position. Apparently that wasn't the case. "Of course," I say, trying to sound smooth. "I haven't met him yet, but I know who he is. I just didn't realize they were still involved in the project." Thomas smiles. "Oh, yes, they've been with us for years. Huge supporters." He pauses. "That isn't a problem, is it?" "Of course not," I assure him. And it's not, I suppose. Though it does mean I'm going to have to work twice as hard to get the Bailey name out there. There's a light rap at the boardroom door, and then a petite blonde woman sticks her head in. "Mr. Whittaker is here, Thomas?" "Thank you, April. Send him in, please." Thomas stands and strides over to the door while I smooth down my hair. I'm not exactly nervous about meeting Trent, but he is the competition after all. And now that news has broken about my dad's passing, I'm sure he'll be doubly curious about me. And then I feel him before I see him. It's a sense, more than anything. A change in the air pressure and a quickening of my pulse. I have to actually swivel the leather chair I'm sitting in to see him properly, but I know even before I turn all the way around that it's him. Luke. Also known as the man who's been haunting my thoughts for the last week. No. This can't be. His name's Luke, not Trent. And he's not a Whittaker. He has no affiliation with Loft and Barn. Except for the fact that his fucking penthouse was basically a Loft and Barn showroom. Fuck me. I managed to tune into the conversation happening across the room from me. "We were expecting Trent," Thomas is saying, a puzzled expression on his face. Luke runs his hand through his thick, dark hair, a gesture that only serves to remind me of the way I pulled on that hair a few nights ago, drawing him closer to my pussy while he went down on me. Jesus, Bree, simmer the fuck down. Luke is giving Thomas an easy grin. "I'm so sorry, I thought someone had let you know. Trent is on paternity leave right now, so you're stuck with me." "And you are..." Thomas is clearly as flustered as I feel right now. "Luke," he says smoothly. "Luke Whittaker." Thomas reddens, and he hastily holds out his hand to shake Luke's. "Oh, God, of course. I'm so sorry, Luke. I should have recognized you from your pictures. My mind just went on a little holiday there." "No worries," Luke says. His eyes dart across the room and land straight on me, and he does a double take. I force myself to meet his gaze, even though inside, a part of me is having a tiny little freak out. Okay, maybe not so tiny. Thomas steps between us. "Do you two know each other?" Luke and I both automatically shake our heads. Good. At least we're on the same page about that. Thomas introduces us, and then, with only the barest moment of hesitation, Luke holds out his hand for me to shake. I know I have no choice, so I stand up from my chair and reach out to clasp his hand. As soon as my fingers brush against his palm, my heart skips a beat. Just one, but it's enough for me to know that this is bad. Judging by Luke's expression, he's 100% on board with that assessment. Thomas, on the other hand, is all smiles as he gestures for both of us to sit. We do, though I can't help but notice that Luke conveniently chooses a seat on the opposite side of the table from me. I don't even let myself look at him, instead focusing on Thomas, who's standing at the front of the room. "Thank you again for being here, both of you." His voice is genuinely warm, and I remind myself that whatever happened between Luke and I, we're both here for the same reason, which is to support a worthy charity. And thank God we won't actually have to spend much time together. I'd looked at how this campaign had been run historically, and other than donating all the furniture, it didn't seem like we'd need to do much other than pose for a couple of photographs and maybe go to a kickoff party. I can handle that, and I'm sure Luke can handle it too. We're adults, after all. Or at least,
We've certainly got up to some very adult activities. No, I slam the thought out of my mind as soon as it enters. I refuse to let myself think about Luke's hands on my body, about his tongue flicking across my clit, about his cock slamming in and out of me. Jesus, is it hot in here? I shake my head, and Luke gives me a funny look. So I raise my eyebrows and then pointedly turn my attention to Thomas, who's still talking about how grateful he is to have both of us here. Since you're both new to the fundraiser, perhaps I'll start by giving you a little rundown, as well as fill you in on some exciting new plans we have for this year. New plans? I sit up straighter in my seat, refusing to look across the table at Luke. Trinity Central Hospital is, as you most likely know, Chicago's largest hospital, and that makes us the Friends of Trinity Central Hospital, the largest fundraising board. 8 years ago, we began a fundraiser called Homes for Hearts Lottery, in which we raffle off beautiful new homes across Chicago and the surrounding area. The homes are typically new builds, generously donated by the builders or condo developers. They are our platinum sponsors and, of course, receive the bulk of our promotional opportunities. Tickets for the lottery sell for $200 apiece and, as you can imagine, are quite popular. In our first year, we raised over $2 million, and we've managed to increase that amount year over year. Last year, we achieved our record of raising $14 million. All that money is funneled directly back into the hospital, and specifically goes to support our research initiatives, as well as patient care and support for afflicted families. I don't think it's overstating it to say that the Homes for Hearts Lottery is the most important thing the Friends undertake each year. Thomas's words give me goosebumps. I knew this was a great fundraiser, but listening to him talk makes me even more grateful to be involved, even if it means sharing the spotlight with Luke. Now, Luke, he continues, as you'll no doubt know, for the past 6 years, Loft and Barn has graciously provided the furniture for these homes. This has been a huge boon for us because, as we well know, a beautifully furnished home gives the appearance of more value, and our ticket sales noticeably improved once you came on. But this year, we thought that since we have both of you, we have a really unique opportunity to do something fun with this. If you both agree, of course, he adds hastily. As he flicks on the slide projector, I feel a wave of nervousness. What am I going to be asked to agree to? I glance at Luke, but he's staring hard at the screen, chewing on his bottom lip and tapping one knuckle softly against the conference table. Since we have both of you with us this year, Thomas says again, we thought this would be a perfect time to expand our social media outreach and audience engagement strategies. We've reached out to a number of design bloggers and online and television design personalities, and what we'd like to do is feature a decorating challenge for each of the homes in the lottery. Each contestant would be assigned a room to style and decorate as they choose, using your furnishings, of course. You two would serve as our hosts, so to speak, or perhaps judges would be a better word. My stomach sinks even further. But thankfully, Luke is the one to ask the question. What would that entail from us? Well, Thomas clicks his laser pointer on and off nervously. It would be a bit more work than usual, but we think it would really benefit the lottery. We think millennials are a huge untapped market. They're priced out of the housing market, but they have expendable income, and they're hungry for opportunities to make a difference. We really think that with some marketing and engagement efforts that are more targeted to them, we can boost our ticket sales by at least 40%. But from us, I prod, glancing at Luke. He still won't look at me. What exactly would you need us to do? Well, there'd be an open house for each home, so 6 events there, a judging for the final competition, and I suppose we'd hope that you would be willing to join us for a few welcome and showcase events for our participating bloggers and design personalities. I'm doing the math in my head. That's at least 9 events, plus the actual lottery kickoff and whatever else we would normally need to do. I glance at Luke, and this time, I actually catch him looking back at me. I raise my eyebrows, and he scowls, turning back to Thomas.
"It sounds like a great idea," he says smoothly. "I, for one, would be happy to help."
"Oh, I would too," I pipe up. Does he actually think I'll drop out just because he's signed on? If so, he's got another thought coming. Thomas claps his hands together. "That's wonderful. I'm so excited. I think this is going to be a really special event. We have lots up our sleeve, I promise you." I don't doubt that. "I'll have my office get in touch with both of yours as soon as we have detailed itineraries worked up," he says. "Of course, we'll work with your schedulers to make sure we're all coordinated." "Of course," I murmur. Thomas walks us through a few more slides, telling us about the 6 homes in this year's lottery. The properties are beautiful. A penthouse on Michigan Avenue, a brownstone similar to Dad's in the Gold Coast region, a lake home out in Fox Lake, a McMansion in the Clarendon Hills area, and a couple other properties. At the moment, the homes are bare bones, but soon the design blockers and television personalities will waltz in and, using furniture from Loft and Barn and Bailey Living, will turn these empty abodes into cozy and stylish homes. I have to admit it's a great idea, and it'll be amazing publicity for Bailey Living. It isn't the kind of thing Dad would have ever gotten involved in, but I think Thomas is right. There's a whole untapped millennial market out there, and this could be a great way for us to reach them. Even with the prospect of working with Luke looming in front of me, I can't help but get a bit excited as Thomas talks. The whole thing actually sounds like fun. Minus the surly man sitting across the table from me, of course. By the time Thomas wraps up his presentations, I'm feeling ramped up about the whole thing, and I'm anxious to get back to the office to start poring over our catalog to see what pieces might work in the different spaces. Thomas thanks us both again for coming, and Luke and I get up to leave. We both try to push through the conference room door at the same time and end up bumping shoulders. He glares but stands back to let me pass. I don't know why he's so angry with me. After all, I'm in the exact same position. I didn't tell him who I was, but he didn't tell me who he was either. And he was the one who'd insisted we not talk about work. And, I remind myself, he was also the one who insulted my family's business. If anything, I should be the one pissed at him. And I am. Of course, I definitely am. I make a beeline for the elevators, hoping I can get there before he does, and I won't have to ride downstairs with him. But just as I'm about to hit the call button, I feel his hand on my arm. I whip around, and suddenly we're face to face, inches apart. Barely a breath between us. His eyes are as hard as steel. "We have to talk, Bree."
9. Luke. "We have to talk, Bree." She glares up at me, her green eyes flashing. Her copper lips are pursed, and she juts out her chin defiantly. "No." "No?" "No, we really don't." "We do. How could you not tell me you were Bree Bailey?" I hadn't really meant to ask the question, but it suddenly seems like the only one that matters. But her eyes just darken. "You didn't tell me you were Luke Whitaker," she points out. "And besides, it was your bright idea not to talk about work. Remember that? No pointless small talk, I think you said. Well, a little pointless small talk would have saved us a lot of trouble, don't you think?" She's not wrong, I'll give her that. But I won't give her the satisfaction of agreeing with her. I already find it hard to peel my eyes away from her face, but I won't give her the satisfaction of knowing that either. Instead, I fold my arms across my chest. "You need to drop out of the fundraiser." She laughs, a loud, barking, very unladylike laugh that drives me nuts at the same time that it sends a rush of blood down below my belt. And why do I need to drop out? If you feel so strongly about it, then you should drop out. Don't be ridiculous. Loft and Barn has been doing this fundraiser for years. Then maybe it's time for some new blood. Fresh perspective. Please. I scoff at the suggestion. Fresh perspective? Bailey living? Do those two things even belong in the same sentence? The look on her face instantly fills me with guilt, and I curse myself for going too far. But still, I'm pissed. And right now, anything that will mean I don't have to spend the next 6 weeks glued to her side for the stupid fundraiser is worth it in my books. But Bree just puts her hands on her hips, her curvy, wide hips, the same ones I slammed into, the ones I want to see bucking on top of me, the ones, fuck man, shake it off. What's your Instagram name, Luke? She asks, drawing me out of my reverie. My what? Instagram. Are you on Snapchat? Now you're just making up words. She laughs again. This is why Bailey Living is a better partner for this fundraiser. This is my world, Luke. I live in this world with Bounce, and I can do it here, too. Maybe you better take a look in the mirror before you start accusing other people of being out of touch. God, she has a smart mouth. Why did I think she was so charming the other day? Must have been all the scotch, or the compounded stress of running the business of my own. Maybe I was suffering from some sort of temporary hallucination. That's the only reasonable explanation. Bree still seems to be waiting for an answer, but I once again refuse to give her the satisfaction. So instead, I just roll my eyes and fold my arms, as if to say that this conversation exhausts me. Bree just laughs and hits the call button for the elevator. She has her back to me now, and I take one soft step towards her. I'm close enough to her now that I can smell her shampoo. It smells like honey, I think, or something equally sweet and homey. I breathe it in as quietly as I can, so she won't think I'm some sort of weirdo hair sniffer. The elevator doors chime open, and she steps in. She holds her arm, stopping the door from closing, so that I can enter behind her. She doesn't look back at me, and I don't know if she does it out of practiced politeness or because she wants to make sure I get in the elevator with her. Once we're inside, the doors seem to take an agonizingly long amount of time to close. Every inch is another heartbeat. I can hear Bree breathing next to me, and I can see the way her chest rises and falls under the silky pink top she's wearing. I'd always heard redheads shouldn't wear pink, but everything about this girl seems to send traditional rules sailing out the window. Finally, the elevator doors close, and the car gives a soft lurch as it starts to move. I'm on her in a second. I push her up against the mirrored wall and run my hands through her long hair, making that sweet honey smell waft up all around me. I breathe it in, as much of it as I can, and I press my lips against hers. She seems startled for a second, and she brings her hands to my chest in surprise. I almost think she's going to push me away, but then she gives in to what's happening and kisses me back just as ferociously. I fist my hand in her hair and pull her face closer to mine, devouring her mouth with mine, thrusting my tongue past her soft lips. Her hands are roaming over my chest, and my cock surges inside my jeans. I don't think I've ever wanted anyone in my life as much as I want her in this moment. My right hand trails down the length of her body, while my other one stays twisted in her hair. I let my palm skim over her large, soft breast, over her stomach, across those gorgeous hips. She gasps, a puff of air against my lips, as I hike up her skirt. I slip my hand between her thighs and push aside the fabric of her panties. I'm desperate to feel her heat on my fingers again, to have just a taste of her sweetness. My fingers find her slit, pushing through her lips to find her swollen nub. She's soaked already, and my fingers slide through her silky heat like a knife through butter. I yank her head back so that she's looking at me, and I watch her face as I find her entrance and push 2 fingers deep inside her. Her lips part in surprise, but her eyes go almost foggy with lust, and she bucks her hips against my hand. I grin as she whimpers, and then my grin widens when she grabs my wrist and pushes my hand closer to her. She's almost riding my fingers now, and I can feel her walls start to pulse around me. I realize she might actually come like this, and I glance at the elevator display. Just 10 floors to go. Thank God this is the slowest elevator in the whole city of Chicago. I thrust my hand into her harder and use my thumb to stroke her swollen clit. I press my lips to her exposed neck and let my tongue trail along the length of her creamy white throat. She whimpers, and the vibrations in her throat against my lips make my balls churn. "Luke," she breathes, and I think she's actually about to say something, but then it's nothing but mewling noises as her pussy spasms around my fingers. Her whole body starts to sag, and I hold her up, supporting her between my body and the mirrored wall of the elevator as the climax overtakes her. The doors of the elevator chime, and I have just enough time to pull my hand away before they open completely. Bree pushes her skirt down frantically. People are already streaming into the elevator, barely giving us time to exit. As soon as we're out, Bree grabs my arm. "That can't happen again," she breathes. Her cheeks are still flushed, and the pink spreads all the way down her neck and into her cleavage. She catches my eyes wandering. "Hey, Luke, I mean it." I know. She's right, too. I have too much going on right now, and Trent's trust is too important to me. If he knew I was having relations, carnal or otherwise, with the head of our biggest competition, he'd lose his shit. And he'd be well within his right to do so. It's not professional. And with our company going public in the next few months, it could be downright disastrous. "So, we keep this professional?" Bree says. Her expression is tentative. I force myself to smile, and then I even hold out my hand for her to shake. Professional. She clasps my hand, but her lips part as our fingers touch. The urge to pull her to me and kiss her again is nearly overwhelming. But a gentleman's agreement means everything. This will be a professional-only relationship from here on out. Our hands linger, but then finally she slips her fingers from my grasp. "I'll see you around, Luke," she says. There's a trace of wistfulness in her voice. "Sure." I watch as she walks away, her hips swaying in the white skirt she's wearing. I can barely take my eyes away from her ass. "Bree!" I call out, just before she pulls open the door to step out into the street. She pauses and turns. "I'm sorry about your father," I say. "He was a really good man. I had a lot of respect for him." She doesn't say anything for a minute, and the wistfulness is back. "Thanks, Luke," she says finally. And then she disappears through the doors, lost in the downtown Chicago crowds.
10. Bree. I let the townhouse door slam closed behind me, and then stalk up the stairs into the living room. I throw my purse down on one of the 3 sofas crammed into the room and kick my shoes off. I don't know whether I want to laugh, scream, or punch something. I can't believe Luke is Luke Whitaker. I can't believe I'm going to be stuck working with him for the next couple of months. I can't believe I let him do that to me in the elevator. Oh, God. I need a glass of wine. I need a whole bottle. I shuffle into the kitchen and pull a bottle of white out of the fridge. then pour myself a generous glass. "You can stay right here with me," I tell the bottle, taking it into the living room with me instead of putting it back in the fridge. I take a big gulp of wine and sink down onto the comfiest of the 3 sofas, the one with the floral velvet upholstery. It may look like it belongs in a grandmother's house, but god damn it's comfortable. I curl up into a little ball and get cozy. I can still almost feel Luke's hands against my skin, his fists twisted in my hair, his lips on my throat, his fingers sliding through my... Stop. That is so not happening again. Just the thought of what my father would think about this is enough to make me shudder. Leaving aside the fact that he's my father and never thought anyone was good enough for his little girl, I have to think he would hate the idea of me hooking up with the competition. And I hate it too. I came back here to honor Dad's wishes and run his company. The last thing I need is for his legacy to become nothing more than a social media scandal. I take another gulp of wine. This is crazy. I've only met the man once. Well, twice now. It really shouldn't bother me this much that I can't see him anymore. In fact, I had already decided that I wasn't going to pursue anything with him so that I could focus on work. That was the whole reason that I'd walked out of his apartment the other day, without giving him my number. But that was before I saw him again, a little voice whispers. Before he touched me in the elevator. Before he made me... Gah! I take another gulp of wine, then dig my phone out of my purse. There's only one person who can talk me down right now, and thank God the time difference is working in my favor this time. I punch Margot's contact info, and it rings just twice before I hear her breathy voice on the other end of the line. "Darling," she says, "was just thinking about you." "Hi, Margot." "What's wrong?" she says suspiciously. I laugh. Margot and I have spent so much time together over the last few years that I sometimes think she knows me better than I know myself. "Nothing's wrong." Bullshit. Her French accent makes the word sound strangely elegant. I laugh again. "Fine. I met someone." "Darling, that's wonderful. It's about time." I'm shaking my head, even though she can't see me. It's not so wonderful, really. And then I'm telling her the whole story about meeting Luke at the Design Times party the other day, and who he is, and how I saw him again today, and what I let him do to me in the elevator. Okay, I don't tell her exactly what I let him do to me in the elevator, but enough that she gets the idea. I expect her to be as horrified as I am, but instead, she just lets out an exasperated sigh. "You Americans, you make everything so complicated. Just fuck him and get it over with." For some reason, that is not the advice I was expecting, and for a minute, I'm speechless. "Come on, darling," she says. "I can tell without even seeing your face that you want to." I take a giant gulp of wine. But that's the thing. I already did. That's what got me into this mess in the first place. Margot huffs out another breath. "That was before. Before you knew who he was. You can't scratch an itch before it happens, darling. There's no preemptive scratching. You've got the itch. Now you have to do the scratch." Her words make a strange kind of sense, but I chalk it up to the accent. Somehow it always seems to make it sound as if she's imparting some deep knowledge, even when she's just taking the piss. Because obviously she's wrong here. Sleeping with Luke is so not going to help my situation. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's the last thing I should be doing right now. Or ever. Anyway, enough about me, I tell Margot, changing the subject. "What's going on with Bounce? Anything I need to know about? How did the Covington Gardens show go?" And with that, Margot is off on a long rant about last weekend's show in London. I listen raptly, soaking up every detail, suddenly missing Bounce so bad I can taste it. When I left, we agreed it was easier for both of us if I officially stepped back from the business to concentrate on my work on Bailey Living. I was still a full partner in Bounce, and Margot had made it perfectly clear that the second I wanted to come back, it was mine to run again. But for now, I knew she was doing a bang-up job at the helm. Anyway, so I just told him that tampon strings were part of the look we were going for, and if he had a problem with women's menstrual cycles, he should ask his wife about it sometime. You didn't, I giggle. Of course I did. He was such a big brie. Well, it sounds like everything worked out for the best. It did. I'm sure you would have handled it much more diplomatically, but you know me. I like to speak my mind. I know you do. I laugh. Oh, before I forget. Her voice perks up. After the whole tampon thing, we were asked to contribute a piece to this women's shelter fundraiser. I was just going to do it myself, but honestly, I'm so busy. And I thought, maybe you might miss getting your hands dirty? Oh, wow, yeah. I do definitely miss the creative aspect of Bounce. In many ways, the business aspect is the same at Bailey Living as it was at Bounce. But at Bounce, I had a dual role, actually designing all the clothes. It feels like it's been ages since I worked that part of my brain. Except now, I'm not sure I have the time to devote to taking on a new project, especially not with all the extra work that the Trinity Central Hospital fundraiser is turning out to entail. But thinking of the fundraiser makes me think of Luke, and that starts to make me itchy. I'll do it, I tell Margot before I can change my mind. Thank God. I didn't know what I was going to do if you said no, Margot admits. Are you really maxed out? It's okay. Okay, well, make sure you let me know if it does get to be too much. We can find someone to help out, or I can just come back. I'm half joking about that last part, even though I wish I wasn't. You stay right where you are, darling. I'll survive. We say our goodbyes and I get off the phone. I pour another glass of wine and then snuggle back down onto the comfy floral couch. I flip idly through my phone for a few minutes, checking my email and our Bounce Instagram account. Eventually, though, I flip open the browser. I tap my teeth for a second, then type in Luke Whittaker. The Loft and Barn page comes up first, of course, but I click over to the image search. A lot of the photos are just products from the catalog that have somehow been indexed under his name. But there are a bunch of pictures of him in there, too. I click on each one of them to open them up and make them bigger. He looks better in person, but the pictures are definitely nothing to sneeze at. Except in every picture, he seems to be with a new girl. A lanky blonde in this one, falling over his arm. A black-haired beauty here, leaning seductively against him. Woman after woman after woman. My stomach starts to twist as I scan through them. I'd suspected Luke was probably a bit of a playboy, but this definitely confirms it. I do find one picture of him in a tux, standing next to a couple of guys that I can only assume are his brothers, given how similar they all look. I click the description and see that it's from a wedding. His brother Trent's wedding this past spring. Trent. That was the name Thomas had mentioned at our meeting this afternoon. I navigate to the Loft and Barn website's About page and read up a little on the two brothers. It turns out they founded the company a little over 10 years ago. Trent acts as the CEO, and Luke does the creative work. As I read, my jaw drops. I didn't realize he did all the designing and prototyping himself. I click back over to the images page and start looking more closely at all the furniture pictures. These are all Luke's designs. The farmhouse table with the iron legs, the light birch wishbone chairs, the vintage-looking desk with the hand-carved apron. My wine is warm by now, but I take a long swallow as I stare in awe at his designs. Somehow, knowing that he's creative that he can do this with his hands. Makes me like him even more. I close the browser and throw my phone to the other end of the sofa in irritation. Why does he have to be so damn charming and talented and good with his hands? I pour another glass of wine and glance around the apartment, at all the furniture from Bailey Living that Dad had collected over the years. There are some nice pieces, but there's nothing here he had ever designed himself. Instead, he had scoured the country, buying up designs from all kinds of places, commissioning collections, and buying the rights to pieces that struck his fancy. He had vision, but no talent of his own when it came to that kind of thing. As I look around, my eyes light on my sewing machine, gathering dust on Dad's dining room table. I'd gotten my sewing skills from my grandmother, who taught me how to use her machine on nights I slept over at her house. When Dad was traveling for business, he'd sometimes take Mom with him, and during those trips I'd stay out at Graham's place. I'd sit in front of her sewing machine for hours, practicing sewing straight lines into sheets of loose-leaf paper. I walk softly over towards the machine now, almost as if I'm afraid I might spook it if I move too fast, or as if I might spook myself. It's the same machine I learned on, the one Graham left me when she died. I haven't touched it at all since I've been here, so it isn't even loaded up with thread yet. All I did was take it out of the moving box, stick it on the dining room table, and neglect it for 6 weeks. Back in London, I use a Juki model, pro level, one tough enough to work leather and denim if needed. I still have a soft spot in my heart for the Singer, though. And so that's the one I'd brought back to America with me. My fingers flex involuntarily as I think about winding the bobbin on the old machine, threading the needle, letting my foot sink down onto the pedal. In a burst of energy, I clear everything off the dining room table except the sewing machine, tossing it all onto one of the less comfortable couches. I root around in the closet until I find my sewing case and a few bolts of fabric I brought with me. Not too long later, I'm sitting at the dining room table, making happy little noises as I feed my freshly cut pieces of cream-colored twill under the presser foot. I've missed this. A lot. More than I realized, actually. And it makes me think about how much I've given up to be here, to be running my father's company for him. I've given up everything. My whole life, really. I won't let that sacrifice be for nothing. I left Bounce behind because I wanted to honor my father's legacy. And with a sigh, I realize that means I can't have anything more to do with Luke Whitaker. I'll still do the charity event with him because it wouldn't look good for Bailey Living if I walk away. But other than that, I just have to pretend like nothing ever happened. Like nothing ever will happen. Ever.
11. Luke. The doorman at Trent and Hannah's building waves me in immediately. I've been by so many times that he knows I'm family, and Trent's told them all that he doesn't want them phoning up when I arrive, in case they wake Libby up from a nap. When I get to the penthouse, I rap softly on the door. I don't want to be the one responsible for waking a sleeping infant either. Trent knows I'm coming over, but it's his wife Hannah who pulls open the door. She's wearing stretchy pants and a long, soft cardigan, and her hair is pulled up in a messy bun of some kind. "Hello, darling sister-in-law," I say, leaning in to kiss her cheek. "You look wonderful as always." Hannah rolls her eyes and laughs. "I look like a sleep-deprived new mom," she says. "Yeah, well, the look suits you." I smile warmly at her, then point to her shoulder. "Though I think you've got a little spit up there." "Of course I do," she laughs again. "My whole life is spit up right now. I have a doctorate in spit up." "Congratulations," I tease. "I'd love to read your thesis someday. Har, har, she pretends to laugh. I'll get Trent for you. He's just finishing up Libby's bath. Oh, this I have to see. I rub my hands together at the thought of my brother trying to bathe the wriggling baby. I follow her to the bathroom and see Trent standing in front of their huge bathroom vanity. There's a large baby bath sitting on the marble countertop. It's stuffed around all sides with towels, but there's still water all over the counter, the floor, and on Trent. Something is dripping down Trent's forehead, but I can't tell if it's bath water or his own sweat. Libby, on the other hand, is cooing happily away in the bath, which, by the way, is shaped like a giant yellow rubber duck. This is a sight I'd never thought I'd see, I say. Me either, to be honest, he says with a grin, but I've got to tell you, it's the best gig in the world. I'm happy for you, man, I say, and I really am. I thought I'd never see Trent happier than he was when he first got together with Hannah, but somehow adding Libby to the mix seems to have multiplied their happiness tenfold. But that doesn't mean you're not coming back to Lofton Barn, does it? He chuckles. No, I still miss the office. But this is... He shakes his head and grins. I mean, look at this kid. I peer into the tub and smile. Libby is, indeed, a really fucking cute kid. Trent and Hannah both have dark hair, and Libby's inherited that. Even though she's only a couple of months old, she already has a huge shock of brown hair, though it's looking disturbingly mohawk-like at the moment. If Bree and I had kids, I wonder what they'd look like. Will they have brown hair like mine? Or would they get her gorgeous red locks? Whoa. The thought hits me out of nowhere. I lean against the bathroom vanity. I feel like I've just taken a steel-toe boot to the head. I've never wanted kids, and I certainly don't want to be having them with Bree. What a crazy thought. Trent is staring at me with an odd expression. Everything okay? He asks. Yeah. Just lost my train of thought for a minute. Okay. I'm going to get Libby out of the tub and into her pajamas. You want to hold her a bit before we put her down for the night? I take a step backwards. No, that's okay. Just watching Trent with Libby is giving me crazy thoughts about Bree. God only knows what'll happen if I actually hold the kid. Trent looks at me funny again, but I just plaster a grin on my face. All the water, she'll be slippery. I don't want to be responsible for dropping her. Sure. Trent doesn't look convinced, but I just back out of the bathroom. Can I grab you a beer? Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks. I make my way back to the kitchen, where Hannah is sitting at the counter reading a magazine. That's one cute kid you've got, I tell her. She smiles. Thanks. The husband's not too bad either. I won't comment on that. I grin as I grab a couple of beers out of the fridge. I'll say that I honestly never thought I'd see Trent like this, though. I guess all it takes is the right girl. Hannah looks at me funny, in almost the same way Trent did just a minute ago. You want a beer? I ask, to distract her. She shakes her head. Libby's going to need to eat again before she goes down, and I don't have any extra pumped. Extra what? Then I figure it out. Oh, right. Hannah laughs. Breast milk, Luke. It's a thing. Not in my life it isn't. I grin as I crack open one of the bottles of craft lager I pulled out of the fridge. Just give it time, Hannah says, smiling to herself as she turns back to her magazine. Yeah, right. I love how people always assume that just because they settled down, that everyone else wants to as well. I'm not about to start an argument with Hannah about it. I know she means well, but I wish she knew how wrong she was. I like my life just how it is, thank you very much. Thankfully, Trent chooses that moment to stroll back into the kitchen with a pajama-clad Libby. You want to put her down? He asks Hannah. Sure, she's going to want to eat anyway. She hops up off the stool and takes the baby from him, then disappears down the hallway. I hand Trent the open beer, and then twist the cap off the second one for myself. So, work's going okay? he asks, taking a swallow. Good. Great. I take a sip of the beer. When's your meeting with Shapiro? I got the paperwork Lottie sent over. Oh, tomorrow, actually. Do you want me to come? I wave him off. Nah, I got this. Let me know how it goes. I will. Speaking of meetings, I had that meeting with Trinity Central today. Oh, that's right. How was it? How's Thomas? Good. Seems like a good guy. Very passionate. Yeah, he is. Actually, they've brought on a second sponsor this year. Trent pauses with the bottle halfway to his lips. What? We've been doing this event alone for years. I know, but I got there and found out they've brought Bailey Living on board, too. I couldn't say anything because I figured it would look worse to make a fuss about it or try to pressure them into reversing the decision. I can see why for them it's a good thing. Trent nods. Yeah, good call. Damn, this is that new woman, isn't it? Lyle's daughter. Did you meet her? Oh, I met her. In fact, I fucked her the other day and fingered her in the elevator after the meeting was over. I take a sip of my beer. Yeah, I met her. What's she like? I shrug. I don't know. She sounds like a ball-buster, Trent says. Not really. I don't really want to say anything else, but Trent is clearly waiting for some kind of response. She's a redhead, I offer. He laughs. Well, say no more. A redhead? Just our luck. Yeah, just our luck. In other news, Thomas wants to do all kinds of events to go along with the lottery, I tell him. What do you mean? It's usually just the kickoff and a couple of photos. Yeah, well, seems like my good luck continues because this year they've got some whole audience engagement thing planned. Design bloggers, TV hosts, decorating challenges. I tell him all about Thomas's plan for us. He looks more and more skeptical. That's ridiculous, he says when I'm done. I don't think it is. Hannah chimes in. She'd wandered back into the kitchen while Trent and I were talking, and now she's twisting the cap off a beer and climbing back on her stool. I think it's smart. I've been telling you for ages that you guys need to do more of this kind of thing. It's a waste of Luke's time, he sputters. No, it's not. This is actually better. Instead of just donating tens of thousands of dollars worth of furniture and making an appearance at a party, you're going to get Luke's face out there. The whole collection. People get excited about this kind of thing. It'll build a buzz that's good for Loft and Barn. Your wife sounds like she knows what she's talking about, I point out helpfully. Trent rolls his eyes, but he's laughing. She usually does, he says. I don't know about this, though. It just seems kind of pointless to me. Well, luckily it's not up to you, she points out. You put Luke in charge, remember? And I'm sure he's perfectly capable of handling this on his own. She tips her beer bottle at me, and I clink mine against hers before taking a sip. Trent looks over at me. You're right. I'm sorry. It's your call however you want to play this. It's a little hard for me to leave all the decision-making up to someone else. But I trust your judgment. It's a little hard, I tease. I believe they call people like you control freaks. I am not. Hannah raises her eyebrows, and he shrugs. Okay, maybe I am a little. But I promise you have my complete and total confidence. I know you won't do anything that's not in the best interest of Loft and Barn. Of course I won't, I promise him. I take another long swallow of my beer, trying to drown out the uncomfortable feeling that's growing in the pit of my stomach. All I can think about is Bree, and the many, many things I would like to do to her, none of which are in the best interest of Loft and Barn. The next morning, I'm at the office bright and early in order to prep for my meeting with George Shapiro. He's coming in to go over the initial documentation for the prospectus. Lottie pops her head in before he arrives. Have everything you need? I nod. I think so. I've got all the paperwork here. In triplicate. I grin. Yes, thank you for that. Lottie had coordinated a couple of the assistants into staying late and copying and collating everything last night. It was a surprising amount of paper. Then again, it was 5 years of complete accounting records, human resource records, business projections and forecasting, annual reports, catalogs, and risk analysis reports. From out in the hallway, Lottie's phone rings. "That'll be reception," she says, scurrying out. A minute later, my own phone rings. "George Shapiro?" I ask. "Yes, Mr. Whitaker." "Send him in." I close my laptop just as a very large, very sweaty man strolls into my office. He's got black hair that's pressed down flat to his skull, and black wire-rimmed glasses that are a bit too small for his face. I stand and reach my hand out. "Mr. Shapiro, a pleasure," I say smoothly. "George is fine," he says, shaking my hand. He's got a firm grip, but when he lets go, I have to resist the urge to wipe the sweat off on my pants. "Please, take a seat." I discreetly wipe my hand as I pull my own chair in under the desk. "I won't take up much of your time, Mr. Whitaker," George says. "I just wanted to meet to ensure we had all the appropriate paperwork. In my experience, it saves time if we can sort this out up front, rather than going back and forth. I hate things that waste time. Do you understand, Mr. Whitaker?" His voice is stern, and I shift in my seat. I feel as if I'm being reprimanded for something I haven't even done. "Of course," I say smoothly. "We aren't exactly fans of time wasting around here either." "Good. I'm glad we understand each other. Let's begin." I grab the file folders Lottie left on my desk, and George and I make our way quickly through them. He doesn't say much, but he nods a lot as he thumbs through them, so I can only assume we're on the right track. Finally, he sits back and gives one last nod. "Very good. Please have everything couriered to my office. We require 3 copies." "Already assembled," I say with a grin, gesturing to the stack of folders on the side console. He sniffs. "Very good. Just one other thing before I go." He sets his briefcase on my desk and snaps it open. He rummages through it, and then eventually extracts a sheaf of papers, which he hands to me. "Our investors tend to be very conservative," he says carefully as I flip through them. It seems to be a media scan. Every article about Loft and Barn that's ran in the past, 2 years? Not to mention press coverage of our competitors. My heart stops for a second when I see Bree's face smiling up at me, until I realize it's an article about her taking over Bailey Living. I drop the papers down on the desk and lean back in my seat with my arms folded, waiting for George Shapiro to go on. He steeples his fingers together and narrows his eyes. They were already beady before, and now they practically disappear. "The fact that your brother has stepped down from the helm is very concerning to our investors." "Ah, so that's what this is about." I lean forward. "I can assure you that I'm more than capable of running the business in his absence." "Yes, well, our media scans and issues analyses suggest that you enjoy a much less, corporate lifestyle than your brother does." What's that supposed to mean? I grip my teeth, but George only flashes me a rare smile. "I'm sorry if I'm being obtuse," he says. "So let me be perfectly clear. We've looked extensively at your business, at your competition, at the marketplace. The biggest risk to the future of Loft and Barn is you, Mr. Whitaker. You don't have the business experience your brother does, and your womanizing ways are well known within the industry." "My what?" I sputter. Is he fucking serious? "I'm sorry, but I prefer not to mince words," Shapiro says. "And it's an open secret that you've slept your way through the industry." My hands curl into fists, and I try to restrain myself from bodily tossing George Shapiro from my office. "My personal life is no concern of yours," I say slowly, "but I can assure you that it certainly has no impact on my ability to run this business. I'll have this paperwork sent over to your office this afternoon." I flip my laptop open and turn to the screen, indicating that this meeting is over. George Shapiro doesn't move from his chair for a moment, and I can feel his eyes still on me. Finally, he hefts himself up and lumbers towards the door. He pauses again before he leaves. "Mr. Whitaker," he says, pausing at the door, "I urge you to heed my warning." I don't look up, but my fists curl tighter. "Oh, and Mr. Whitaker?" I finally look up and sigh. "Yes, ensure the paperwork is delivered in triplicate, please." As soon as he's gone, I stalk over to the door and slam it closed before Lottie can wander in to ask how things went. What an arrogant asshole! As if my personal life has any bearing on our business. It's absurd. I open up Trent's cabinet and take out the bottle of scotch he keeps stashed in there. Sure, it's only 10 in the morning, but George Shapiro has driven me to drink. I glug out a thumb's worth of the liquid, and then take a sip. It's such a high-quality drink that it doesn't burn going down, and I take another sip as soon as I've swallowed the first. It does nothing to calm my rage, though. The nerve of that guy. I slide back into my chair and flip angrily through the folder of media material he'd left behind. There's more to the package than I'd initially realized. Besides the usual media articles, there are photos, mostly of me. In every photo, I've got a new girl on my arm. I shuffle through the pages faster and faster, overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. There are a few older ones of Trent and I, but most of them are from the past couple of years. I drop the papers on the desk and sit back, taking another sip of the scotch. Trent and I had always enjoyed our fair share of conquests. It came with the territory when you were young, good-looking, and wildly successful. But since Trent had met Hannah, he'd settled down, and I'd hit the town on my own. A lot. There never seemed to be a shortage of women. In fact, they tended to throw themselves at me. And far be it from me to turn down an enthusiastic woman. But to suggest that has anything to do with my ability to run a business was just, well, it's ridiculous, idiotic, insulting. Yet, Trent is checking up on me constantly, almost as if he doesn't trust me either. I lean back in my chair and sigh. Luckily, I've never been one to back down from a challenge. If George Shapiro and his ilk think I'm irresponsible, hell, if Trent thinks I'm irresponsible, that just makes me more determined to prove them wrong. Trent had left me in charge. He trusted me to manage our IPO, to not just keep the company running, but to take us through one of the biggest transitions we'd ever gone through. No way in hell am I going to let him down. No matter what, I have to give up.
12. Bree. Gin and tonic, please. The barman nods at me and turns to make my drink. While he's doing that, I take a moment to glance around the room again. I tell myself I'm not looking for him, but I can't quite convince myself of the lie. There's still no sign of him, though. I sigh and turn back around. The bartender slides a short crystal tumbler towards me, and I smile gratefully and take a long sip. I'm at the Trinity Central Hospital fundraiser kickoff. It's at the Grand Windsor Hotel. The same place as the Design Times anniversary party. The same place I met Luke. I look down at the eggplant-colored dress I'm wearing and smooth an invisible wrinkle out of the skirt. This is another of my original designs, with a halter neck and a knee-length pleated skirt. The crepe fabric is light and flowy and, except for the color, The dress has a sort of Marilyn Monroe feel to it. I try not to wonder what Luke will think of it, because I don't care. I definitely don't care. And I definitely didn't wear brand new lacy underwear for any reason having to do with him. No siree. I turn and scan the crowd again, but still nothing. Maybe he's not coming. He has to, I think, though. Maybe he's just running late. And maybe I'm just paying way too much damn attention to whether he's here yet or not. I turn back to the bar, more than a little irritated with myself. I make myself a deal. Finish my drink, and then I have to go mingle. After all, I'm supposed to be here representing Bailey Living. I take another sip of my drink. I'm just plucking the lime off the rim and squeezing it into the cocktail, when his deep voice comes from behind me. Fancy meeting you here. My entire body tenses in an instant. I can practically feel his breath, warm on the back of my neck. For a second, I close my eyes and let myself remember the way he pressed me up against the wall of the elevator. The way he could be so forceful and commanding, yet so sensual at the same time. I force myself to wear a neutral smile and turn around. Then I burst out laughing. I see you decided to eschew the dress code. Luke is wearing dark jeans and a red and black plaid shirt. Technically, there is no dress code. Well, I think this look works for you. Thank you. From you, I'll actually take that as a compliment. You should. My smile is more genuine now. I like a man who owns his style. I laugh as I see his reaction. Luke Whittaker, are you blushing? No, I'm always this color. Millennial pink? It's the color of the moment, you know. I'm impressed that you know that. There's a lot about me that would impress you. I think I've already experienced a couple of them. The words are out of my mouth before I realize what I'm saying. Luke grins. Now I think you're the one blushing. No, I'm just trying out the millennial pink thing. He keeps smiling as he studies my face. Can I get you a drink? It's an open bar. Even better. I wave my glass at him. I already have a drink, and I promised myself I would go mingle when I finished it. You are mingling. With you? Yes. Now keep that sweet little ass of yours in that chair, please. And join me while I have a drink. Fine. I shouldn't agree. I know I shouldn't. And yet it's like the words come out of my mouth entirely on their own, without any direction from my brain. Good. Luke orders a scotch, and I take another sip of my gin and tonic, trying to calm my racing pulse. When his drink arrives, he slides into the seat next to me and turns to face me. So how are you enjoying being back in Chicago? It's such a benign and friendly question that it surprises me more than anything else he's said to me so far. It takes me a moment to think of how to answer. It's been hard, I say, finally deciding to go with the truth. I'm staying in my father's townhouse, and it's hard to be around all his things, and know he's never coming back to them. And I miss my best friend, and my business. I used to run a clothing line in Paris, I add. He nods. I know. Bounce couture. When he sees my surprised expression, he chuckles. I looked you up. I looked you up too, I admit with a smile. I suppose I shouldn't say this to the competition, but your stuff is really beautiful. You're very talented, Luke. So are you, Bree, he says softly. I mean, I don't have much of an eye for fashion, obviously, he adds, gesturing down at his outfit. But I know a beautiful thing when I see it. Something about the way he says the words makes my whole body break into goosebumps. His brown eyes seem to smolder right into me, burning me up. I try to swallow, but my throat seems to have shrunk to half its former size. "Luke," I manage to squeak out, except I have no idea how I want to follow it up. So instead, I just sit there dumbly, while his slow smile grows wider with every second that I remain tongue-tied. "There you two are." Thomas's cheerful voice cuts the tension between us, and it's like an elastic band snapping. I'm suddenly able to breathe again, to swallow like a normal person. "Hi, Thomas." "Bree, you look lovely." He leans in and kisses my cheek, then shakes Luke's hand. "We're doing photos out in the East Lobby. 5 minutes. Is that okay?" "Of course," Luke and I both say at the same time, though out of the two of us, I'm the one who sounds the most relieved. After Thomas leaves to round up the rest of the sponsors, Luke and I finish up our drinks and make our way over to the East Lobby. We're very quickly shuffled into the group that's already being posed against the far wall, one with ornate moldings and bright modern art. Luke shuffles in behind me as the photographer impatiently shoves us all closer and closer together. I can feel Luke's breath on the back of my neck, and instantly my goosebumps are back, even though I'm jammed between a sweaty, balding man in glasses and an elderly woman in a beaded blue gown. The only person I can think about that I'm even remotely aware of is Luke. His presence behind me, solid and warm. And then suddenly, his hand is on my ass. I let out a gasp, and the elderly woman beside me turns. "Are you all right, dear? I didn't step on your foot, did I?" "Oh, no," I assure her. I can hear Luke chuckling behind me as he caresses the globe of my ass. "I just stumbled a little." She smiles kindly. "That's why I never wear heels anymore. Shh, don't tell anyone." She lifts the long hem of her dress, revealing a pair of royal blue Crocs. "Very smart," I tell her. "I'll keep that in mind." I try to concentrate on the photographer who's calling out instructions to us, but all I can think about, all I can feel, is Luke's hand on my ass. The way it drops ever so slowly lower, until he's almost— "Luke!" I hiss, turning around. I can feel how flushed my face is. "Eyes on the camera, please," the photographer says, sounding annoyed. "Eyes on the camera," Luke mouths. I shoot him another glare. But then I have no choice but to turn around and face the front, even though he keeps his hand firmly on my ass. I plaster a smile on my face, even though the feeling of his palm against me, his fingers dipping lower, is making me weak in the knees. It's bringing back tantalizing memories of our encounter in the elevator. And there's a part of me, a tiny, minuscule, completely inappropriate part of me, that wants him to lift the skirt of my dress and slide his fingers between my legs again. It seems to take forever to get a photo, and the photographer at the front takes snap after snap until I'm starting to see stars from the constant flashes. My feet are killing me in these heels, and I'm starting to think this lady next to me is onto something with the Crocs. I shift my legs a little to try to get some relief for my poor toes. Luke, however, takes my movement as an invitation. He drops his hand lower, dropping towards my crease, until he slides 2 fingers between my thighs. The fabric of my dress is still providing a barrier, but I can feel his digits against me, pressing against my entrance. I'm almost sure I'm going to have a wet spot on my dress after this. Blissfully, the photographer finally decides he's taken enough shots and dismisses us with a wave of his hand. I take the first opportunity to step out of Luke's reach. I turn to glare at him, but instead of looking chagrined, he simply brings his hand to his lips, making a gesture with his tongue that is somewhere in between kissing and something much more lewd. "Luke," I hiss, "that was so inappropriate. You can't just—" He takes my arm and starts leading me away from the other people gathered for the photo. He's guiding me through the hallway back into the ballroom, but I'm not ready to let him off the hook that easily. "No. We agreed, Luke. This is bad for both of us. People can't see us together. What do you think would have happened if anyone had seen you groping me like that?" Just as the words leave my mouth, an elderly man in a brown suit walks by, giving us some side-eye. I clamp my mouth shut. Luke stops walking long enough to let the man pass, and then as soon as he's out of sight, he pulls open the door he stopped in front of. He steps inside and pulls me in after him. It's a bathroom, but it's one of the single ones meant for people in wheelchairs or with children. Luke leans past me and clicks the lock closed. "Great," I say sarcastically. Because who cares if someone in a wheelchair might need to actually use the washroom, right? Luke doesn't answer. His lips are still curled into a smug smile, and it drives me crazy how sexy it is. He takes a couple of steps towards me, forcing me to take a step back. He keeps coming forward, though, and eventually, my back is pressed up against the door and there's nowhere else to go. "Don't tell me you didn't like it," Luke says. His voice is hoarse and gravelly, like the roar of the ocean in the shell of my ear. "I could tell how wet you were, Bree. Your pussy was begging for me. And all I want to do is give you what you want." "What I want is for you to leave me alone." My words sound meek and unconvincing, even to me. "Are you sure?" He's so close to me now that I can feel his breath on my neck, his chest against mine. If I moved my hips a few inches closer, I'd probably be able to feel his erection press against my stomach. I swallow. "I'm sure." "I don't think you are," he says, chuckling. "I think you want to feel my mouth on your pussy again. I think you want to make me take your clit between my lips and suck. I think you want me to slide my thick, hard cock right into your tight pussy and fuck you like you've never been fucked before." "Stop," I say. My cheeks are flaming red now, and my poor black thong is hopelessly drenched. I'm pretty sure I've never wanted anyone as much as I want Luke in this moment. The worst part is, I know he knows. "Make me stop," he says. "Make me stop and I will, Bree. I promise. I promise I'll never say another word about fucking you, about tasting you, about fingering your beautiful pink pussy, about—" I kiss him. It's the only way I can think of to make him stop talking, so I press my lips to his. It works, in that he stops talking. But now his hands are slipping around my waist, pulling me to him. And I can indeed feel his hard cock pressing up against my stomach now. I moan softly into his mouth. I want this, I realize. I want him. It's a bad idea, the worst probably. Yet I seem unable to stop myself. "Why don't you put your money where your mouth is, Luke Whittaker?" I breathe, my words soft against his lips.
13. Luke. I know I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not an idiot. I'd resigned myself to staying away from her, to being a professional. But Bree's words against my lips make my entire body ache. And I do mean my entire body. Every part of me wants to consume her and be consumed by her. There's something intoxicating about her scent, about her warmth, about her curvy body in my arms, about her breath in my mouth. It's like when you're out drinking with friends and you know you should call it a night and go home, and then someone breaks out the tequila shots. Bree is my tequila shot, and I want to get fucking hammered on her. I let my lips trail along her soft jaw. I can already feel her trembling in my arms, but I keep her pressed up against the door of the bathroom. Her breath comes in short, sharp pants, her chest heaving, as I kiss my way down her neck and then linger over her ample cleavage. Fuck, she has an amazing rack. I wouldn't say I'm exclusively a breast man. All women have something special about them, whether it's tits or ass or a smile that cuts you off at the knees. But Bree is the complete package. Full breasts, curvy ass, narrow waist, soft lips, sparkling eyes. And best of all, a brain that's probably bigger than mine. And that's one area I've never minded being tested by a woman. My cock is so hard for you right now, I tell her, making her moan again. The soft little sounds that come from between her lips only makes me even harder. My dick is aching for her, and my balls churn painfully inside my jeans. I could explode right now if I let myself. I want you inside me, she murmurs. And if I wasn't ready to come before, I sure as fuck am now. Her voice is as sweet as candy, but her words set me on fire. This way, I tell her. I steer her body towards the sink. She moves willingly, soft and pliable under my hands. I put my hand on her upper back and bend her over, so that she's leaning over the sink counter. The sight of her in that position makes me groan. I shove the purple skirt of her dress up, finally getting a glimpse of the globes of her ass, the same ones I'd been fondling earlier. Her skin is creamy and white, her cheeks split by a lacy black thong. If we were in my bed, I would take my time, peeling her panties off with my teeth and teasing her every step of the way. But there isn't time for that now. Instead, I push aside the panties and rub my fingers against her glistening lips. She's soaked as hell, and I can smell the arousal coming off her in sweet perfumed waves. I'm already undoing my pants, unleashing my thick, heavy cock. It jumps toward her immediately, like a homing missile. I grab the shaft in my hand, stroking my length a couple of times, and spreading the beads of pre-cum along the head. With my other hand, I reach into my pocket and pull out a foil packet. Like a good Boy Scout, I'm always prepared. I let go of Bree just long enough to sheath myself. Then I put one hand against her hips to hold her in place. I move my cock against her, seeking out her entrance, and she shimmies her ass back against me. Please, Luke, she whimpers. I can't let her off that easily, even though I'm dying to just sink right into her. Instead, I rub the purple head of my cock against her lips so that I'm coated with her juices. She's so wet that she's practically dripping, making a sensual, sticky mess between her legs. I wish again that I could take my time with her and lap at her pussy while she pulled my hair the way I had that first night. She moves her ass back again, trying to find me, to get some relief for the ache she must be feeling inside her pussy. Tell me what you want, Bree, I say. You know what I want, she says. Stubborn as always. I chuckle. I want to hear you say it, darling. I want to hear you beg. She's quiet for a minute, but I know she won't be able to resist. She's close to the edge, and I know she wants me to take her over the cliff. Fuck me, Luke. What's the magic word? Now. I laugh at that. Her attitude drives me crazy, but right now, her dripping pussy is driving me wild. Not quite, I scold her. I hear her huff out a quiet breath. Please, she says finally. Please fuck me, Luke. Please. While part of me would love to torment her even further, there's no way I can resist her. Not with her bent over in front of me like this, with her legs spread and her pussy glistening. I line up my cock at her entrance, and then I'm sinking inside of her. It feels as exquisite as I remember. She wraps around me like a glove, all soft warmth and just the right amount of tightness. Her walls grip my dick, and I groan as I plunge my full length into her. I can see the way Breeze clings to the sink in front of her, the way she struggles to accommodate my girth. It turns me on even more to know how much I stretch her, to know she feels this tightness the same as I do. I take my time drawing back, wanting to savor every delicious inch of her, and wanting her to feel me in the same way. I pull back almost all the way, and then thrust forward again, harder this time. She mews a little, and a fire rips through me. I thrust my hips against her, slamming into her sweet pussy over and over again. I glance up to the mirror and catch Bree's eye. She's watching me with a look that's filled with lust and something else. Wariness? There's something guarded in her face, and I wonder if she's thinking about how we both agreed we weren't going to do this. But rules are meant to be broken, aren't they? I flash her a grin, and then lean over and kiss the back of her neck. The movement drives me deeper inside her as my hips hug her ass. I feel her soft body start to tremble beneath me, so I reach one hand up and pull her hair back off her neck. I want to be able to see her face when she comes. Instead, though, she takes my hand and pulls it to her mouth, sucking my index finger in between her shimmery copper lips. I almost blow my load right then, especially when she looks up, meeting my eyes in the mirror, her lips hugging tight around my finger. Could this woman be any more perfect? My new life goal is to see those same soft lips wrapped snugly around my dick. Oh, fuck. Oof. You're so damn sexy, I grunt as I pound into her. Her lips stretch up into a smile, curling around my finger. Oh, I want to watch you come, baby. Oh, can you come for me? She nods slowly, never dropping my gaze, then shimmies her hips backwards, driving herself deeper onto my cock. I can feel her walls start to tighten around me, pulsing with need. Oh, yes, baby, I groan. Oh, fuck, Bree. I feel her pussy start to spasm around me, just as my own pleasure erupts. I grip her hips with my free hand, pulling her as tight to me as I can, driving my cock inside of her as she sucks at my finger. My climax is like a wave, almost drawing me under, but I hold on to her body like a lifeboat and let it rock me. I unload everything I have inside her, stream after stream of hot cum spilling out of me and into the thin latex sheath that separates us. Her body shakes and trembles underneath me, and then she's crying out, almost losing her grip on the sink. I hold her up as she comes, her pussy squeezing even more out of me as we both ride the wave of pleasure as far as it will take us. When it's finally over, I slide out slowly. Bree releases her grip on my finger and slowly stands up. She's still trying to catch her breath, but she's already looking in the mirror, straightening her skirt and trying to smooth down her auburn locks. We should get back to the party, she says. Her voice is suddenly brusque. A complete 180. Sure, I say. I dispose of the condom, then tuck myself back into my pants, even though I'm not fully soft yet. I zip up my jeans and join her at the mirror, pretending to be smoothing down my hair. Luke, she says, catching my eye in the mirror. She bites her lip. Yes, Bree, I say. I bite my own lip, mimicking her response and grinning at her. Bree smiles, but she shakes her head. Nothing, she says finally. I can tell it's not nothing, but I don't know how to press her. I don't know if I want to press her. Part of me already knows what she's going to say, that we shouldn't be doing this, that it's bad for both of our businesses, that we're adults and we should be able to keep our hands off each other. She'd be right, too, if that's what she said. I think of Trent guiltily, and what he would say if he knew what I was doing, or more specifically, who I was doing it with. I think of George Shapiro and his damn investors. I'm definitely not doing anything to counter their impression that I'm a playboy. I'll let you go out first, I say, gesturing to the locked bathroom door. She hesitates, as if she wants to say something else, but then she just nods. Thank you. And then she unlocks the door and slips out of the room, leaving me alone in the bathroom. I take another minute or two before I leave, not wanting to risk running into anyone who may have seen Bree leave. I avoid looking at myself in the mirror in that time. I don't want to see what I already know is written on my face. Confusion, guilt, and the total certainty that I'm about to get completely in over my head.
14. Bree. I just don't see how this is a good idea, I say. Nothing good can come of it. I look into his eyes, trying to see what he sees, but they give nothing away. Instead, Rich pushes the folders in front of me. The numbers are all here, Bree. We're employing too many people for what we're making back. Payroll is far and away our biggest expense, and until we can start making the returns that justify this kind of bloated staff, the truth is going to remain the same whether you like it or not. We need to lay people off. Rich folds his arms, leaning back in the chair across from my desk. Well, my father's desk, I should say. Everything about this office still feels like him. The cherry wood desk, the dark leather desk blotter, the bookshelves filled with art and design books and professionally bound copies of our catalogs. Every one of them since 1971, in fact, when he first opened the company. This company meant everything to him. When I first settled into this office, 3 days after Dad's funeral, I found one framed picture of me and one of Mom. The rest of the pictures up on the wall were from Bailey Living launches, magazine spreads the company had been featured in over the years, and glowing news coverage they'd gotten. Of course, most of those articles and photo spreads are old now. It's been quite some time since Bailey Living was in vogue enough to make it into a magazine without spending major moolah. Still, this is Dad's baby. And I can't help but think that the people who work here are part of that. Dad might have been a businessman, but he was extremely kind to the people who worked under him. I just know in my heart that he wouldn't want me laying any of them off. There has to be another way, I say to Rich. I'm sure he can detect the note of pleading in my voice. He sighs, loudly and with great exaggeration. Yeah. Start doubling our profits. Then we could afford to keep everyone and actually make this business viable. I chew on the end of my purple pen. Is it really that dire?
I've looked at the spreadsheets, and sure, our orders seem to be going down at the same time that our costs are going up. And okay, salaries have been going up with inflation, and our prices have unfortunately stayed relatively stable. Probably Dad's attempt to try to avoid alienating the current customer base. So profits are down, while costs are up. That much is clear from looking at the books. But surely there's still hope. I look pleadingly at Rich, but he shakes his head sullenly.
I'll be honest with you, Bree. He says it as if it's causing him great pain to have to tell me this. Bailey Living is on its last legs. Your father wasn't making the best decisions at the end. He didn't want to admit to the fact that the company needed some serious overhauling if he wanted it to stay profitable. He didn't want to listen to my advice. I told him we needed layoffs. I told him we needed to look at outsourcing. You know, we could get these pieces produced in China or Thailand for a fraction of what we pay here. Your father wouldn't hear it. I just hope you won't have the same problem.
His words are pointed, and I swallow thickly. You just need to give me some time, I say, trying to mask the desperation in my voice. Layoffs and outsourcing, the very words make me shudder. I've only been here a month. We're already making progress. Our social media efforts have been getting some traction. And didn't you say we got 6 new big orders after that advertising spread in the Post? Rich grudgingly nods, but he doesn't uncross his arms, and his expression is still sullen.
It's not enough, Bree. If you're going to be the CEO, it requires making tough decisions, not posting a few pictures on Instagram or whatever.
I know that, but we have to start somewhere, don't we? I try to keep my voice level. Rich has been difficult to work with since I arrived, but lately it's been getting worse.
We could have started with handing over the reins to someone who actually has experience running a company of this size and scope.
Rich mutters the words low and under his breath, but I hear them as clearly as if he'd screamed them in my ears. My cheeks instantly flush, both in embarrassment and in fury. I'm mad at Rich, but part of me knows he's right. What was Dad thinking? Entrusting his company to me? I know fashion, not furniture. Bounce Couture is me and Margot and a couple of part-time assistants. Bailey Living has hundreds of employees, all of them suddenly depending on me to protect their jobs and their livelihoods. I swallow, barely trusting myself to speak. I think I can take it from here, Rich. I finally manage to eke out the words. I close the file folders in front of me, trying to signal that this conversation is over. I'm saved by Jitika's arrival in my office. I look gratefully up at her as she hovers in the doorway, and nod when she looks hesitatingly at Rich. So sorry to interrupt, Bree. You have a call on line 1. Should I put him through? Yes, please. I don't even bother asking who it is. I'm just happy to have an excuse to end my conversation with Rich. I turn to him, already reaching for the phone. Will you excuse me, please? Rich makes no motion to leave until I raise my eyebrows, and then he finally slinks out, with Jitika behind him. I breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have him out of my office, even if his words are still echoing around my brain. I glance down at the phone, but I don't recognize the number. Then again, I don't recognize the numbers of most people who call me here. Bree Bailey, I say, pressing the phone to my ear.
Luke Whitaker.
The voice from the other end is teasing, and I feel a grin sweep across my face. I try to push it aside. Luke, hi. Hi yourself. I can almost hear the smile in his voice, and it makes my stomach do a neat little somersault. God, no! Somersaults are expressly forbidden. You shouldn't be calling me, I say, trying to make my voice sound frosty.
We agreed no contact, remember? If Luke is put off by my abrupt change in attitude, he doesn't let on. I know, Ms. Bailey, he says teasingly, but I'm calling about the fundraiser. Is that acceptable to the terms of our agreement? I slip my shoes off under the desk, relaxing a little. Yes, that's acceptable. What's up? Well, Thomas and I were thinking that it would be nice to host the participating bloggers and designers for a welcome event of sorts. Give them a chance to pick our brains about the projects. I'm already nodding. That's a great idea. Were you thinking of doing it at Thomas's offices, or maybe back at the Grand Windsor again? I'm sure we could get a conference room there. Actually, I was thinking of something a little more informal, like a bar. Somewhere where we can have some drinks, some snacks, really get a chance to get to know each other. A flush crawls across my cheeks. To get to know the bloggers, you mean? I prod. I can't help but think that what he's describing sounds more like a date than a welcome event. Of course, he says smoothly. For the bloggers. Okay, I say slowly. I have to admit, I'm both nervous and excited about the idea of spending time at a bar with Luke. Even if there are other people involved. Did you have a specific place in mind? I do. Have you ever heard of Two Steves? I have, actually. I've been meaning to check it out. I've heard they have amazing grilled cheese. They do. And it just so happens that the bar's run by my brother and his fiancée, so they've already agreed to let us host it there if we want. Thomas and I were thinking maybe Thursday. So it sounds like it's a done deal already, then. I should have known that Luke would try to monopolize the publicity on this thing. I curse myself for not staying more on top of things. Not at all, Luke says in surprise. That's why I'm calling you. We're equal partners in this as far as I'm concerned. And if you have other suggestions about where to hold it, I'm more than happy to hear them. I just thought Two Steves would be easiest because Jace and Celia can accommodate us on short notice. I have to admit that his reasoning is fair. And ever since I'd read a review of Two Steves in the Post a couple of weeks ago, I'd been meaning to stop by. So I'd really be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 birds, even, if you count the fact that I'd get to see Luke again. No, I chide myself, that is not a bird. No stones, no birds, no nothing. That sounds great, I say, trying to calm the fluttering of my heart. Great, I'll call my brother and set it up. Thomas will send out the invites to the bloggers, but I asked him to run it by us so we can look at the wording. I mean, if you want to weigh in, that is. Sure, that sounds great. Thank you, Luke. Oh, no problem at all. I look forward to seeing you. Jace and Celia will love you. My jaw drops, but he's gone before I can say anything else. I'm assuming Jace is the brother he mentioned. But why would he care whether they love me or not? Ugh! I hang up the phone and then pad barefoot over to the window. I can see a small sliver of the lake from here. And though it's not what Chicago realtors would call a $1 million view, it's a nice glimpse at the hustle and bustle of the city. I still miss Paris sometimes. But every day, Chicago feels a little more like home. For better or for worse. I press my head against the cool glass as I watch the city streets below. I think about what will happen when I see Luke again. I want to say nothing will happen, but so far my resolve doesn't seem to be any match for those dancing brown eyes, for that broad-muscled chest. In fact, the last couple of times I've seen him, all my resolve has gone straight out the window. I try to gather my strength as I stand there. He's a good-looking guy, sure. But so what? There are 1 million more like him in this city, and in cities all over the world. Luke is nothing special. And he's certainly nothing special to me.
Then why the hell am I so damn excited for Thursday? 15. Bree. Two Steves turns out to be just as adorable in person as the review I read made it out to be. I've arranged to meet Luke and Thomas there at 6 o'clock on Thursday, an hour before the bloggers are scheduled to arrive. The weather outside is gray and cloudy, and it's been raining on and off all day. But as soon as I walk into the bar, I feel as cozy as can be. The interior is filled with warm wood, soft lighting, and farmhouse touches like a vintage tin cola sign, and even what looks to be a real wagon wheel affixed to the end of the bar. I don't see Thomas yet, but Luke is deep in conversation with a couple behind the bar. The guy looks quite a bit like Luke, a little younger maybe, and I have no doubt that this must be his brother. Luke's face lights up when he sees me, and I very studiously ignore the way my heart flutters a little at his expression. He comes over right away and helps me with my coat. "Bad news," he says. My heart sinks. "What?" "Thomas isn't going to be able to make it." A wave of relief comes over me. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I can handle that. "I hope everything's all right," I say, as Luke takes my coat. He nods. "Just caught up in work stuff, so it looks like it's just you and me tonight." "You and me and 40 bloggers," I point out. "Touché," he grins. "Come on over. I'll introduce you to my brother and his fiancée." He leads me to the bar and makes introductions. As I shake hands with Jace, I catch him shoot Luke a questioning look, and I feel my cheeks color. I can't help but wonder what Luke has said about me. When Luke introduces me to Celia, she comes around the bar instead of shaking my hand. "I'm sorry," she says, wrapping her arms around me. "I just have to give you a hug." She's a beautiful girl, with wild black hair and sharp green eyes. But there's a friendliness and warmth about her that immediately sets me at ease. Still, as I hug her back, I can't help but wonder again what Luke has said to them. I try to brush it off. "This is a beautiful spot," I tell her. "Thank you so much for hosting us here." She brushes it off. "Oh, it's no problem at all. We do anything for Luke. So Luke says you've just moved here from Paris?" "Yes. I grew up here, but I've lived overseas for about 6 or 7 years now. I just moved back a couple of months ago." "And you run a clothing line or something?" "Yes, it's called Bounce Couture." "Oh my God!" Celia claps her hand over her mouth and then turns to glare at Luke. "You didn't tell me it was Bounce." He shrugs, looking somewhat confused. "I didn't know that meant anything." Celia raises her eyebrows. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal." I have to giggle at her enthusiasm and at Luke's surprised expression. "Can I get you a drink?" she asks, shaking her head and turning back to me. "Sure. A Chardonnay? You got it." Celia returns with my drink a moment later, and then starts peppering me with questions about Bounce, and I'm happy to have someone to talk to about it. Bounce has been my passion for so long that it feels natural to go on and on and on about it. I probably end up babbling a little too long just because it feels so good to talk about it again. Plus, it keeps me from having to talk to Luke. He and his brother pick up their own conversation, but every once in a while I feel him looking over at me. Each time it happens, the heat from his gaze makes me lose my concentration. "Sorry," I say to Celia, shaking my head. "What was I saying?" "Something about formal wear." "Oh, right." I take a sip of my wine. I've been wanting to branch into formal wear for a while now. Party dresses, bridesmaid dresses, maybe even bridal gowns. Celia's eyes light up. "Bridal gowns, you say?" she says with a grin. "If you ever need a guinea pig or a test client, I'd be more than happy to help." I know she's joking, but the suggestion intrigues me. When are you and Jace getting married? This fall. And you don't have a dress yet? She shakes her head. I've started looking around, but it's so overwhelming. So many cuts and styles and fabrics, I don't know. She trails off, her expression already looking exhausted. Well, I'd be happy to help. I could even just pull together a few images of styles I think would work for you. That would be amazing. Let's see, I say, studying her. You look basically like an hourglass, I think. Turn around. Celia holds her hands out from her sides and turns slowly around. What's going on over here? Luke asks, sidling up to us with his beer. Are you hitting on my brother's fiancée? He teases me. Well, can you blame me? I tease back. Look at her. I'm only half joking, too. Celia's nothing short of stunning, and the red off-the-shoulder blouse she's wearing is sexy yet fun. Except Luke isn't looking at Celia. He's still staring straight at me, and his eyes have taken on a smolder that makes me suck back a huge swallow of wine. Luke looks as if he's about to say something, but before he can, the door to the bar swings open and a group of giggling women push through. I think our bloggers are starting to arrive, I say. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about their timing. Right, Luke says, and turns to face the women, plastering a gregarious smile on his face. We spend the next hour or so chatting with the women and a few men who will be taking part in the challenge. They all have interior design or home decorating blogs, and each of them has been assigned a room in one of the lottery homes to decorate. There'll be a contest based on public votes, which will help draw more attention to the fundraiser. The group seems enthusiastic about the project, though I can't help but notice that Luke gets way more questions about the loft and barn collection than I get about Bailey living. Though I can't tell if that's because they like the furniture more or because they like Luke more. Luke, to his credit, handles their questions and hard eyes smoothly and easily, seeming friendly without being too encouraging. After what feels like no time at all, the crowd is clearing out, and I'm actually starting to feel sad that the evening is over. I pick up a mostly eaten tray of nachos and bring it over to the bar. What are you doing? Celia asks, frowning. Just helping you clean up. She flicks the bar towel at me. That's our job. I know, but you were so nice to host us here tonight. She shakes her head. It was our pleasure, honestly. She looks at me, and there's something about her squinty gaze that makes me pause. What? Nothing. Come on, what? I barely know her, but I can already tell she's suppressing a smile. Nothing, she insists again. Fine. I turn to go back to the table to pick up a few more empty plates. It's just that Luke talks about you. Celia's voice draws me back over to the bar. I can feel my heart starting to thud just a little more quickly in my chest. He talks about me? She nods, then glances around, as if she wants to make sure no one will hear us. Luke doesn't usually talk about women, if you know what I mean. No. I can feel my cheeks starting to flush. I look around to make sure Luke isn't around, and then lean in closer. What do you mean? She shrugs, looking a bit uncomfortable, but I'm too intrigued to let her off the hook. I mean, I haven't known Luke all that long, but I thought I had a pretty good read on what kind of guy he is. And now? She gives me a half smile. Now I just wonder. That's all. Well, there's nothing to wonder about. I try to say it confidently, but I find myself nervously twisting my hands. Luke and I are, well, we're barely even friends. Acquaintances, really. We only know each other from the fundraiser. Okay,
Celia says. She's too quick to agree, and the way her green eyes flash tells me she doesn't believe a word I'm saying. Something makes me turn around then, and I spot Luke talking to one of the bloggers. Kelsey, I think her name is, Kelsey Brayburn. She and Luke are cozied up in a corner, and even though I can't hear anything they're saying, I can pretty much read the conversation just by virtue of Kelsey's body language. Chest out, hips cocked, and she keeps combing her blonde hair down in front of her shoulders and then flicking it back again. I can practically smell her cherry lip balm from here. Luke must be in heaven. I push down the uncomfortable feeling that's growing in my chest. Not my business. Celia must see me watching them. That means nothing, she says as she wipes down the bar. Oh, I'm not bothered, I say. I try to say it casually, but even to me my voice sounds forced. Women will always flirt with Luke. I don't see him flirting back, though. Do you? I look over again. Sure enough, Luke has his arms folded across his chest. His posture looks tense, and he keeps flicking his eyes around the room as if he's looking for an out. When he catches me looking over, he raises his eyebrows pleadingly. I make a snap decision. Excuse me, I say to Celia as she chuckles softly. I cross the bar over to where Luke and Kelsey are talking. Bree, he says, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, hello, Kelsey says. I can't help but notice that her tone is suddenly clipped. Can I borrow you for a second, Luke? Celia needs us to settle up a few things. Of course. Nice talking to you, Kelsey. Kelsey, to her credit, is not letting him go that easily. I was just hoping I could pick your brain sometime, she says, pursing her lips into a sexy pout. About my designs and about how we can maybe work together. The way she says work together makes it abundantly clear that she has more in mind than brainstorming. Luke runs his hand through his hair and looks back at me. He looks uncomfortable, but Kelsey refuses to take the hint. She's still standing there, tits out, batting her eyelashes at Luke while he shifts from one foot to another. Can't say I blame the girl for trying. Bree and I are both happy to offer our advice to all participants, he says finally. I nod, backing him up. Yes, I'm sure we'll see you around at the next event, I say. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I grab Luke's arm and pull him over towards the bar, while Kelsey flicks her hair one more time in irritation and grabs her little pink handbag off the table. Persistent little thing, isn't she? Luke laughs. I would think by now you'd be used to women throwing themselves at you. Luke grins. I am. It's saying no that I don't have as much practice in. That makes my lips twitch up into a smile. I should have known. Luke is still grinning at me, and I feel my toes curl up inside my heels. Why does he have to be so damn handsome? And why does it have to make me so damn happy that he turned down Kelsey? Come on, I say, shoving a bar towel into his hands. We should help Celia and Jace clean up. Between the four of us, the cleanup goes quickly, and soon we're wiping down the last of the tables, and Jace is loading all the empty glasses into the industrial-sized dishwasher in the back. It's silly how much I've enjoyed hanging out with the three of them, and I feel a pang of loneliness for Margot and my other friends in Paris. I hadn't realized how lonely I was here in Chicago, and even though tonight has been fun, it's also been a reminder of everything I'm missing here. I'm going to go wash my hands, I announce. I don't want the evening to end just yet, but I don't want to overstay my welcome either. I make my way down the hallway to the bathrooms and let the door latch closed behind me. I take my time soaping my hands, appreciating the fact that they've got something nicer than your usual bubblegum pink foaming hand wash. This one is light green and smells like mint and rosemary.
And I'm sure I have Celia to thank for that. I rinse my hands off under the tap and am just about to reach for a paper towel when the bathroom door swings open. I guess I didn't lock it when I came in. Occupied, I say, or at least I start to, until I see who it is that's standing there. "We have to stop meeting like this," Luke says, letting the door swing closed behind him.
16. Luke. We have to stop meeting like this. I let the door close behind me. Unlike Bree, I have the sense to reach behind me and twist the lock closed. Her eyes widen when I do, and I love the way her cheeks redden under my gaze. How does she manage to look so innocent and yet so naughty at the same time? It must be some kind of redhead voodoo magic. "We don't keep meeting like this," she says haughtily. "You keep stalking me." "Potato, potato," I shrug. That earns me the faintest wisp of a grin. It's stupid how much I get off on making her smile. It's my drug of choice these days. I'd go into a full-blown slip-on-a-banana-peel slapstick routine if I thought it would make her laugh. I take a couple of steps towards her, closing the distance between us. "Luke," she says, and something in her voice makes me hesitate. Instead of devouring her mouth with mine, the way I'd been intending, I just graze my fingers along her jaw. She turns her head, pressing her cheek into my palm and letting her eyes flutter closed. Her skin, even in the bright lights of the bathroom, still looks as luminescent as it did the first time I saw her in the ballroom at the Grand Windsor Hotel. I use my thumb to tug at her plump bottom lip, and she whimpers a little, nuzzling her face closer to my hand. "Bree," I say. My throat tightens as I watch her. When she finally lifts her head, I expect her to pull away, to tell me that we can't do this. Instead, she leans forward. Her lips are parted, and I can feel her breath warm against my mouth. My heart thuds in my chest, pounding out a primal rhythm of how much I want her. When I can barely stand the space between us, she leans forward further until her lips are pressing against mine. It's the moment I've been waiting for. The thing I haven't been able to stop thinking about all night. Bree's lips against mine, her tongue sliding into mine, her body pressed against mine. Bree. Mine. I twine my fingers through her thick hair and tug, just the way I know she likes, and she squirms against me. The pressure of her hot, curvy body against mine is almost more than I can take, and my cock surges hungrily toward her. God, I want to fuck her so bad. The memory of the other day in the hotel bathroom, bending her over the sink, plunging my cock into her slick pussy. It's all I've been able to think about since it happened, and all I've dreamt about is making it happen again. That's why I followed her when I saw her slip in here tonight. It was like I was a lion, guided by gut and instinct to follow my prey. And then to fucking devour it. Bree is making the softest little whimpering noises into my mouth. It's a beautiful sound, pure lust and wanting. I could listen to this sound all day and all night. I let out a groan of my own when she presses her body up closer to mine. I let my hands drop to her waist, and then slowly slide them down over the curve of her delicious ass. I hate having so much fabric between us, though, so I bunch up the skirt of her dress so that I can feel her smooth skin. She's wearing a thong of some kind, so her cheeks are bare under my palms. They're so full and easy to grip, and I jiggle them lightly with my hands, making her giggle. God, I love your ass, I whisper into her mouth. Stop, she laughs. No, I'm serious. I love a booty with some bounce to it. She laughs again, and I kiss her throat. Now my ass doesn't bounce at all, I say against her neck. It's my secret shame. Now you're just making fun of me. I'm not, I say, pretending to be appalled. I'm confessing my secret shame to you. Oh, you are you? She has the sweetest, sexiest smile on her face right now, and I grip her ass and yank her to me. One of these days, I'd even like to fuck that juicy ass of yours. I hear her gasp, but at that exact second, there's a knock on the door. Bree and I both freeze. Occupied, I call out over my shoulder. I turn back to Bree and go to resume kissing her neck, when the knock comes again. Luke, Bree whispers, and starts to pull away. Luke? The voice comes from the other side of the door. Shit, it's Jace. Be out in a sec. Is Bree in there with you? Shit, Bree's eyes go wide. She shakes her head frantically. No. I keep her body pressed to mine. Even with this distraction, my cock refuses to be subdued. Okay. There's a pause. Then, can you just tell her that we put her purse behind the bar? Celia was worried she'd think it was missing. Shit. I look at Bree, and she's laughing silently and shaking her head. Yup, I say finally. Because what else can I say? Thanks, Jace. Sure. And can you two make it quick? We're reopening the bar to the public in 10 minutes. Yup, I say again. Bree leans her head against my shoulder, still laughing silently. I tilt her head up and lean in to kiss her. I don't care if Jace knows we're in here. I don't care if everyone in the city knows we're in here. In this moment, none of that matters. Only Bree matters. But instead of letting me kiss her, she puts her hands on my chest and takes a step backwards. She shakes her head. Luke, we can't. This is crazy. Embrace crazy. She's still shaking her head. This isn't me, Luke. I'm a good girl. Really? Because I'd say you're a very bad girl. It's just one of the many things I like about you. She hesitates, but then shakes her head again. She takes another more resolute step backwards. We both know this is a bad idea. On about 1,000,000 different levels. So let's just chalk this up as a moment that got away from us and thank the universe that Jace was here to interrupt us. Her face is so determined that I reluctantly let go of her. The truth is, she's right. I hate that she's right, but she is. You can go out first, I say, and gesture towards the door. She twists her lips into a half smile. We can probably go out at the same time. There is no need for pretense this time. They know we're in here together. But I shake my head. I just need a minute. I'm gonna wash my hands. She studies me for a minute, without saying anything, and then she nods once. I'll see you around, Luke. Yup. After the door has swung closed behind her, I go to the sink. I turn on the tap, but I don't bother washing my hands. I just stare at my face in the mirror. There are 1,000,000 women in this city. Many of them would be thrilled to find themselves in a locked bathroom with me. In fact, that Kelsey girl from earlier was practically throwing herself at me. Finding women is easy for me. Always has been. So what's with my obsession with Bree? Ever since the first night I'd met her, there's barely been a moment where she hasn't been somewhere in my mind, floating around in my thoughts like a warm fall breeze. Maybe it's just the element of the forbidden that's drawing me to her. I know I shouldn't be sleeping with her, and as a result, sleeping with her is the only thing I can think about. Maybe it's not about her at all. but just the simple fact that I don't like anyone telling me what I can and can't do. I turn off the tap and take one more look in the mirror. I'm not a child. I'm a grown man, and perfectly capable of reining in my dick. There's nothing special about Bree, I tell myself, except for the fact that she's off limits, which means, now that I know that, I should have no trouble keeping it together when I'm around her. Satisfied, I leave the bathroom. I take a quick glance around the bar and see that Bree's already gone. Fine with me. There are other people starting to pour into the place now, so I head up to the bar where Jace is pouring out a round of pints and take a seat. He raises his eyebrows at me. Have fun? I give him a blank expression. We were strategizing. He raises his eyebrows, then shakes his head, chuckling knowingly. Well, next time you're strategizing, how about not doing it in my bathroom? Not something you have to worry about, I assure him. And in that moment, I almost believe it myself.
17. Bree. I'm 20 minutes late getting to work. I'm so sorry, I say to Jitika as I rush in. The line at the coffee shop was crazy. I picked you up a cappuccino while I was there. I dropped the takeaway cup down on her desk, and she looks up with a grin. Bree, you know you're the boss and I'm the assistant, right? I should be the one bringing you coffee and apologizing for being late. I laugh. Yes, but you're never actually late. You keep me in line. It's true. Jitika is the best assistant I could dream of having. She isn't that much older than me, but she'd worked with Dad for years, and she knows the ins and outs of this business as well as anyone. Sometimes I swear she's the only reason I managed to get anything done around here, or at least anything done right. Hell, Dad should have just left the company to her. She follows me into my office and gives me a rundown of my day. Purchasing needs your final decision on the fabric selections by end of day. Otherwise, we're going to have to pay rush rates. And Rich said he's no longer available to meet at 2 but can do 4 or 4:30 if that suits you. I sigh and wave my hand. Rich is constantly rescheduling our meetings. I'm starting to think it's a power trip thing. Fine. 4 is fine. She makes a quick note on the tablet she always carries. I expect her to leave then, but instead, she hovers at my door. I take a sip of my coffee and look up. She twists her tablet in her hands, and she looks almost nervous. Hey, I say, what's up? Everything okay? She hesitates, but then puts her shoulders back. I just thought you should know that there are rumors circulating. Rumors? My heart leaps into my throat. It's Luke that I think of immediately. Is it possible that someone here knows about us? Jitika nods. About layoffs. I breathe a sigh of relief, but the look on Jatika's face makes it clear that this is no laughing matter. There aren't going to be any layoffs, I assure her. Her face eases. Really? Really. So our jobs are safe? As safe as can be. She looks visibly relieved. That's great. A lot of people are worried. Well, spread the word. Nothing to worry about. Thanks, Bree. Don't take it personally. Layoff rumors pop up every few months. Before your dad passed, we were all convinced he was planning to sell the company. I laugh. As if. This is Dad's baby. She shakes her head. I suppose it seems crazy now, but at the time, well, he was just having a lot of reports pulled together and no one could figure out why. Stuff about our sales history and yearly expenditures. I guess it all makes sense now, though. If he knew he was leaving the company to you, he would have wanted you to have access to that information. I chuckle. That was Dad. Always prepared. Even when he knew he was dying, he was thinking about me. Oh, Jitika says before she leaves my office. Thomas Roca from the Friends of Trinity Central Hospital called just before you got here. He didn't leave a message, but he said he'd try you again later. Oh, great. Thanks. After she's gone, I lean back in my chair and think about the layoff rumors. I hope Jatika does spread the word. I don't want everyone here worrying about whether their jobs are safe. I know Rich thinks it's the right thing to do, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I know it's not what Dad would have wanted. When the phone in my office rings, this time I actually recognize the number. I pick it up with a smile. "Hi, Thomas," I greet him. "How are you?" "I'm great, Bree," he responds warmly. "I just wanted to thank you again for helping to co-host that welcome event the other day with Luke. I'm sorry I couldn't make it." "Oh, it was my pleasure." Pleasure. My mind races back to the scene with Luke in the bathroom, the way my body had melted against his, the way every part of me had come alive. My nipples hard as rocks, my pussy soaking, my knees shaking, my heart pounding. It's crazy that he can have that effect on me. What's even crazier is that days later, just the memory of his touch is enough to set off the same chain reaction of events. I clear my throat, praying Thomas can't tell over the phone just how hot and bothered I am. Thankfully, he seems unfazed by the fact that I'm practically panting into the phone. "Well, we've had a ton of great feedback already," he says. "The bloggers loved it, and they've been sharing stuff about the event and about the fundraiser all over social media. I think we're up to something like 10 million impressions now. And best of all, ticket sales are actually 25% higher than they historically are at this point in the lottery." "Thomas, that's great." With the way I've been letting Luke distract me lately, I've almost forgotten that this is a fundraiser for a good cause, kids with cancer and all that. It feels good to know that Luke and I are helping to contribute to the hospital's success. "I knew I was smart bringing you on," Thomas teases. "And it's been a pleasure working with Luke as well. I hope you've been enjoying it too?" Yes, he's pleasant enough. That's the understatement of the century." Thomas chuckles lightly. "Yes, he's certainly pleasant. I was a bit concerned when I first realized that he'd be replacing Trent this year, but I'd say it's worked out rather well." "Yes, it has," I say again, equally non-committally. "I guess it pays to have the designer of the company on board," Thomas muses. "In fact, he's even invited all the bloggers and designers out to his workshop this weekend to view the collection in person and start picking out pieces for their designs." I sit up straight in my chair, digging my toes into the carpet. "He has?" "Oh, yes," Thomas says quickly. "That's the other reason I was calling. Since Luke is having everyone out to his workshop, we wondered if Bailey Living had anything similar. A place where we could tour, do some social media, get people hashtagging the lottery." My mind races. We have a factory in Detroit." Thomas says politely. "I suppose that won't work quite as well as Luke's workshop. Did you know he has an old grain warehouse on his property that he had converted into a custom workshop?" "No, I didn't know that." I twirl the phone cord around my finger. God damn it. I like Luke. More than I want to admit, probably. But of course, here he is again, trying to get publicity for Loft and Barn at the expense of Bailey Living. We're supposed to be equal sponsors in this, and now here he is trying to undercut me. I wonder again if he's just been kissing me to distract me. I touch my lips absently as I decide. If he thinks I'm going to let him get away with that, he has another thought coming. "Thomas, I would love to be able to come out to the workshop this weekend, too. If I can't bring them to our own facility, at least I can be on hand to answer questions and to help offer suggestions from our own collection." "That's a wonderful idea, Bree. I'll just give Luke a call, but I'm sure it won't be an issue." "Actually, why don't you let me chat with him? I have to talk to him about a few other things anyway, so I'll run it by him then." "Sure," Thomas agrees amicably. "It's one less thing on my plate. I won't be able to attend this weekend, but I trust you two will have no trouble managing without me." "We'll try our best," I smile. I'm looking forward to it already. I hang up the phone and then pace around my office. Luke. Once again, it feels like he's trying to push me out, trying to claim a bigger role in the fundraiser. I tap my teeth as I stare out the window. The workshop tour isn't a big deal on its own, but it's not like Loft and Barn needs the additional publicity either. They're not the ones with sales in the toilet. They're not the ones facing layoffs, downsizing. Luke doesn't have a Rich, telling him at every turn that he's the wrong person for the job. Well, Luke's going to see what happens when you try to keep a girl down. If he thinks he's getting his own little advertising platform on Saturday, he's in for a big surprise. 18. Bree. Saturday morning I'm up early. Far earlier than I need to be, really, considering the thing at Luke's doesn't even start until after lunch. I spend the morning pacing around the brownstone, alternating between feeling excited about seeing Luke, pissed at him for trying to hog the spotlight, and smug about besting him at his own game. Despite what I told Thomas, I never did call Luke to let him know that I'm coming today. And God, am I ever looking forward to seeing the expression on his face when he sees me. I tell myself that's the reason I'm putting so much effort into my appearance. I pull my long red hair back into a French braid and spend a good hour scouring all my racks of clothing and looking for the perfect outfit. It has to be a dress. I'm just not a pants girl. But I don't want anything too formal. I finally land on an older sundress, one of the first really nice pieces I ever made. It's dark blue, almost black, with a tiny pink and purple floral pattern, and a scalloped hem that I was once seriously proud of. I studiously ignore the little voice that wonders if Luke will like it. After all, what Luke thinks doesn't matter, obviously. I have Clifford drive me out to Luke's place, even though I feel tremendously guilty about making him give up his Saturday afternoon. Luke's real home and workshop, different from the penthouse I went to the night we met, is quite a ways outside the city. And since I'm not familiar with the area, Clifford had offered to take me. It's a beautiful afternoon, sunny, without a cloud in the sky. Clifford and I spend most of the ride talking about his infant granddaughter who, if her doting grandfather is to be believed, can already recite the alphabet backwards, play a Bach concerto on her little baby piano, and dance a mighty fine two-step. Sometimes talking to him about her makes me sad that my own dad never got to experience the joys of being a grandfather. But today it just reminds me of how much he doted on me when I was little. He was the one who encouraged me to get into fashion. The one who saw that my passion for playing dress-up might have some real roots. After Graham taught me to sew, he was the one who took me to fabric stores to spend my allowance on swaths of silk and chenille, waiting patiently while I agonized between two virtually identical shades of teal. Daddies love their daughters, and mine was no exception. Talking to Clifford reminds me how lucky I was to have him as a father. I'm only sorry I missed so much of the last years of his life. Since I'd moved to Paris, Bounce kept me so busy that I'd only been back to Chicago a handful of times. Dad had flown out to see me once, but he wasn't a big fan of flying to begin with, and I think the transatlantic flight was just too much for him. We'd never had a falling out or anything, and we still talked on the phone every couple of weeks. But our relationship had definitely begun to feel the strain of the long distance between us. He was so involved in his work that I'd convinced myself it was okay. But the truth is, I was the one who was engrossed in my job. I was the one who wanted to give everything to Bounce, to make a name for myself. I was the one who'd chosen work over my relationship with him, which is why it's so important for me to put my all into running Bailey Living now. I think, as I stare out the town car window at the country fields rolling by. If my father loved anything as much or more than me, it was his company. I owe it to him to do a good job. I just wish I knew whether I could trust Rich. Obviously, my dad trusted him, and in some ways, He does seem to have the best interests of the company in mind. But his approach just feels so wrong to me. Laying people off, outsourcing to third world countries, it just doesn't seem like that's what Dad would want to do. But he also wouldn't want the company to go bankrupt, a little voice whispers. And that's the real sticking point. If the company goes under in a year or two, what will I have achieved? I'll have given up everything and still failed.
We're almost there, Clifford announces, cutting through my thoughts.
Great. We're really outside of Chicago now. In fact, I don't recognize anything. We seem to be on a main road, but we're surrounded by farms and open fields. I had no idea Luke lived out in cow country. Then again, I think, picturing the plaid flannel shirt he showed up to the launch party wearing, maybe I shouldn't be so surprised about that. Clifford checks the GPS and starts to slow the car. I don't see any houses around, but he turns confidently into what appears to be a small side road. We drive for probably a mile or so before coming to a stop in front of a house. That's when I realize it wasn't a road at all, but a driveway. Luke's driveway. I stay seated in the back of the town car for a moment, taking in the property. The house, mansion, is enormous. It looks like it was once a farmhouse, but now it's been restored and tricked out so that it looks like something you'd see in a magazine. There's a wraparound porch, and gabled windows line the second floor. A huge flaming purple wisteria tree sits in the front yard, completing the picture-perfect effect. There are already quite a few cars parked along the massive driveway and outside the multi-car garage, so I assume most people have already arrived. I take a deep breath, suddenly a bit nervous.
Everything okay, miss?
Yes, Clifford, thank you. I force myself to smile. There's no need to wait for me.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'll take a cab home. I already feel bad enough making him drive me out here on a Saturday that the last thing I want is for him to spend the rest of the day waiting for me. But Clifford looks horrified at my idea.
Miss, we're very far from the city. It will be very difficult to get a cab. Please promise you'll call.
I try to protest, but Clifford is insistent, and I finally agree that I'll call him when I'm ready to go home. I climb out and linger while I watch the cream-colored car disappear down the long driveway. Okay, Bree, enough stalling. There's another building off to the side that's much plainer looking than the rest of the property, and I assume that's Luke's workshop. I start walking towards it until I hear laughter from behind the house. I detour back that way, cutting through the neatly manicured yard and trying to tell myself I have every right to be here. I come around the corner of the house and immediately see everyone. They're gathered on a stone patio area, holding little mason jars of something that looks like iced tea. Luke is, of course, holding court in the middle.
By now you've all been assigned your houses and rooms, and of course, depending on the property you'll be working on, you'll have different design challenges. Those of you working on the penthouse won't be going for the same look as those of you who will be up at the chalet. Luckily, I think Loft and Barn offers universally stylish pieces that will fit well in any of your designs.
There's a polite chuckle from the group, and one loud, shrill laugh. I look around for the source of the voice and spot her right away. Of course, Kelsey. I have to smile. I see she hasn't given up her enthusiasm for Luke. I stand and watch as Luke finishes the rest of his speech, and then invites the group to join him in the workshop. It isn't until they're starting to make their way over that he spots me. I'm expecting him to be pissed, or at least a little bit annoyed. But instead, his face breaks into an enormous grin. And then I'm grinning back and ignoring the way my heart starts to flutter when I do.
"Fancy meeting you here," Luke says, falling into step beside me as we make our way towards the workshop. "I guess I'm the one being stalked now."
"Thomas told me about your little plan, and I just had to crash," I say slyly. He sighs.
"This whole thing was Trent's idea," he says. "He ran into Thomas at the gym, believe it or not, and they concocted this whole thing. Trust me, there are better things I'd rather be doing with my Saturday."
"Like what?" The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Luke's gaze travels the length of my body, and I have to force myself to keep putting one foot in front of the other.
"Oh, I can think of a few things," he murmurs.
"Well, I'd be grocery shopping," I say, realizing, even as the words are coming out of my mouth, how ridiculous they sound. There just never seems to be enough time for that during the week, don't you find? Of course, then when you go on Saturday, the grocery store is completely packed because everyone and their mother had the same idea. Maybe I should start doing my groceries on, I don't know, Tuesdays at 11 in the morning or something. Luke is looking at me like I've completely lost my marbles, which, to be fair, he may not be wrong about. I'm saved from any further humiliation by our arrival at the workshop. Luke slips past the crowd and pushes the big barn doors open, stepping inside. I let everyone else flow in ahead of me, so it takes a minute before I can fully grasp the scope of what I'm seeing. The space is massive, half the size of a football field at least. It's filled with huge industrial-looking tools, saws that could take your arm off, and contraptions that I can't even recognize, but that look just as deadly. But most of all, it's filled with Luke's work. Half-finished pieces near the front with the power tools, and then finished pieces towards the back. The place looks more like a museum than a workshop, except for the fact that the polished concrete floors are covered in a layer of sawdust. Everyone seems as awestruck as I am, because a hush has settled over the group as we all fan out, checking everything out. There are beautiful farmhouse tables and delicate little wishbone chairs and mighty armoires that look big enough to accommodate even my substantial wardrobe. Luke is saying something to the group about picking out their favorite pieces, but I can barely pay attention to what he's saying. All I can think about is how amazing his work is. It's no wonder that Lofton Barn is so successful. All along, I've been telling myself that all Bailey Living has to do is get our name out there, improve our marketing a little. But the truth is, our stuff can't compete with this. No amount of advertising or hashtags is going to make our furniture look like this. Our style has a certain niche, and we have dedicated customers, but Luke's work is that perfect cross between trendy and classic that, if you can hit it just right, can get you legions and legions of fans. I know, because that's exactly what I've tried to do with Bounce. I watch Luke in front of the group, talking and laughing and easily fielding questions. I had meant to be here to insert myself and promote Bailey Living whenever I could, but now I feel silly. Luke is in his element here, doing what he loves, but I feel like an imposter. So instead I hang back and just try to soak up his enthusiasm. Hell, maybe I can even learn something. We spend a good 3 hours out in the workshop, and I'm glad I wore comfortable flats. Luke takes us through the entire collection, as well as some of the older pieces that he's hung on to for sentimental reasons, and the new pieces that he's working on. The bloggers all ask polite and interesting questions, and I can see their own passion coming through as well. Every once in a while, Luke catches my eye and smiles. I smile back automatically, even though inside, part of me feels like crying a little bit. I try to help where I can, especially once the group starts placing requests for their designs, And I even managed to sell a few people on some pieces from the Bailey Living collection, but it's clear this event is about Luke. He deserves it. When it's finally time to wrap things up, Luke looks tired but happy. I, on the other hand, am ready to climb into bed with a pint of ice cream so that I can reevaluate all my life's decisions. I stay until everyone else leaves, so that I won't look too eager to get out of there. But as soon as the last car pulls out of the driveway, I yank my phone out of my purse to call Clifford. Before I can press the phone to my ear, Luke wraps his hand around my wrist. Despite my carousel of emotions, his touch still manages to send a shiver through my whole body. I look up at him. His hard, stubbled jaw, his soft brown eyes, his sexy grin. And my whole body seems to go slack. Which is why I'm not at all prepared for what he says next. Would you like to stay for dinner?
19. Luke. I wasn't planning to ask Bree to stay for dinner. In fact, when I saw her show up that afternoon, all I was thinking, besides how hot she looked in that little sundress, was that I had better be on my best behavior this afternoon. She was dangerous for me, and being around her made me feel like an alcoholic trying to casually hang out in a bar. I'd surprised myself by actually enjoying the afternoon. I was skeptical when Trent first suggested it, but I was in my element talking about our collection, and it felt good to get back to the area where I felt confident, after months of muddling through Trent's CEO duties. Bree's arrival had been the cherry on the sundae, and when I saw her still lingering there after everyone else had gone, I suddenly couldn't stand the thought of her leaving. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" The words just pop out of my mouth, and her expression is enough to make me want to retract my offer. I mean, you don't have to, but I have steaks I could grill. Some salad, I think. A couple bottles of red wine. I run my hands through my hair nervously. Since when do I get nervous around women? She's still hesitating, and I'm mentally kicking myself for being such a chump. But then her face breaks into a smile. It's warm and sweet and sexy, and it makes me want to take her bottom lip between my teeth and tug. "I'd love to," she says finally. "Thanks, Luke." "Sure, it's the least I can do after you came out all this way." She smiles again, but now she's reaching into her purse. "I'm just going to text Clifford and tell him not to bother waiting for me." "Clifford?" I try to keep my tone light, but my stomach gives a clench. Who the fuck is Clifford? "My driver," she says with an embarrassed shrug. "Well, he was Dad's driver. I'm still trying to get used to the whole idea, but I couldn't really bring myself to fire him. He's the sweetest old man." Ah. The clench in my stomach releases as soon as she says that last part. I suppose I don't have any reason to be jealous of someone she would describe as a sweet old man. Not that you have any right to be getting jealous either way, I remind myself. Because Bree and I aren't. Well, I don't know what we are, but we're not that. "Come on into the kitchen," I say, heading towards the house. "I'll start prepping the steaks, and you can have a glass of wine. Sorry, I should have asked, do you eat meat?" Bree tosses her phone back in her purse, having finished her text, and now looks back up at me. "Why, Luke, is that a line?" Her eyebrows are raised, and her smile has turned sly. I actually feel my cheeks start to color. Damn, she's sexy. "It could be," I say, taking a step towards her. "Depends what your answer is." "Why don't you try that line on me again after I've had a glass of wine?" she teases. Then she turns toward the house and heads up the porch steps. "Coming?" I take a second to admire the view of her retreating backside. Even in the flowy fabric of the dress she's wearing, those round globes are breathtaking. And then I bound up the stairs behind her. Once we're inside, I take the lead and she follows me towards the kitchen. I can feel her slowing behind me, and when I turn, I see her swiveling her head around wildly, checking out the house. Luke, this place is... Wow! Her voice sounds a bit breathless, and even though I'm flattered that she likes my home, I'd prefer to be taking her breath away in other ways. Thanks. It's been a few years of renovations, but it's finally pretty much done. Did you do all this work yourself? She asks, running her fingers lightly over the wainscoting that I spent a weekend meticulously cutting and installing. A lot of it, yeah. I had a couple pros in to do some of the plumbing and electrical, but if it involves power tools and elbow grease, I'm all over it. Well, you did a beautiful job. Maybe if you're lucky, I'll give you the full tour later, I tease as we step into the kitchen. To be honest, the only room I care about getting Bree into right now is my bedroom. But I decide to be a gentleman and at least feed the girl some dinner first. Red or white, I ask, taking 2 wine glasses out of the cupboard. Or would you like something else? Beer? Gin and tonic? She shakes her head. Red wine would be great. I pull a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon off the wine rack that I custom built into my island and hold it up to Bree. This okay? She nods, and I grab the corkscrew and twist it open. After I've poured out 2 glasses, I hand her one and hold the other up. To the Homes for Hearts Lottery, I say, for bringing us together. Her cheeks flush, but she clinks her glass against mine. And for, raising all that money to help find a cure for childhood cancers. Right, that too, I say with a grin. I watch the flush creep down her neck and spread across her chest, and I can only imagine the way her perfect tits are probably pinking up too. Her nipples pert and hard. Should we start dinner? She says, shifting under my gaze. Sure, we can do that. I still don't take my eyes off her. I'm starting to rethink my plan to feed her before I fuck her. Then let's do it. She squeezes past me and opens the fridge, rummaging around until she pulls out a plastic bag of fresh spinach. I had picked up a few groceries before I came out here, since I'd planned on staying the weekend and actually getting some work done while I was here. I'll make the salad while you do the steak. I shake my head, chuckling to myself. Yes, boss. She sticks her tongue out at me, and I snake my arm around her waist suddenly, pulling her to me. Don't stick that tongue out unless you're prepared to use it, I say, my voice a husky growl. I watch her throat bob as she swallows hard. Her breasts are pressed against my chest, and I drop my hands down to cup her ass. God, she has a magnificent ass. Luke, she breathes. I can feel her breath against my lips as I tilt my face down. Another inch, and I'd be kissing her. In a moment, she'll melt against me, and her lips will part, and her eyes will start to close. I let her go. I hope you like it naked, I say, turning to pick my wine glass off the marble island top, and hoping she won't notice just what kind of effect she has on me. What? Your steak, I say. I watch her flustered reaction over the rim of the glass as I take a sip. I'm a bit of a purist. I like it naked. Nothing but salt and pepper. She grins then, smoothing her skirt down. That's fine, but you should know that the salad is going to be fully dressed. It's a shame. I bet it is, she laughs as she takes a sip of her wine and then turns back to the fridge. You want to pass me the steaks while you're in there? I ask, stepping back to admire the view as her dress rides up. They're on the bottom shelf, wrapped in brown paper. The steaks, of course, are on the top shelf, and though they're wrapped in brown paper, they're also tucked inside a white plastic bag. But the longer she hunts, the longer I get to stare. I climb on one of the stools and get comfortable. Except, of course, Bree is too clever for my little game, and a minute later she smacks the steaks down on the island. She raises one eyebrow at me and laughs. "Here, go ahead and do your naked thing." "Don't mind if I do," I say, as I pretend to unbutton my shirt. Bree giggles, but turns back to the fridge, pulling out a jar of roasted red peppers and goat cheese and a cucumber to go with the spinach she's already put on the island. She spins around to face me again. "Do you have any nuts?" I snort. "Did you really just ask me that?" She puts her hands on her hips, but she's laughing. "For the salad, get your mind out of the gutter." I grin. "I think there are some walnuts in that cupboard over there." We work side by side for a while, me seasoning the steaks and her chopping veggies for the salad. And then when we're done, I refill our wine glasses and we head back out to the back patio area where the barbecue is. I fire up the grill as Bree gets comfortable on the outdoor sectional. She kicks off her shoes and tucks her feet up underneath her, then turns her face up to the sun, closing her eyes and smiling. I watch her as I wait for the grill to heat up. I hate how much I like looking at her, and I hate how much I love the fact that she looks comfortable here. Like she belongs. I very rarely entertain women out here. It's too far from the city, and I like my space to be my space. I've had parties here, work events, Trent and Hannah's wedding, so I'm used to having people flitting around. But having Bree here feels different somehow. I think about what it would be like to have her here more often, to wake up next to her in the morning, to make breakfast beside her the way we just made dinner, to do totally boring stuff with her, like watch Netflix and argue about paint colors and make grocery lists. Except somehow, I don't think any of that would be boring with Bree. As if she can read my thoughts, Bree tilts her head back down and opens her eyes. She still has a soft smile on her face, and her green eyes look happy. "This is nice," she says. Yeah. I don't know what else to say, so I turn to the grill and open it up. I decide it's hot enough, so I throw the steaks down. "Have you lived here long?" Bree asks. I close the lid again, and then cross the patio, grabbing my wine in the process. About 7 years now, I think. I lived downtown when Trent and I first started Loft and Barn, but I was never really happy down there. And once I started doing more of the hands-on stuff, I realized I was going to need more space. So I bought this place. My whole family thought I was crazy because it was in terrible shape, but I could see the potential in it. Well, you were definitely right. Ah, my favorite words, I grin. What about you? I don't even think I know where you live. Downtown? Yeah, Oak Park. My father owned a brownstone there, so I'm staying there until I figure out... I don't know. She shakes her head. Until I figure out what's next. What do you mean, what's next? She sips her wine. I'm thinking of selling it, but I don't know. It's hard because it's... Home? I offer. She smiles. Actually, that's the funny thing. It's not home. I never lived there, and I only visited a couple of times. But I feel like, because it was Dad's, I should hang on to it. It seems like the least I can do. She says that last part bitterly. I know it might not feel like this, but I'm sure you wouldn't care if you sold it. She shakes her head again. I just feel so guilty, you know? Her words seem to take her by surprise, but she presses on. After I finished school, I went to Europe. It was just supposed to be for a few months, one of those find-yourself trips. But instead, I met Margot. That's my best friend, and we decided to open Bounce together. You know what starting a business is like. It's all-consuming. You put everything into it. I think I came home twice, maybe 3 times in those 6 years. I barely saw him. And then 2 months ago, he finally tells me that he has cancer. He was so sick by then that even though I flew home right away, I only got 2 weeks with him before he... She trails off, but she doesn't need to finish for me to know what she's talking about. I cross the patio and sit down next to her on the sectional. I wrap my arm around her, and for a second she freezes. Then she softens and lets herself lean against me. I know it's hard, I say, and it sucks that he didn't tell you earlier. I'm sure he was just trying to protect you. And I'll tell you this, it's hard either way. My dad died of cancer too, about 12 years ago now. It was a long and painful process, watching him slowly turn from the man who could do everything to the man who couldn't do anything. It was one of the worst things I've ever experienced. Bree snuggles up closer to me and slips her hand through mine. How'd you get over it? She asks. Her voice is soft. I shake my head. You never really do. It gets a little easier with time, but I still think of my dad every single day, wondering what he'd be like now, what he'd think of his sons, if he'd be proud of the business that Trent and I built. I think he'd be very proud of you, she says, looking up at me. Her words send a ripple of goosebumps over my skin. I'm suddenly intensely aware of her curvy, warm body pressed against mine. I clear my throat and take a swallow of wine, though that does nothing to clear the thoughts swirling around my head. I'm sure your dad was proud of you, too, I say, instead of what I really want to say, which is, God, I want to fuck you. I hope so, she says, but her voice sounds skeptical. He was always supportive, but he never really got the whole fashion thing. Yeah, but he understood what it takes to pursue your passion. Your dad was a legend back in the day. Trent and I studied his business model quite a bit when we were getting started. No one has ever grown a home furnishings company as fast and efficiently as Lyle Bailey. Not even us. That makes her smile, and I feel a rush of pride at being able to lift her spirits a bit. I guess he was pretty passionate about his business, she admits, which is why I really can't fuck this up for him. She looks pointedly at me when she says it. What? She sits up, disentangling herself from me. I mean this, Luke. Whatever this is, it's bad for business. Mine and yours. I don't like where this conversation is going, so I take my time replying. She's not wrong, but I still don't have to like it. I think that, that's something we don't have to worry about right this minute, I say finally. We're at my house. We're having dinner. And it's nobody's business but ours. Right? She smiles reluctantly. Right. I'm just about to put my arm around her when she wrinkles her nose. Do you smell something? She asks, and I frantically rack my brain trying to remember if I put on deodorant this morning. Something burning? She clarifies. Shit, the steaks! I leap up off the sectional and open the grill. Flames lick out, and I jump back 3 feet while Bree dissolves into giggles. I turn the temperature down and use the barbecue fork to move the steaks to the edges of the grill where it isn't so hot. The flames die down, and I turn to face Bree. Well, that didn't go as planned. I hope you're right that it's nobody's business what happens out here, she says between giggles, because otherwise everyone is going to know that Luke Whitaker can't use a barbecue without losing his eyebrows. I should be embarrassed, but instead I find myself laughing with her. Yeah, and everyone would know that Bree Bailey is a life-threatening distraction and that her body should come with a warning label. That shuts her up quick, and that same old flame covers her skin again. She clears her throat. Do you think the steak can be salvaged? I turn back to the grill, poking the meat with a fork. I think so. We'll just call them flame-grilled. How's that? She laughs again. I think that's my new favorite way to eat steak. I'll go get the salad. She disappears back into the house while I flip the steaks. They're a little black on one side, but they'll be edible. I join Bree inside and get plates and utensils, as well as another bottle of wine, and then we meet back on the patio, where I set everything on the table. We talk as we eat, covering everything from our childhoods growing up in different Chicago suburbs, to our bucket list vacation spots, to our shared love of cheesy 80s music, and our mutual hatred of celery. We take so long eating that the sun has gone down, and the little cafe lights that line the stone patio have switched on. The soft lighting somehow makes the meal seem even more perfect. When we're done with dinner, I head into the kitchen and root around in the freezer and find a pint of Cherry Garcia ice cream and bring it and 2 spoons outside. We've finished almost all the wine by then, and the conversation devolves into the silly. In particular, sexy ice cream flavors. Pearls and pistachio, Bree says, licking off her spoon as I stare helplessly at her lips. Too classy, I tell her. How about brownies and blowjobs? Even in the dark, I can see her cheeks flush as she laughs. Okay, fine, she says devilishly. You want dirty? How about up the butter pecan? I snort so hard, I almost choke on my ice cream. Ding, 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 I think we have a winner. Thank you. She pretends to bow, and then dissolves into a fit of giggles. Okay, I think I'm cut off from the wine. She sits back contentedly and looks around. It's late now, and the fireflies have come out. They flit around the yard like tiny little stars, and I watch Bree watching them. It's really beautiful out here, she says quietly. Yeah, it is. I'm not looking at the yard, though. She leans back in her chair. God, what time is it? I glance down at my watch. Just past 10. What? She sits up straight, looking disoriented. Wow, I didn't realize it was so late. I should probably get home. Now, where did I put my phone? She stands up and starts looking around for her phone, and I start picturing her pulling away in a car, disappearing down the driveway and out of my life. The thought makes me feel more than a little nauseated. Without thinking, I grab her wrist again. She pauses, looking down at me. Luke, she says, after a minute. Her voice is soft, puzzled. Don't go. My own voice is so hoarse that I barely recognize it, but the words had to come out. Luke, she says again, but the inflection is totally different this time. Conflicted. I shake my head. I know we shouldn't, but I want you, Bree. I want you tonight, and I want to wake up next to you tomorrow. She bites her lip. The silence stretches between us, as taut as a rubber band.
20. Bree. Luke's words make my heart still and almost stop. Stay the night. I look down at him, so handsome in his tight navy t-shirt. His dark eyes are shining up at me, almost pleading. And I have never in my life wanted to say yes to something so badly. But it's a terrible idea, isn't it? We both know that being together is impossible. And this night has made it perfectly clear that our attraction is more than physical. I like him. He should be my rival, but instead he makes me feel good. He makes me laugh. He makes me feel smart and sexy and funny. He makes me feel desired. His hand is still wrapped around my wrist, and now he uses his thumb to stroke the sensitive skin on the underside. My pulse thuds so hard that I'm sure he can feel my veins throbbing. As I watch his face, he swallows. His jaw ticks. He opens his mouth, hesitates, and then, "Please?" The emotion in his voice echoes everything I feel. I don't have it in me to answer him, so instead, I step one leg over his knees and then sink down into his lap so that I'm straddling him. Even the feeling of his jeans rubbing against my bare thighs is enough to make me wet. Luke breathes deeply as I lean into him. Nobody's business, right? I say softly. Just like the singed eyebrows. He grins, and I melt just a little bit more. Nobody's business. This is between you, me, and the ice cream. The up-the-butter pecan, I tease. This gets me a deep, sexy chuckle. Hey, if you want to go there. I kiss him. I've been wanting to do it all day. Every time he opened his mouth and something silly or sexy or kind came out of it, I've wanted to take his lips between my teeth and tug, to run my tongue along his, to let his stubbly jaw scrape against my smooth one. Luke lets out a soft groan, and it's all the encouragement I need. I kiss him deeper, letting my fingers trail along his stubbled jaw. He puts his hands on my waist and pulls me closer to him, and I can tell by the way he shifts in his seat underneath me that he's already starting to get hard. I grind my body against his. All I want to do is feel as close to him as I possibly can. His hands are rubbing up and down along my back now, and every once in a while they scoot under my ass, pulling me closer to him. For now, though, we just kiss, losing ourselves in each other's mouths and in our shared breath. I run my hands over his cheeks and then through his hair, his sexy, messy hair. God, I love kissing you, he says, when we break apart for a second. His hands slide up my back as he studies my face. You know what's even better than kissing? I ask, biting my lip. His face twists into a grin. I can think of a few things, but what would you suggest? Naked kissing, I say. I match his grin, and then I reach down for the hem of my dress and, in one swift motion, pull it up over my head. Sweet Jesus, he breathes. This is why I said you should come with a warning label. I lean in and kiss him again, losing myself in the tangle of our tongues. His hands skim over my naked back until they find the band of my bra. And then, in a practiced gesture, he unhooks it with one hand. I pull away just long enough to let the garment fall away from my body. Luke tosses it aside and then pulls me to him, crushing my breasts against his chest. My fingers slip down between us, finding the bottom of his t-shirt. And then I yank it up. He ducks his head for a second, letting me pull it off him. And then we're back to kissing again, our naked chests pressed together. His skin burns against mine. He reaches up and yanks the elastic out of my braid, and my hair spills down around my shoulders. Except for the first time when we didn't really know each other, every time Luke and I have been together, it's been fast and frantic. Trying not to get caught. To cram as much of each other as we can into a short time. Now, though, the night stretches out in front of us, just like that first night, as long and languorous as a cat. I use my hands to explore his chest, wanting to remember every inch of him. Every hair, every rippling muscle, every bump around his puckered brown nipples. The night air has a bit of a chill to it now, but Luke's body against mine is hot and provides all the warmth that I need. I squirm in his lap, trying to get closer, but it never feels close enough. I reach for the waistband of his pants, nimbly undoing the button and then yanking down the zipper as he groans into my hair. Stand up,
he says, his voice thick and commanding. I put my bare feet down on the cool patio stone and stand. Luke pushes his chair back enough so that he can stand up too. And then he walks me backwards towards the sectional where we were sitting earlier. I keep moving until the back of my knees hit the furniture. Luke is running his hands all over my body. But then they come to rest on my hips, tugging my panties down until they're around my thighs. My hands reach his jeans and push those down too. His cock is already rock hard, and it springs eagerly towards me. I wrap my fist around it before his pants are even off, and he groans as he shoves his pants the rest of the way down. We both step out of our clothes, and then we're back to kissing, even though I keep my hand wrapped tightly around his cock. There's a bead of pre-cum glistening at the tip, and I use my thumb to spread it around the tip. "Oh, God," Luke groans. "You know it's better than naked kissing?" "What?" "This. Whatever you're doing is." He loses himself in another groan as I stroke the ridge of his straining dick. I turn him so that he's the one with his knees against the sectional, and then push him so that he's sitting. I sink down and then crawl between his knees. I've been dying to taste him since that first night we spent together. "Don't hurt yourself," he says, looking alarmed. "The stones are hard. Here." He pushes one of the cushions off the couch, and I wedge it under my knees. The thoughtful gesture only makes me more eager to reward him. I wrap my hand around the base of his cock again and then lean forward. I'm almost shaking in anticipation as I reach my tongue out and gently run it around his tip. Luke throws his head back and groans as I take the entire head into my mouth, sucking it as if it was a lollipop. He tastes salty and musky and sweet. And somehow, so perfectly, Luke. I suck him deeper into my mouth, coating his shaft with my lips and tongue while I use one hand to cup his balls. He groans again and then runs his hands through my hair, tugging it in that gentle way that makes me squirm. I keep sucking, working my mouth up and down the length of him. The way he groans turns me on like crazy, and soon I'm reaching my hand down between my legs to stroke my clit while I take him deeper into my throat. "Jesus, this is turning you on, isn't it?" he growls. "You like sucking my cock?" I nod as I look up at him, my lips still wrapped around his dick. He shakes his head incredulously. "God, could you be any more perfect?" I try to smile, but his cock is already stretching my lips to their limit. I go back to sucking, bobbing my mouth up and down over his cock while I finger my clit. Luke's thighs are starting to shake, and I can feel him pressing his feet down against the patio stones on either side of me. He reaches down, grabbing my arms. "I'm going to come if you don't slow down," he pants, but I keep going. I want to taste him, all of him. I press my tongue up against the underside of his shaft and tug his balls gently. "Oh, God, Bree," he says, yanking my hair as his hips buck. He explodes into my mouth, filling it with hot, salty cum, and I swallow it down happily. I suck the head gently even after he's finished spurting, wanting to get every last drop. The lustful groans he gives off are all the encouragement I need. Making him happy makes me happy. "Come here, you beautiful creature," he says, pulling me to my feet, after the waves of his orgasm have faded. I snuggle into his lap, and now, without the layers of clothing between us, I feel
almost as close to him as I can be. Almost, but not quite. Think you'll be ready for another round any time soon? I say, nuzzling his jaw. Luke laughs, groaning. Has anyone ever told you you're incorrigible? Once or twice, I admit with a grin. Then perhaps you need a lesson in patience, he chides. Suddenly he stands up, lifting me up with him. I shriek as I tighten my arms around his neck. I'm not exactly a waif, but Luke lifts me like I'm barely more than a feather. He wedges his arms under my ass, and I wrap my legs around his waist for balance. He carries me into the house that way, all the way up a flight of stairs and down another hallway, before we arrive at a room that I can only assume must be his bedroom. I don't have time to scope it out, though, because then he's throwing me down on the bed and pushing my knees roughly apart. He kneels on the bed between them as I try to catch my breath. His face looks serious, but there's a devilish gleam in his eyes. The first lesson in patience, Bree, is that the more you beg, the better it feels. I'm already panting as he leans his head down, hooking his arms under my thighs again and bringing his mouth to my pussy. First, it's just his breath, warm and moist against my core. Even though he doesn't touch me, I can feel him there, hovering just above me. When he purses his lips and blows, the cool air against my clit makes me shiver. I try to squirm against him, but he keeps my thighs locked in place. Luke, I pant, but all he does is puff out another breath against my pussy. I shiver again. What do you want? He says, teasing. Touch me, I manage. What's that? He cocks his head coyly. Touch me, I say again, breathless. Please. He grins and blows again, softly, painting a trail of cool air along my slit. You're going to have to be more specific, darling. Oh God, Luke. I turn my head sideways on the pillow for a second so that I won't have to look at him. The way he's staring up at me from between my legs is so intoxicating that it makes me feel nearly delirious. I can't look away for long, though, and when I look back, he's still grinning up at me. Come on, Bree, he says again. Tell me what you want. I want you to touch me, I stammer. With your tongue. Good. Where do you want me to touch you? On my pussy. I take a deep breath. Lick my pussy, Luke, please. That's more like it. He leans his head forward. There's another moment where there's only breath. And then finally, he flicks his tongue across my swollen clit. I throw my head back as a flame of pleasure licks through me. Now that he's started, Luke doesn't let up, and his tongue works some kind of indescribable magic between my legs. He makes tight circles around my clit, long strokes across my lips, and sometimes he mixes it up by plunging his tongue inside me and flicking it back and forth. He keeps up the assault until my thighs are shaking and my hips buck towards his face, and even then he keeps going. He holds my legs in place so that I can't move away, can't escape the exquisite pressure of his mouth against my core. Oh God, I murmur. My hands reach down and clutch at his hair, trying to press him closer to me. He obliges with a chuckle, using his tongue to press harder against me. The pleasure is building, tightening my muscles and making my stomach feel like I'm on the upwards trajectory of a roller coaster. When Luke sucks my clit into his mouth, I lose it completely. The roller coaster sails over the crest and barrels downwards. My legs kick straight out in front of me, and I think I pull Luke's hair as I push him closer to my pussy. Then I'm not cognizant of anything else, and instead I just let the pleasure steal me away. It seems to take forever for me to stop shaking, probably because Luke is still running his lips and tongue softly over my clit. When the orgasm finally subsides, I use my grip on his hair to pull him up on top of me. I find his lips with mine and kiss him deeply. Luke positions himself on top of me as we kiss, and soon I'm aware of a pressure against my abdomen. I pull back, smirking slightly. I take it you're ready for round 2? Luke grins back, then reaches over to his nightstand. Round 2, he teases, hoisting himself up long enough to sheath himself with the condom. This is just the midway point of round 1. I quiver at his words, and then wrap my legs around his hips. I'm so wet from the previous orgasm that it only takes a bit of adjusting before his cock is sinking into my pussy. Luke rests his elbows on the pillow beside my head and runs his hands through my hair as our bodies join. I grip his shoulders, but I can't take my eyes off his. They seem to bore into me as he starts slowly thrusting his hips. His pupils are dilated, his lips parted, his expression almost reverent. I'm sure mine is the same. There's something about Luke's body against mine, about his cock inside me, that isn't like anything I've ever experienced. It's more than sex somehow. I felt it the first night we were together, and I feel it again now. As if he can read my thoughts, Luke leans over and grazes his lips against mine. I pull him closer to me, tangling my tongue with his as our bodies bend and break together. It doesn't take long. I can feel the shift, the way his pace picks up and his thrusts take on a new intensity. I squeeze my pussy around him and he groans. Oh, God, Bree, you're going to make me come. Please tell me you're ready to come too, because I don't think I can hold out much longer. That makes me smile. I'm ready, Luke. I've been ready all night, it feels like. I've been ready since I met him. We let go at the same moment, both of us exploding into thousands of fireworks. Darkness streaks across my eyes, and for a second, I think I might actually pass out. My body quakes beneath his, and my pussy spasms over and over while he bucks his hips roughly against me. When we finally come back to Earth, Luke collapses on top of me. I catch my breath and then kiss the side of his neck. That was better than ice cream, I say. I feel him laughing, even though I can't see his face. That, my dear, was better than pretty much anything. 21. Bree. You're humming. Sasha, Rich's assistant, says this to me as if she's just pointed out that I was oozing pus from a hole in my head. Yes, I'm humming. Why? I fight back a laugh. I don't know, Sasha. I'm just in a good mood. Of course, that's the understatement of the century. Ever since this weekend at Luke's, I've been floating on cloud 9. After an amazing night together, he'd cooked me breakfast, and then lunch, and then dinner again. In between meals, we'd fucked like rabbits, in every position and in every room. He'd finally driven me back into the city Sunday night, so that we could both get ready for the week ahead. Saying goodbye to him had been painful, though, and even now, knowing he's just a half-mile away, in the loft and barn building, is sending a pang of longing through my heart. And other parts, I think, suppressing a smile. because as pleasantly surprised as I was that Luke had turned out to be a good cook, there were other parts of the weekend that were far more delicious, and I have the aching thigh muscles to prove it. Sasha dumps a stack of file folders onto my desk. "Rich needs you to sign these," she announces. Her voice is so monotone that I half wonder if she's a robot. "What are they?" She shrugs. I flip open one of the folders, and there's a stack of spreadsheets with 1,000,000 different numbers on it. It can't be bigger than 8-point font, and I can barely make out the numbers, let alone understand what they mean. I shove that folder aside and look at the next one, but it's more of the same. I grit my teeth. "Could you please tell Rich that I'd like to see him?" Sasha stares at me blankly, this time as if I just said I'd like to see him, covered in mashed potatoes. "I'd like him to explain these files before I sign off on anything," I add. Sasha snaps her mouth closed. "I'll tell him," she says, then spins on her heel and exits my office. I run my feet through the carpet and sigh. I had hoped things here at Bailey Living would get easier as time went by, but so far that hasn't happened. I still spend every day feeling like I'm floundering, like Dad's company is on the brink of some catastrophe, and one wrong decision will send it careening over the edge. I've been trying my damnedest to help improve our image, and it's true that we'd gotten a lot more positive media attention lately, and netted almost as many Instagram followers as Lofton Barn. But it feels like the equivalent of the band playing while the Titanic sank. I don't have any more time to dwell on it, though, because just then, Rich appears at my door. "Sasha said you wanted to see me?" I'm surprised to see him here this quickly. Normally, I have to go to him if I want anything from him. So I smile and gesture to the guest chair across from my desk. "Thank you, Rich. Yeah, I was hoping we could go over these files she dropped off. I feel like I'm still trying to get a handle on these things." "Of course," Rich says, sounding surprisingly pleasant. He slips into the chair across from me. "Where should we start?" I eye the stack of folders and shrug, smiling slightly. "The top?" We make our way through the stack of papers, and to my absolute amazement, Rich is helpful and cooperative the entire time. He goes over every spreadsheet with me, answering all my questions, and flags the action items for me. I sign off on expenses and order forms, and a request to change our upholstery distributor, and an HR consulting report that Dad apparently had commissioned sometime before he died. By the time the afternoon is over, I actually feel like I accomplished something, and even Rich looks pleased. "Thank you, Bree," he says. "I'll make sure all of this gets actioned out immediately." He heads towards the door, but I stop him before he can leave. "Rich?" He turns. "Thank you for your help," I say. "I really needed it, and I hope we can work together like this going forward." He smiles, and it seems genuine. "I think that would be great." He disappears from my office, and I turn back to the stacks of emails that have been piling up in the 2 hours he's been in my office. I wonder if this is all Rich needed all along, to feel like I needed and valued his advice. After all, Dad had relied on him for years, and as far as I know, they had a good relationship. It had to be a shock for him to suddenly be reporting to his former boss's 27-year-old daughter. Maybe I should cut him a little slack. Sure, he'd been an ass to me in the beginning, but if every day could be like this, I'm sure we could work together. "You're humming again," Sasha calls out as she passes by my office door. And as soon as her heels click out of earshot, I burst out laughing. The next night, I have another Homes for Hearts lottery event. This is our first time out at one of the properties, a townhouse in the Gold Coast neighborhood. The bloggers and designers have all been assigned different rooms,
and have been working on their design plans. And tonight Luke and I am meeting them to go over their plans and put together the final furniture requests. I've been looking forward to it all week. Not just because I get to see Luke again, but because it'll be fun to see what kind of designs everyone has come up with. I head straight over after work and find Thomas already gathered with a few of the volunteer designers. No sign of Luke yet, I note, looking around. The townhouse appears to be similar to the one Dad lives in, with the living room, dining room, and kitchen on one level, and a set of stairs that presumably leads up to the sleeping area. Unlike Dad's place, though, this place is brand new and pristine, empty of everything except fresh drywall and crown moldings and warm oak wood floors. I can't wait to see what it looks like when the designers get through with it. Of course, knowing my luck, it'll look like an ode to loft and barn. "Bree," Thomas says warmly when he sees me come in. He's chatting with one of the bloggers, and they're looking at an iPad together. "You must come see this." I make my way across the still empty living room to join them. "Bailey living, front and center," he says, pointing to the tablet screen. "What do you think?" I take the tablet and look at the screen. It's a sketch of a living room. This living room, in fact. And the focal piece is one of Bailey Living's floral sofas. They've always had a bit of a grandma vibe to them, but the way the designer has envisioned the rest of the design somehow makes it work. There's a vintage feel to the mock-up she's created, with a gold bar cart and an elaborate parrot statue and a huge fiddle leaf fig over in the corner by the window. I look up at them. The blogger, a young dark-haired woman, probably only in her early 20s, looks nervous. "Do you like it?" she asks. I tried to capture that vintage feel that Bailey Living does so well. "Are you kidding?" I ask. "I love it. It's incredible. I never would have pictured these elements together, but it totally works." "Isn't it spectacular?" Thomas agrees. "People are going to love it, Jenny. Make sure you hashtag it." He points his finger at the girl, pretending to be stern, but he's grinning, and she nods. "Any sign of Luke yet?" I ask Thomas, trying to sound casual. He glances down at his watch. "He should be here any minute, actually. He texted to say he had a minor hold-up at the office, but he's... Speak of the devil." We both turn towards the door as Luke strolls in. I sigh, and I think Thomas does a little bit too. The man looks good in plaid, but today, he's wearing a proper suit. Charcoal with a white shirt and a light blue tie, and the sight of him makes my knees buckle. "Hi," he says as he approaches. "You look great." "Thanks," I say, just as Thomas says the exact same thing. That makes me laugh for real, and thankfully Thomas and Luke both do too. "We were just looking at some of the designs," Thomas says to Luke, only sounding a tad flustered. "Here, I think you'll like this one." He flicks the tablet screen a few times and then hands it over to Luke. I peek over his arm at the screen and see a beautiful bedroom design with a loft and barn sleigh bed and a huge chunky armoire. "Wow, that looks great. Who did this?" Jenny, who's been standing beside us, timidly raises her hand. "Well, damn. It looks better than our catalog." Jenny blushes and smiles, and if she didn't seem so sweet, I'd hate her a bit. "Come on," Thomas says, taking the tablet back. "We've got lots more designs to see. Some of our designers are already getting started with paint, so just watch your step." Thomas leads us through the rest of the 3-bedroom townhouse, and in every room we meet with the designers and look at their plans. More people than I expected have worked Bailey Living pieces into their designs, and they've all managed to capture a cool vintage feel that, like Jenny's living room design, really works. By the time the tour is over, I'm practically glowing. I feel more optimistic about Dad's company than I have since I've been back. I've been worried about the fact that all our furniture looks a bit
dated, but I've forgotten about the appeal of vintage, which is ironic when you think about it, because Bounce takes a ton of its inspiration from vintage clothing. For some reason, I just couldn't see it in the furniture. But looking at all these fresh designs has really opened my eyes to the company's potential. Even after our official sponsorship part of the evening is over, Luke and I hang out chatting with Thomas and the designers. Before we know it, it's past 10, and people start reluctantly filing out. Soon, it's only Luke, Thomas, and I left in the townhouse. "Thank you both for your time this evening," Thomas says graciously. "I think everyone really enjoyed it, and I've already been getting about 1,000,000 notifications on social media. Everyone is talking about how sweet you two are." Luke grins. "He's the sweet one," he says, then points at himself. "Did they mention the cranky old man who was with her?" Thomas chuckles, shaking his head. "Don't be silly. You two make a cute pair. I'm glad we ended up bringing both of you on this year." My toes curl at his words. A cute pair. I wonder if he knows how close to home those words hit. But if he knows anything, Thomas doesn't let on. He pats me on the arm. "I have to head out now, but I'll be in touch. We'll do a few more of these events, if you're up for it. And then there's just the final judging and wrap party." Luke and I both agree that we're happy to do the rest of the parties. Thomas sees himself out, leaving Luke and I alone in the living room. "Well, hello," Luke says, smiling down at me as if he hasn't just spent the entire evening with me. "Hello yourself." I take hold of his tie and lean in for a kiss. Meeting Luke's lips again sends a flame of desire through me almost immediately. As we kiss, I press my body up against his, and soon his arms are snaking around my waist. He pulls me backwards until he's leaning against the wall of the living room for support. His hands travel down to my ass, and he pulls me closer to him. I can already feel his erection forming, and I let out a soft moan at the thought of feeling him inside me again. We're so caught up in the moment that neither of us hear the front door. The sound of a throat clearing is what startles me. I jump back about 6 feet and whip around to see Thomas standing there. "Forgot my tablet," he says, gesturing to the iPad that's sitting on the fireplace mantel. "Right," I say, trying to smile. I'm closer to the fireplace, so I grab it and hand it to him. Thomas is looking back and forth between Luke and I. Luke looks at the ceiling, and I look at the floor. "Make sure you lock up when you leave," Thomas says, finally, before slipping out of the living room. As soon as he's gone, I let out a shaky breath. "Shit." "Yeah," Luke agrees glumly. "This is exactly what I was afraid of," I say. My voice is as shaky as my breath. "Why, we shouldn't be doing this." "I know, but I think Thomas will be discreet." "Do you think?" He nods. He looks so confident that I let myself relax a little. The truth is, I don't want to stop doing this. I just don't want to get caught. "Come here," Luke says. He brushes my hair out of my face. "I know this could have been bad, I get that. It would be bad for me too. But Trent and I have worked with Thomas for a long time, and I trust him to know he needs to keep his mouth shut." I bite my lip. I want to believe him, but I really can't afford this. Not as I was just starting to feel a little better about work. Not as Rich was just finally starting to trust me. "How about this?" Luke says. "I'll call him. First thing tomorrow. Let him know that we're counting on his discretion." I nod, relief filling me. Yes, if Luke can talk to him, I don't think Thomas will say anything. Luke leans in again, but this time, he just grazes my forehead. How would you feel about coming out to my place again this weekend? It can be our own private little getaway. I lean against him. I think I'd like that very much. Good. We might as well get out of here then. I don't disagree, and Luke steps away from the wall and towards the door. That's when I see that the back of his suit is entirely covered in the eggshell white paint from the living room wall. Luke, I start, covering my mouth with my hand as I try not to laugh. What? Nothing, I say, giggling. But I think we just discovered another hazard of sneaking around. Luke looks confused, but I slip my hand through his and lead him out of the townhouse.
22. Luke. The sun filters in through the window, lighting up the dust motes in a way that makes them look like something more magical than mundane. I've never seen a need for curtains in my bedroom, since my closest neighbors are miles away, so now, even though it's barely 7 o'clock in the morning, the room is fully lit and I'm wide awake. I think about getting up to start the coffee, but I can't quite bring myself to slip out from between the sheets yet. Instead, I prop myself up on one elbow and gaze down at the sleeping figure beside me. Bree. This is the 3rd weekend in a row she's spent at my house, and every time I wake up beside her, it feels more and more natural. Her eyes are closed now, and her red hair is spread out over the pillowcase. Even though she's got the sheet tucked up around her, I can still see her creamy white shoulders and the curve of her tits. Just knowing she's naked under that thin sheet is enough to make my cock twitch. Maybe instead of coffee, I should just wake her up with morning sex. She looks so peaceful, though. For the first time in my life, I actually like watching a woman sleep as much as I like fucking her. Well, almost. I'm still a man, after all. Bree lets out a soft hum as her body turns toward me. I slide over closer and let my hand glide up her curvy hip and then along her soft belly. Her lips start to twitch into a smile, even in sleep. Her eyelashes, as red as her hair, are fanned out over her pale cheeks, and she looks so fucking beautiful that it should be a crime. I lean over and kiss her bare shoulder. I don't mean to wake her up, but it's like my mouth is magnetically drawn to her skin. She squirms a little, her smile getting wider, and then her eyes flutter open. What time is it? She asks sleepily. Too early, I say guiltily. You should go back to sleep. She says, cuddling closer to me and closing her eyes again. Her naked breasts are pressed against my arm now, and if there was any hope for my morning wood subsiding, that chance has gone right out the window, along with any intention I had of letting her go back to sleep. I wrap one arm around her waist and pull her soft body against my hard one. Her eyes flicker open again as she feels my cock pressing between us. Well, good morning to you, too, she says. She giggles in a way that's both adorable and sexy, and I growl as I nip at her neck. Luckily, Bree always seems to be as hungry for me as I am for her, and she waggles her eyebrows towards the nightstand, where she knows I keep the condoms. I waste no time slipping one on and then resume kissing her shoulder. She wraps her leg around my hip and draws her body in closer to mine. We find each other as easily as we always do, and then I'm slipping inside her and rocking against her. She sighs happily and kisses me as she presses herself as close to me as possible. I grab her hips and turn onto my back, pulling her with me so that she's straddling my hips. She's fully awake now, and she uses one hand to brace herself against my chest and the other to hold back her hair. She looks so fucking beautiful from this angle, with her wide hips riding me and her full tits bouncing and her long hair wrapped around her own fist. Her eyes are fluttering closed as she loses herself in the motions, and I use my thumb to rub her clit while she bucks. 1,000 sensations rage through me, most of them culminating in my cock as she rides me. I can't stop staring at her, at the way she bites her lip as she gets close, the way her nipples pebble into perfect pink pearls, the way her curves shift as she moves. She's so wet that my hips are practically soaked, but somehow there's still enough friction that I already feel close to exploding. Oh, God, Luke. She lets go of her hair so that it spills down over her shoulders, and then she's pinching at her own nipples. When she clenches her pussy around me, I lose it, bucking my hips against her as my balls churn out every last bit of pleasure. When it's over, she stays on top of me, just leaning over to press her chest against mine. I'm still lodged inside her, and I run my palms over the exquisite mounds of her ass as we both catch our breath. In a few minutes, Bree squirms on top of me. I should have a shower, she murmurs, her lips still against my neck. You should, I agree. I should go make breakfast. You should, she says. She squirms again. Her motions are making it hard to concentrate, and I feel blood starting to pool in my cock again. Or, I say, trailing off. Or, she agrees. I feel her smile against my neck, and then her fingers are dancing along my muscled chest. Later, when we're finally in the kitchen eating omelets and coffee, Bree turns to me. She's managed to shower by then, and is wearing another of her cute little dresses, but her hair is still wet and hangs damply around her shoulders. What do you want to do today? Besides that, I ask, raising my eyebrows. She sticks out her tongue. Yes, besides that. I don't know. We could go to the farmer's market. Get something to make for dinner tonight? Maybe. She saws off a bite of omelet. We could go downtown, maybe? There's a new exhibit at the MCA that's supposed to be really good. Maybe, I say again. Bree puts down her fork and stares at me. I could also just go home if you prefer. She doesn't sound angry, but I shake my head. It's not that I want her to leave. In fact, it surprises me how much I love having her here. It's just that... Bree studies my face as she sips her coffee, but I just shrug. She sets her cup down. What's up, Luke? Nothing. Okay. It's just that, I hesitate, I was kind of hoping to get some work done. In the workshop. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, Bree's entire face relaxes. God, you are starting to stress me out. That's totally fine, Luke. Really? She laughs. Of course. I thought women hated it when men spent time in their man cave or whatever. She shakes her head. No. At least not this woman. I love that you have so much passion for your job, because I'm the same way. With Bounce, I mean. Sewing is my way to make sense of the world, to channel all my energy into making something that's of value to other people. When I'm in front of my sewing machine, I just feel at home, you know? Wherever I am, I'm at home. I poke at a mushroom on my plate, turning my head down so that she can't see the ridiculous grin on my face. I love that she's just as passionate about her work as I am. Do you think you'll ever go back to Bounce? I ask, as I gulp down more coffee. Her face twists, and now she looks more wistful than passionate. I hope so, she says, but then shrugs. I don't know. Bailey living is more time-consuming than I ever expected, and Margot seems to be doing a perfectly fine job running things without me. Well, it'd be a shame if you didn't, I say honestly. Every dress I've seen you in has been gorgeous. They even look good on the floor beside my bed. That makes her smile. I get what you mean, though, I say. I thought I could fill in for Trent as CEO and still do all the design and building that I used to do. It's been a bit of a rude awakening to find out I couldn't. Then again, you also have a cute redhead distracting you, she teases. You could probably get a lot more done if it wasn't for her. I chuckle. There is that. Yes. Good thing she has her own interests. Suddenly, I stand up. Bree looks up in surprise. Will you be okay here by yourself for a couple of hours? I ask her. Of course, but I shake my head. I have an errand to run. Just make yourself at home. Do whatever you want. Ideally, do it naked, but do whatever you want. I lean down and kiss her on the cheek, and then I'm gone before she can ask any more questions. As promised, I'm back about 3 hours later. I walk into the house and am immediately greeted with the smell of... Did you make bread? I ask, wandering into the kitchen and find Bree sitting at the kitchen table flipping through an interior design magazine. I did. She gets up and grabs a little loaf pan from the top of the stove. She proudly displays the crusty brown bread inside. I had no idea you could make bread. She grins. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure I can. I have a funny feeling it might still be raw inside. I laugh and shake my head. I'm sure it'll be delicious, even if it's a little doughy. Did you get your errand done? She asks, setting the loaf pan back down on the counter. I did. Want to come see? Sure. She follows me out of the kitchen and into the living room, where I left all the stuff. The box was too big to fit into a bag, so it's on full display as soon as she steps into the room. Luke! Bree squeals as soon as she sees it. What is this? I thought that was obvious, I say, nudging the Brothers sewing machine box with the toe of my boot. I hope this model is okay. It's perfect! She drops to her knees to inspect the box, looking like a little kid at Christmas. How did you know? I called one of our upholstery suppliers, I admit. I asked them what kind of sewing machine they'd recommend for someone who made dresses. They weren't exactly happy about me calling them on a Saturday, but this is the one they recommended. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but I think it should have most of... It's perfect, she says. She stares wistfully down at the box. I just wish I had all my fabric and stuff here. Look in the bag, I say, suddenly glad I anticipated this. Her eyes light up as she paws through the paper carrier bags. She pulls out a swath of soft cornflower blue fabric. Now, this part I really wasn't sure about, I say. Upholstery fabric, I know. Dress fabric, not so much. I asked the woman at the shop what you would use for a dress, and she pointed me to this whole wall of fabric. I eventually just picked this one because I thought it would look nice with your hair. Bree is fighting back a smile, and I shove my hands into my pockets. There's thread and stuff, too, in there. Everything the woman at the shop said you would need. I didn't know if you'd need a pattern or not. I figured not, but I got one just to be safe. She reaches in and pulls out the McCall's pattern, fighting back a laugh. It's for a very 70s-style mini-dress. Interesting choice, she teases. Hey, I just picked something I thought you'd look hot in. I love it, Luke. She stands up again and throws her arms around my shoulders. Her kiss is soft and sweet and warm. And for a minute, I think about scrapping my plans to head to the workshop and just taking her back to bed instead. But then she pulls away. Where can I set it up? She asks eagerly. I chuckle, reluctantly letting her go. I was thinking in the workshop. I actually have a section that I'd walled off for an office, but I never really use it. It's sealed, though, and it has a door and decent soundproofing, so it shouldn't be too loud or too sawdusty. You don't mind me being in your workshop? Your man space? Of course not. But as we lug the stuff outside, I think about her question. I had thought about where to put the sewing machine the whole time I had been out running the errands. I have many empty rooms in the house that I could get her set up in, but somehow it felt right to have her out in the workshop with me. Maybe it was her comment about how she felt at home wherever her sewing machine was. I'm making room for her in my life, in a way I never have, or have even wanted to do before. There's just something special about Bree, a way that she just seems to fit. And I want her to feel at home here. With me. In the back of my mind, I know it's stupid, dangerous even. We still shouldn't be together, at least not until Lofton Barnes' initial public offering is over, and Bree's found some equilibrium in her own job. But every time I look at her, it seems like all my sensible thoughts go flying out the window. Even Thomas walking in on us a couple of weeks ago hasn't really put a damper on things. It's only driven us deeper into seclusion, hiding out at my house like a couple of teenagers whose parents were dumb enough to go on vacation and leave them alone. And somehow, deep down, I know it's only a matter of time before all of this blows up in our faces. What are you thinking about? Bree asks, as I set her new sewing machine down on the wide table in my never-used office. I force myself to smile. Just thinking about how hot you're going to look in a blue mini dress?
23. Bree. The phone rings and rings and rings before it finally clicks over to voicemail. Hello, you've reached the private and confidential voicemail of Rich Howe, Vice President of Bailey Living. I hang up before I hear any more. It's the 10th time I've got his voicemail today, and I could recite it by heart at this point. I tap my fingers on my desk in irritation. Rich has been so hot and cold lately. The other day he was so helpful in getting me through all that paperwork, but ever since then, getting a hold of him has been like trying to catch a mouse in a field. Or maybe a rat, I think bitterly. I quickly push the thought out of my head. I have no reason to be suspicious. I'm sure he's just busy. I pick the phone back up and try Sasha, but her phone just rings too. I drop the handset down and sigh loudly, even though there's no one around to hear me. Bailey Living has an entire floor of offices, and for some reason, Rich's office is way at the other side of the building. I'm not sure why Dad kept him so far away, but maybe that's normal for these kinds of offices. I'm so used to working right next to Margot, literally I can back my chair up and run right into her, that I find this whole configuration odd. I slip my feet back into my heels. I'll just take a little stroll down that way and see if anyone is around. Maybe someone else knows if Rich is out. Jessica has a dentist appointment this afternoon, otherwise I'd just get her to keep trying Rich for me. I make my way through the office, saying hello to a few people whose names I haven't yet been able to remember, and then come around the corner where Rich and Sasha work. Rich's door is open, and I can see his empty desk. But Sasha's sitting at her computer, clicking away loudly at her keyboard. Oh, you're here, I say happily. She barely glances up. Yes, she says, blowing on her bangs. I tried calling, but you must have been away from your desk. I must have. She's still clicking, and I gnaw on the inside of my cheek to avoid saying something bitchy. Is Rich around? She finally looks up, blinking at me a few times. Sorry, no, he's out. Do you know when he'll be back? No. No further explanation, just a slow blink. I roll my eyes. Could you just ask him to call me when he gets in? She blinks at me a couple more times, which I take to mean yes. Sometimes I honestly think about just firing this woman. But technically she's Rich's assistant, and I suppose if he's happy with her, then I should let it lay.
But God, I'd love to just tell her to pack her shit and get out of this office. Of course, she'd probably just blink at me. I chuckle to myself as I walk back to my office, and then spend the rest of the afternoon reviewing our ad buys for the coming month. By the end of the day, though, I still haven't heard from Rich. I stroll back down towards his office to see if Sasha is still around. Rich's door is still open, and this time, I can see him sitting there, laughing on the phone with someone. "He's back," I say to Sasha. "Yes." Blink, blink. "Did you tell him I wanted to speak to him?" Blink, blink. I'm just about to say something when I hear Rich hang up the phone. "Bree," he calls out from his office. "Something I can help you with?" I leave Sasha alone to blink at the wall and step into Rich's office. "Hi, Rich. I was just hoping we could talk about some of the reports from this week." "Of course. You could have called, you know. You didn't have to come all the way down here to the slums." I fight back a scream. Instead, I plaster a polite smile on my face. "Oh, I know. I just felt like stretching my legs." He gestures to the chair across from his desk, and I slide into it. "So, what is it in particular you wanted to talk about?" "Just the HR report?" God, what is it about Rich that always makes me feel so nervous and incompetent? "Yes." He raises his eyebrows. "What about it?" "I didn't get one this week. Normally I get a report every week, on Fridays, which outlines any hirings, firings, or other dismissals, proposals for new positions, and any other matters that the HR manager feels need to be flagged for the executive team." "Must be an oversight," Rich says. "I'll call Bonnie for you." "Oh, that's okay," I say, feeling silly now. "I can call her." Bonnie Thompson is our HR manager, and she's actually one of the few people here who's always nice to me. But Rich waves his hand. "Bree, I won't have you troubling yourself with that. I'll call her and see she gets it to you in short order." "Okay." I rub my hands discreetly along my thighs, surprised to find that they're sweating. I shouldn't let Rich get to me like this. After all, he reports to me, not the other way around. But he always seems so competent, and it makes me feel stupid that I'm still just floundering around here. "Thanks, Rich." "Anything else?" He steeples his fingers together, a gesture that makes him look surprisingly like a cartoon villain. "Nope. Thanks again for your time." "Always a pleasure, Bree." He turns back to his computer, and it's clear that our little meeting is over. I feel relief when I step into the brownstone and lock the door behind me. Days at Bailey Living always leave me feeling exhausted, even though I seem to barely do anything more than look at spreadsheets and try to wrap my head around this industry and our role in it. I look longingly at my sewing machine, gathering dust once again on Dad's dining room table. The cream linen dress I'd started working on ages ago is so close to being finished, but for now, it just hangs over the back of the chair, waiting for the time I'll be able to pick it up again. Lately, it seems like the only time I get to do any sewing is when I'm at Luke's on the weekends. Luke. Even his name makes me smile. And I give myself a brief moment to think about him and sigh happily. Then the frantic cleaning begins. After I'd met her at the bar the other day, Luke's future sister-in-law Celia and I had kept in touch. I had pulled together a few wedding dress ideas for her, things I thought would fit her figure, and names of designers who I knew did custom work for reasonable prices. I'd been happy to help, but part of me is secretly doing it because I thought that maybe Celia and I could be friends. I still don't know anyone here, other than Luke and the people I work with. I miss Margot, and I miss having girlfriends to talk to. I have no idea if Celia and I have anything in common, but she had seemed sweet and down to earth, so I figure it's at least worth a shot. I'm just stashing the last of the dishes in the dishwasher when the doorbell rings. I scurry downstairs to find Celia and a petite brown-haired girl. "Hi," Celia says cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind that I brought Hannah?" "Of course not. Come on in." I lead them through the house. "Hannah is Trent's wife," Celia explains. "Luke's other brother." "Right. It's so nice to meet you," I say. "I haven't met Trent yet. He's the CEO, right?" Hannah nods. "Yeah. Just picture Luke, but with a bit of a stick up his butt." Celia snorts. "Hannah!" "What?" Hannah laughs. "He's my husband, and I love him, stick and all." Celia shakes her head, and I laugh too. "Well, to be honest, I'd say Luke has a bit of a stick up his butt at times, too." Hannah grins. "He does, actually. I mean, have you ever tried to set foot in his workshop? He turns into scary Luke." I smile to myself. I don't mention the fact I've made myself rather at home in Luke's workshop. No one knows we've been spending our weekends together, and I intend to keep it that way. Not that lying is exactly the best way to start off a potential new friendship, but it is what it is. "How about Jace?" I say instead. "Any stick there?" Celia laughs and shakes her head. "No stick there. He's the most laid-back guy on the planet, and well, let's just say I'm not. I guess I'm the one with the stick in our relationship." We keep chatting about the guys as I pour us glasses of white wine, and we settle into the living room. Part of me wishes I could participate more. Tell them the truth about me and Luke and the crazy barrage of feelings I've been experiencing lately. I make a mental note to call Margot later. I've been avoiding calling her because talking to her only reminds me of how much I miss Bounce. But it would be good to hear her voice again. "Let me show you the stuff I've put together for your dress," I say to Celia to change the subject. I pull out my tablet and move to sit next to Celia on the sofa. I flip open a folder, and we start going through a whole bunch of pictures of dresses. At each dress, she squeals louder and then passes the tablet for Hannah to see too. "I love them all," she says. She bites her lip. "Except I don't know if I'm any further ahead now. Instead of loving nothing, I love everything." Ha! Welcome to my life. It takes me about an hour just to get dressed every morning. Honestly, I think the best thing is to just take these ideas and start trying things on. You'll get a better sense of what you like once you see it on you. Celia's nodding. "We're definitely going to do that soon." She bites her lip and then looks at Hannah. Something passes between them, though I'm not quite sure what. Finally, Celia looks back at me. Would you be interested in coming with us? We can make a day of it, maybe have dinner afterwards." I look back and forth between them. I feel a little burst of happiness, but I try to tamp it down. "Sure, I'd be happy to come and consult." Celia looks surprised. "Oh, not to consult, just to come with us. We want to get to know you better, and trust me, I know firsthand how hard it is to make friends in this city." I can't keep the goofy grin off my face now. "Sure, I'd really like that, thank you." Celia seems to relax. "Great, it probably won't be for another few weeks, but we'll keep in touch. Maybe we can even do something before then." "Sure." I take a sip of wine to keep myself from smiling too over-enthusiastically, and then realize that my glass is empty. "Anyone for a refill?" Hannah and Celia both follow me over to the kitchen, where I refill our glasses from the bottle in the fridge. We're just heading back towards the living room when Hannah stops in front of the dining room table. "This is
beautiful, she says, gesturing to the cream-colored dress, or 3/4 of a dress, draped over the back of the chair. Celia, look at this. Wouldn't it be perfect for your rehearsal dinner? Oh, that's just something I'm working on for Bounce, I say. Can I? Celia asks, setting her glass down carefully and gesturing towards the dress. Of course. Just be careful of the pins. Celia picks up the dress and holds it up against herself. It's beautiful, Hannah breathes. Is it for sale? Celia asks hopefully. I bite my lip, then shake my head. Sorry, no. It's for a fundraiser. I have to ship it off to Paris in a couple of weeks, as soon as it's finished. Oh. I can see the disappointment in Celia's face. I can make you another one, though. This one probably isn't quite your size anyway. Really? Celia's green eyes light up, and she looks from me to Hannah and back down to the dress. I mean, I'd pay you, obviously. I wave off her suggestion. We can talk about that later. Let me get my measuring tape. Celia giggles, and the three of us joke around while I take her measurements, jotting them down in my phone so I don't lose them. Your first Chicago sale, Hannah says. Maybe someday you'll have your own store here. We'll be your biggest customers, Celia adds. I shake my head, laughing. I wish. I'm way too busy with Bailey Living. Oh, right, Celia says, chewing her lip. Don't you miss fashion, though? Like crazy, I say honestly, looking longingly at my sewing machine. My weekend bursts of productivity at Luke's aren't enough to satisfy my urge to create. So, Bailey Living, is that a temporary thing then? Hannah asks. She's still looking dreamily at the cream dress. I shrug. I don't think so. The girls glance at each other. It was my dad's company, I supply, and he left it to me. I'd feel way too guilty to entrust it to anyone else, so I guess this is my life now. I try to laugh like it's not a big deal, but neither of them join in. I'm sure your father would want you to be happy above all, Hannah says gently. Celia nods. And take it from me, working a job just because you think it's what you're supposed to be doing is a one-way ticket to misery. Before I met Jace, I was a corporate lawyer. But I'm a million times happier running the bar now. I shake my head but force myself to smile. I hear what you're saying, but it's complicated. Neither of them look convinced, but thankfully they drop the subject. We finish our wine and make a tentative plan to get together in a couple of weeks, and then I show them out. Once they're gone, I wander over to the dining room table and pick up the linen dress. I bite back a grin. It is a beautiful dress, or it will be when I'm finished with it. Making clothing is the one area in my life where I don't doubt myself, where I feel confident and the most like the me I'm supposed to be. I set the dress down with a sigh. None of that matters anymore. Fashion can be a hobby, but Bailey Living is my life. That's just the way it is.
24. Luke. Lottie flicks open the last file folder. She hands me the first set of stapled papers, neatly tagged with a half-dozen little sign here flags. Just the quarterly expenses for the executive floor, she says. Not usually an issue, but you're free to go through them more thoroughly if you like. Have you looked at them? I ask, flipping through the pages. Yes, nothing jumped out at me. Then I trust you. I grab my pen and start scrawling my signature in each of the marked places. What would I do without you? I ask Lottie, as I pass the papers back across the desk to her. It's not the first time I've had that thought. probably drown under the crushing pile of paperwork you put off signing. I chuckle at that. She's not wrong. Well, clearly Trent wasn't thinking when he left me in charge. I tease. I think you would have made a much better acting CEO. We probably both would have been happier. Lottie blushes, but there's a sparkle in her eye that says she at least partially agrees with me. Don't be silly, Luke, she says, standing. I'm enjoying working for you, and it's been a nice change. And now that I've stocked up on Post-it flags, it should be smooth sailing from here on in. Well, we can only hope. I've turned back to my laptop, and Lottie is almost at the door when she stops and turns. Goodness, I almost forgot to mention, George Shapiro called. He said he was running a bit behind and would probably be about 15 minutes late for your meeting. Shit. Right. Of course. Thanks, Lottie. Just let me know when he's here. After she leaves, I frantically do an email search for George Shapiro's name, as well as anything Trent might have forwarded me from him recently. I can't believe I completely forgot that I had another meeting with him today. Of course, if I hadn't been so distracted with Bree lately, I'd probably be a lot more on top of things. Just thinking about her makes me smile, though, and that's the kind of distraction I'm happy to have in my life. Right as I finish scanning the last of the emails, my desk phone rings. Lottie. Is he here? Yes. Shall I send him in? Sure. Might as well get this over with, right? Yes, sir. I can hear her suppressing a laugh. A few moments later, there's a short, sharp knock on my door, and then the door is pushed open. George Shapiro strides in, looking like a walrus in an Armani suit. Mr. Whitaker, he says. I stand and reach my hand out to shake, but he's already flopping into the chair across from my desk. I'll be brief, he says. I know you're a busy man. Oh, it's no trouble, I say. He peers at me over his glasses. Then, let me rephrase. I'm a busy man. I smile ruefully. Of course. Please proceed. The Securities and Exchange Commission have approved your registration statement, and my office is nearly finished with the prospectus. I did, however, want to bring your attention to a few things. Sure. Your brother continues to be on his parental leave, is that correct? I shift in my seat. Yes. And do you know when he plans to return to the office? In a couple of months. We don't have a hard date. Yes, you see, that sort of thing makes investors nervous. They have nothing to be worried about. Well, I'm sure that's true, but as we discussed previously, your assurances are not exactly an adequate guarantee when you're asking people to invest millions into your company's future. This again. I force myself to smile. Of course. Well, perhaps it would reassure them to know that Trent and I started this company together, and since its inception, I've been a full decision-making partner. Trent's absence is irrelevant. We're equal partners in this endeavor. I wish I was as confident as my words imply. I don't doubt my contribution to Loft and Barn. This company was built on the back of my designs and my creative vision. But it's also true that Trent is the true business mind behind our success. But thankfully, George Shapiro is nodding. He pushes his glasses further up his nose. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I'll trust that your assessment is accurate. I've noted that your media coverage has been exceedingly positive in the last month, so I choose to believe you've taken our last conversation to heart. I have, I assure him, except for the whole Bree Bailey thing, of course. Shapiro goes on. As you know, the IPO is a critical moment for your company. Any whiff of scandal, any nervousness among your investors, you could be talking about the difference of hundreds of millions of dollars. Preston and Walker is taking this process extremely seriously. And like Loft and Barn, we have a great deal of investment wrapped up in this offering. You have nothing to worry about, I assure him again, flashing what I hope is my most charming grin. Inside, though, my stomach is churning. Any whiff of scandal, he said. I suppose that includes dating the head of our biggest competitor? Shapiro drops a thick envelope on my desk.
"This is the initial draft of our prospectus,"
he says. Now that he's leaning forward, his stomach takes up even more room, hanging almost to his knees. But his eyes are sharp, and they cut into me.
"We'll be sharing a copy with your CFO, as well as the head of your legal department. If you have any feedback, let me know. We hope to have a final version within the next 2 weeks."
Without any further commentary, he pushes the chair back and stands up. His dark eyes are sharp, and they roam my face, as if he's trying to read something. I harden my jaw. He won't get anything from me. I don't know what he's looking for exactly, but I can tell it isn't good. He's suspicious, and I don't know if it's because he knows something, or because he's just suspicious by nature. Or maybe he just doesn't like me. Either way, he's looking at me like he thinks I might be secretly planning to sabotage the entire company. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Shapiro." I flip open my laptop and look away, refusing to give him the satisfaction of knowing he's getting to me. He stands for another moment at the door, and then out of my peripheral vision, I see him nod and slip out of my office door. I breathe out a long sigh once he's gone. The only thing I can think about is her, Bree, what this means for us. Because I may not like the guy, but Shapiro is right. The IPO depends on people having confidence in the company. It's not that they particularly care who I date. It's that they won't trust that we're not compromised somehow. If I'm dating the head of our competing company. I know Bree would never do anything to hurt our company, but they have no reason to believe that. They would look at our relationship, or whatever it is, and see a liability, an issue to be managed, a reason to withdraw support. I sit back in my chair, staring blindly at my laptop screen. The responsible thing to do would be to call it off with Bree. But the thought of not getting to see her anymore, not getting to hear her laugh, not getting to work side by side with her out in my studio, not getting to bury myself balls deep inside of her when we're done working for the day, or even before we're done working, well, it's just not an option. Because as much as I hate to admit it, I think I'm falling for her. Yes, me, Luke Whitaker, eternal bachelor, has it bad for a woman. But why did it have to be a Bailey? After work, I head over to Trent's. I want to fill him in on George Shapiro's visit, and I figure a few cuddles with my niece Libby might help get my head right. Once again, it's Hannah who pulls the door open when I get there. "Luke," she says, lighting up. "What a nice surprise. We were just sitting down to dinner." "Oh, shit, sorry. I can come back tomorrow. I should have called." But Hannah is already shaking her head. "Don't be silly. Come on in. Have you eaten?" My stomach answers by letting out a growl. "I haven't, actually. Is that lasagna I smell?" "It is, and there's plenty." I follow Hannah into the dining room and find Hannah's sister Allie already at the table, with Libby in a high chair next to her. Allie is a few years older than Hannah, but they're very close. In fact, Hannah and Trent bought a separate apartment for her just a few floors below them. Allie has multiple sclerosis and has been in a wheelchair for quite a few years now. She's a cheerful, smart girl, and with a much darker and snarkier sense of humor than Hannah. Both of them have become kind of like sisters to me since Hannah and Trent got together. "How's my girl?" I say in a baby voice as I walk up to Libby. "I'm good, thanks," Allie says. Smart ass. I lean over to kiss Libby's head and then plant one on Allie's head, too. "Still wearing the monkey suit, I see," she says as she pours me a glass of wine. "That must be killing you. You have no idea." "I think he looks handsome," Hannah says, as she arrives at the table with a plate of crusty bread rolls. I shake my head, chuckling. "Nah, no one pulls off a suit like your husband." "That's true," she smiles. Trent strolls in, holding an empty wine glass. "Are you talking about how good-looking I am?" "Of course we are," Hannah says, passing him the wine bottle. "Well, by all means, carry on." I pull out the seat next to me, gesturing for him to sit, but Trent shakes his head. "Hannah has me on salad duty tonight." He pats his stomach, which is as flat as it's always been. "I think she's trying to tell me something." Hannah swats him playfully. "I'm trying to tell you that scotch and steaks do not a complete meal make." Trent shrugs at me, still grinning, and then follows Hannah into the kitchen. I turn back to Allie and find her staring at me with a strange expression on her face. "What?" She doesn't say anything, though, just keeps staring. "What?" I say again. I stare down at my tie, making sure I haven't sloshed any wine on it or something. The light steel gray fabric still looks pristine, though, so I turn back to Allie. Her face is starting to twist into a smile. "You met someone," she announces triumphantly. "What?" "No." "Would you keep your voice down?" "Why do I need to keep my voice down if it's not true?" She's still grinning, but at least she whispers this time. Because there's no need to be starting rumors. Why in the hell would you think that anyway? To be honest, I'm dying to know, because if Allie figured it out within 5 minutes of seeing me, then surely other people must be able to tell too. Allie squints, studying my face. "I don't know exactly. But you remind me of how Hannah was when she first got together with Trent. She just had this constant lovesick puppy look about her." "So you're saying I look like a lovesick puppy?" "Hey, if the pink sparkly collar fits." "Well, you're wrong," I tell her. I take a swallow of my wine and try to make my face look as unlovesick puppy as possible. Allie just snickers. "So who is she?" "She's no one. I mean, there is no one." I swallow. "None but this little cutie, that is." I cuff Libby's chin, just so that I have an excuse to look away from Allie. "Mm-hmm." We're saved at that moment by the return of Hannah and Trent. Hannah is wearing oven mitts and carrying a huge pan of lasagna, and Trent trails behind with the salad bowl. "You should have said you needed some help," I say. I stand and try to take the pan from her, but she weaves it out of my reach. "Sit, it's hot." I move the bottle of wine out of the way so she can at least reach the trivet on the table, and she and Trent set the dishes down. "By the way, Luke, did I mention that Celia and I hung out with Bree the other day?" My cheeks redden, and I can feel Allie's eyes boring into me. "That's nice," I mumble. "She's such a sweetheart," she says, "and so talented." "I guess," I shrug. "I barely know her." Hannah and Allie both stare me down. Trent is the only one who seems oblivious, slicing up the lasagna and heaping helpings onto everyone's plates. "How's Libby these days?" I ask, wiggling one of her feet. That should distract them. Sure enough, we spend most of the meal being regaled with stories of cute Libby antics, and watching as Trent tries to feed her from the little bowl of pureed squash in her high chair. Trent's efforts are admirable, but his daughter is having none of it. She eyes the lasagna as if she knows what she's missing out on. When we're done eating, Allie and I clear the dishes and give Hannah and Trent a few extra minutes to just sit and relax. I'm expecting Allie to start grilling me about Bree as soon as we're alone in the kitchen, but to my surprise, she's mum on the subject. When we finally rejoin the others, Hannah is pouring a glass of wine. "Well, I think Allie and I are off duty," she says. "Trent says you guys are going to give Libby her bath." I raise my eyebrows at Trent, but he just shrugs. "You might as well learn," he says with a grin. "You'll need to know this stuff someday." I sneak a glance at Allie. She covers her mouth with her hand, but not before I catch the broad grin that spreads across her face. "I don't think so," I say, folding my arms, "but I do enjoy watching you play rubber ducky." "Come on," Trent says, chuckling. "If you're lucky, Libby will let you hold the sailboat." I follow him as he carries her into the bathroom, and I hold her while he fills her little baby bath. "I met with George Shapiro today," I tell him, as he strips off her little pink romper. I heard. You did? Trent nods, still focused on Libby. Yeah, he emailed me a copy of the draft prospectus. What did you think? He's a bit of a buffoon. Trent grins. I meant of the prospectus. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess everything looks good. Legal and finance are looking at it now. I think they have a few small amendments, but nothing that should hold us up too much. That's great. I'm so glad this is going smoothly. I have to admit, I was a bit worried. The timing really couldn't have been worse. He sets Libby gently in the tub, and she giggles when he pours water over her plump little belly. Yeah, it wasn't ideal. I watch him with his daughter for a few minutes, admiring the man he's become. Sometimes it feels like 1,000,000 years since we started Loft and Barn, doesn't it? I say. Trent looks up at me curiously. Then he sighs and nods. Yeah, and other times it feels like it was only yesterday. Remember when we were working out of that shitty little office on Clark Street? Trent shakes his head, laughing. God, that place was a dump. The only good thing about it was the ping-pong table. I laugh, too. You got pretty good at it. You had a wicked backhand. He grins. Still do, little brother. I lean against the counter and watch him gently wash Libby's hair. Remember when the biggest dream we had was to actually open a retail store? He chuckles. Yeah, simpler times. Remember when we had our first Design Times feature framed and hung it on the wall? It was so cool seeing that dining room table you designed actually appear in a magazine spread. I shake my head. Those had been different times, working our asses off day and night to get the company off the ground, running ourselves ragged and stressing out about every decision, every contract, every dollar spent. But we also celebrated every victory, every media mention, every sale, every dollar earned. Does it ever feel like we're really far removed from the business now? Trent glances up. What do you mean? I shrug. I don't know. We're so big now that sometimes it feels like the difference between captaining a yacht and driving a speedboat. Sure, we've got more money and prestige now, but don't you ever miss the thrill of that speedboat? Trent doesn't answer at first. He lifts Libby out of the tub, wraps her in a towel, and cradles her against his chest. He rubs her face gently with the edge of the towel, but he looks lost in thought. Finally, he shrugs. Sometimes. I don't miss the sleepless nights or the ramen noodles, but yeah, I miss the hands-on aspect of the business. I gnaw at my lip. So, this IPO, I trail off for a second, trying to gather my thoughts. I know we discussed it for ages, but are we still sure it's the right move? Trent's brow furrows. We can't go back now, Luke. We could, though. The prospectus hasn't even been submitted yet. He's already shaking his head, though. This is what we've been working towards. It's the natural evolution for our business. I know. I sigh and shove my hand in my pockets. This is what we've always wanted, isn't it? Trent asks. When we were in that office on Clark, didn't we talk about what it would be like when we saw Loft and Barn on the New York Stock Exchange? We always said that's when we'd know we'd made it. He's right. And I hate that he's right. Maybe my feelings about Bree are starting to cloud my judgment. And that's something I can't have. My first priority has always been, and always will be, our company. It's my life's work. And someday it'll be my legacy. I sigh as I watch Trent finish toweling off Libby. We're good, right, Luke? He asks without looking up. We're still on the same page. Yeah, we're still on the same page. Good. It looks like the prospectus will go through before I'm back, so you'll have to continue shepherding this through. He still hasn't looked up at me. George talked to you about the risks, right? We run things absolutely 100% clean until that happens. No rumors, no bad press. Hell, no good press. All we need to do right now is just tick along like clockwork. Of course. Yeah, you got it. I shrug like it's no big deal, but I'm gnawing at the inside of my cheek, because I know what this means. And I hate it. It means I have to stop seeing Bree Bailey.
25. Bree. A slick of lipstick, a quick spritz of perfume, a discreet pit sniff. Ready. I slip out of the Bailey living offices. On the street, Clifford is already waiting for me with the town car, and we quickly head over to Michigan Avenue. I have another home to visit with Thomas and the bloggers tonight. A gorgeous new penthouse with a view of the lake. But I'll be honest, it's Luke that I'm most looking forward to seeing. I haven't seen him since the weekend, and it's amazing how fast that damn man has gotten under my skin. Despite all my best intentions, he's all I think about these days. The concierge in the lobby has a list of attendees, and he lets me through to the elevators once he's checked my identification. The whole ride up to the 44th floor, I bite my lip, trying not to grin like an idiot. Luke and I barely ever get to see each other during the week. But these events make the perfect cover. When the elevator doors open, I make my way down the hallway. I can hear voices already coming from the unit, so I turn the handle, push the door open, and step inside. I see Luke and Thomas right away, deep in conversation with each other and a couple of designers. They both glance up and smile, but then fall back into conversation. I drop my coat on the kitchen island and make my way over to join them. "Bree, so glad you couldn't make it," Thomas says, touching my arm gently in welcome. Luke just smiles, but his face looks tight. "Just look at these wonderful designs the ladies have been showing us," Thomas says, handing me the tablet as he nods at the bloggers. I can't help but notice that one of them is Kelsey Brayburn, the perky blonde who was trying to hit on Luke at Jason Celia's bar the other day. I fight back a smile. Maybe that's why he looks so tense. I flip through the designs Thomas shows me, and I feel myself start to get excited again. Just like in the brownstone the other day, I'm blown away by the level of talent in their designs. These bloggers, for the most part, aren't professionals. They're stay-at-home moms or young career women like me, and most of them do this as a hobby. And they kick ass at it. And like last time, I'm glad to see Bailey Living pieces included in some of the designs. Our roll-top desk is featured prominently in the office, and a couple of our flowered wingback chairs flank a deep blue velvet sofa in the living room. I make a mental note to talk to Thomas about getting some photos of the rooms once they're finished. They'll be great for our social media, and maybe even next year's catalog. We make our way from room to room, going over shopping needs, to-do lists, and product orders. I keep trying to catch Luke's eye, but he keeps his attention on Thomas and the conversation at hand. When I finally find myself alone with him in the empty room that will soon be an office, I grab his arm. "Hey." I try to smile, hoping he'll warm up now that we're alone. Instead, he extracts his arm from mine and runs his hand through his hair. His face still looks tense. "Hi," he says. He looks out the door nervously. "How's your week going?" "Oh, the usual." He shrugs. "We should get back to the group. I don't want anyone to notice our absence." "Okay," I say, folding my arms as I follow him out of the room. My mind is reeling. I just saw him on Sunday, and everything was as wonderful as it always is. Now he's acting like we barely know each other. I join Luke and the rest of the group in the master bedroom and try to pay attention to the conversation. But all I can do is sneak glances at Luke. I keep hoping I'm just imagining this sudden coldness. But he doesn't look at me the rest of the evening, except when I ask him a direct question. My stomach is starting to get that queasy, nervous feeling. I keep thinking about what I'll say to him when we're alone together. But as the evening winds down, I decide to try to push away my nerves and just be cool. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. After all, he could have had a bad day at work, or maybe it's family stuff. I've never been the girl to freak out about guy stuff, and I have no intention of starting now. Even if the way Luke is avoiding my gaze is giving me a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. As the evening wraps up, we all find ourselves in the kitchen, and I wrap my coat over my arm, pretending like I'm getting ready to leave with everyone else. "After you, Bree," Thomas says, holding the door open for me. I smile, but then pause. Darn, you know what? I think I left my phone in the bathroom. You go on without me. Sure, we'll see you next week then. Thomas and the bloggers filter out, leaving Luke and I alone in the kitchen. Now he's finally looking at me, and I feel my entire body start to relax. Maybe I've just been imagining this whole thing after all. I take a step towards him and run my fingers along his muscular arm. His scent envelops me, so woodsy and masculine. I already feel 1,000,000 times better just being close to him again. Then he takes a step backwards, out of my reach. My stomach bottoms out. Sometimes you just know, don't you, that something's wrong. And right now, every part of me is screaming at me to retreat, that I don't want to hear what Luke's going to say. He runs his hands through his hair. I know the gesture well. He does it when he's nervous or when he doesn't know quite what to say. No, I whisper. His brow furrows. No what? I shake my head. Whatever you're going to say, don't say it. Okay, Luke? Please, just don't say it. His shoulders slump. Bree. Tears are welling up in my eyes, and I flick them away in irritation. No, we can't. No, we both know why we shouldn't. No. I pause. Take a deep breath. I know. But don't say it, okay? I don't know what's changed for Luke since the last time I saw him, but something clearly has. I should be mad. But the truth is, I know he's right. We both know why we shouldn't do this. We've known it since that day we met in Thomas's boardroom, each finally understanding who the other was. This has always been a bad idea, and now it's apparently a bad idea that's run its course. Luke hesitates, then nods. I won't say it. Thank you, I whisper. Luke, I don't know what I'm about to say, and I don't have time to finish my thought before Luke suddenly takes me in his arms. His mouth finds mine, hungrily. Despite everything we've just said, or not said, I let him. His mouth on mine feels as warm and natural as a tropical breeze, and I let it lick across my skin. His kiss is frantic, passionate, and yet there's a sadness to it too. It feels like the last time I'll get to kiss him, to be held by him. I choke back a sob as I keep kissing him. I wind my arms around his neck, pulling him as close to me as I can. I don't want this to be the last time I kiss him, but if it is, I'm damn sure going to savor every moment of it. I'm dimly aware of a soft clicking noise coming from somewhere behind us. It echoes through the empty apartment. I don't even have time to process it, though, before a loud coughing sound follows it. Luke and I pull abruptly apart.
I whip around to face the direction of the cough, and then groan. Kelsey. She slips something into her coat pocket and then crosses her arms. "Isn't that cute?" she says sarcastically. Then she wags her finger at us. "Looks like I caught you." Luke takes a step away from me. I can see the stress in his face. "This isn't what it looks like," I say to Kelsey, stepping in front of Luke. She barks out a laugh. "Really? 'Cause it looks like you guys were about to get it on, right on this marble island." I pretend to laugh. "Not at all. Luke is an old friend. He was just giving me a hug." "With his tongue?" I glance back at Luke. He looks paler than the row of white kitchen cupboards behind him. "That's just silly," I insist. "I don't know what you think you saw, but it wasn't. Look, I have nothing against you, Bree. You can kiss whoever you want. So can Luke, for that matter. All I care about is winning this design contest. Do you know how long I've been trying to get my blog off the ground? I put so much work into it, into a perfectly curated Instagram feed, and yet nothing takes off. All I need is one good photo. Something that will really grab people. You know?" The reality of what she's saying sinks in. I take a deep breath. "Kelsey, it's really important that you don't tell anyone about this." "Oh?" She raises one eyebrow. "How important?" "We can help you," Luke says. "If you want to win the contest, we can help you." "Luke!" I hiss. I don't like the idea of Kelsey knowing about us. But I also don't like the idea of rigging a charity contest. But Luke just gives me a small shrug. He turns back to Kelsey. "Why don't you just take a couple of days to think it over?" I jump in before he can say anything. "Don't do anything rash. Okay?" Kelsey studies both of us for a minute, then uncrosses her arms. "Fine," she says. She even smiles. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak you guys out." I laugh nervously. "It's okay. Look, why don't we all get out of here?" She nods. Luke locks up the apartment and the three of us head downstairs in the elevator together. Once we're out on the street, Luke puts Kelsey in a cab with one more promise that we'll talk to her again soon. We watch the car until it's completely out of sight, and then I slump back against the building. "That was way too close for comfort," I say. Luke doesn't smile. "Yeah, it was. Bree?" My own smile disappears. "I know." "The thing I didn't say upstairs." "I know, Luke. Please, God, don't let him say it." "The thing is, Lofton Barn is about to go public. If this gets out, it could really hurt us. Our underwriter has already warned us that even a whiff of rumor..." I don't say anything. I just stand there on the street corner and watch him scrub his hands over his face. "We can't see each other anymore, Bree. I'm not saying never, but not right now." The words hang between us. His face is as still as stone, but his eyes look sad. I want to protest, but I don't have it in me. "You're right," I say. I turn away as I fish through my purse. I can't look at him anymore. Not at the sad way he's gazing at me. Not at the way his hands clench into fists at his side. I call Clifford to come pick me up. When I get home, I throw myself down on one of my 3 couches and I cry. I'd managed to hold it together until Clifford arrived, and then I'd mostly held it together during the car ride. But now that I'm in the privacy of my own home, the tears flow like water. I should have known better. Luke Whittaker. I scoff at his name. What a stupid name. Then again, it goes perfectly with his stupid face, and his stupid body, and his stupid furniture. But deep down, I know that I'm the one who's stupid. I never should have fallen for Luke. I tried so hard to stay away from him, but somehow he always managed to lure me back in. Or I let myself be lured. I throw my arm over my eyes and moan dramatically. Is it possible to want to punch someone and kiss them at the same time? Because if so, that's exactly how I feel about Luke. I click on Dad's old, ancient television. I've barely turned it on since I've been here, but tonight seems like the perfect time to catch up on some cheesy television. Especially since I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep anytime soon. Except the lull of the television must work some kind of magic on me. Because the next thing I know, light is streaming in through the living room windows. It's morning, and I slept the entire night out here on the couch, still in the clothes I was wearing last night. I shake my head groggily and reach for my phone. I hope against hope that maybe Luke has reached out, that he's changed his mind. But there's only a single text from Margot. I click it open. Is that the hot American? If so, I approve. Glad to see you took my advice. My heart races as I read her words. What is she talking about? The text came less than 20 minutes ago, so I fire off a quick response. Just a series of question marks. Her response comes almost immediately, but instead of words, it's just a link. An Instagram link. Somehow I know exactly what it is before I even click on it. I still click on it, though. I have to. I have to see it for myself. The photo loads almost immediately on my phone. The stupid picture doesn't even have the decency to be blurry or grainy. No, there it is. Full color and sharp as a tack. Me and Luke kissing at the penthouse last night. My arms wound around his neck like I'm drowning, and he's saving me with his tongue.
26. Luke. I stared down at the long pieces of wood, propped up against the wall of my workshop. It's a beautiful stack, all pieces of weathered maple from an old farm a few towns over. The place was being torn down, but I'd arranged to get in a few months ago and salvage some of the wood. I've had it in mind to make something special for Libby's arrival, but things have been a blur ever since Trent had announced he'd be taking a paternity leave. The wood's been sitting out here in my shop since then, taunting me every time I walk out here. Now I have plenty of time and no inspiration of what to do with it. Libby already has a crib and a changing table, and they have all her tiny little clothes folded into one of our loft and barn dressers. What else does a baby need? I thought about making her a playhouse, but it would be a while before she'd be able to use something like that. I grab one of the planks and throw it on the workbench. I eye it from every end, trying to get it to send me a message of some kind. I know it sounds hokey, but when you work with wood enough, you can sometimes get a feel for what it wants to be. Half of my best designs have come from just listening to the materials in front of me, feeling the shapes that were already writ inside of them. This one, though, I'm getting nothing. I flip it over, examine it from end to end, but it stays stubbornly silent. I suppose it's my fault for being distracted. Ever since last night, I haven't been able to think of anything but Bree. Of the way her face broke when I told her we had to stop seeing each other. Of the way it had felt to kiss her, knowing it would be the last time. And of the breath of cold fear in my stomach when Kelsey had walked in on us. When I'd kissed Bree, I'd allowed myself a moment to think that I was making a mistake. That things weren't as dire as I was making them out to be. That we could just go on the way we had been, keeping our relationship quiet and spending stolen weekends out here at the farmhouse. Then Kelsey had surprised us, and I realized exactly why ending it with Bree was the right decision. It was just too risky. There was too much at stake. I shake my head. Kelsey had promised not to say anything. I had to trust that she would keep a word, at least for now. There was nothing else to do. I'm just about to flip the plank over a second time when my phone rings. I keep it on the far end of the workshop so that it doesn't get too dusty while I'm working, so I jog over to grab it before it goes to voicemail. As soon as I pick up the phone, my stomach clenches. It's Bree. I stare down at the phone for a second, debating whether I should even answer or not. But something in my gut says she isn't the type to call for no reason. And besides, I kind of want to hear her voice. Just this once. "Hi," I say. There's a pause on the other end of the line. "Hi," she says finally. Her voice sounds strained. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Have you been on Instagram?" "Have I? No. Why?" She sighs. "I'm surprised your phone hasn't been pinging out of control the way mine has. Hang on, I'm going to send you this." "Send me what?" "Just a sec." There's a fumbling on the other end of the line, and then my phone buzzes in my hand. "Go look," she says. I pull the phone away from my ear for a moment and see the new text notification that must be from Bree. It's an Instagram link, and when the picture loads, I suck in a breath. It's me and Bree. The photo is from last night at the Michigan Ave penthouse. It must have been just before Kelsey walked in on us, because in the picture, we're kissing. My hand is winding through her hair, and she's got both hands pressed against my chest. It's clearly not just an innocent kiss. There's passion written all over that picture. "What the fuck is Capel Socks?" I say, reading the name over the photo. On the other end of the line, Bree sighs. "That's K. Apples XOX. K. Apples? Kelsey Brayburn? Remember? Kelsey posted this?" "She sure did." Bree's words are light, but I can tell that she's on the verge of tears. "What are we going to do?" "We're going to get this fucking thing taken down is what we're going to do." My blood is already starting to boil. I'm furious with Kelsey, but I'm mad at myself, too. After all, I've known all along exactly what the risk was. And now the thing I'd feared has happened. I can only hope that we can limit the damage. But Bree is laughing ruefully. "Take it down, Luke? Do you even know how the internet works? It's been shared over 100 times already, and it's only been up for an hour. You can't just take things off the internet. Once they're out there, they're out there. Remember the Beyoncé photos?" "What Beyoncé photos?" She laughs a little. "Never mind, just trust me. We can try to get Kelsey to take the photo down, but it won't mean anything. It's out there now." "So what do we do?" I hate not having an answer, but the truth is, she knows the social media stuff better than I do. I don't know. Hope no one notices it? Hope no one cares as much as we think they will? She doesn't sound particularly hopeful, though. I pictured George Shapiro sitting in my office the other day, and his warning that a scandal just like this could end up costing us millions from our IPO. "Right," I say, swallowing. "I'm sure it won't be that bad." I sound a lot more confident than I feel. "Do you think?" For a second, there's a glimmer of hope in her voice, and I latch onto that. "Absolutely," I assure her. "We're two adults. We didn't do anything wrong. Who cares if we kissed, right?" "Right," she says, through a sniffle. "Look, let me make a few calls, see if I can get a feel for what's out there, okay?" "Okay," she sniffs again. I can tell she's glad to turn some of her worries over to me. I just wish there was more I could do to fix this. It was already killing me that I'd hurt her by ending it. She doesn't need this on top of everything else. I make a vow to myself that I'm going to fix this however I can. I've only just hung up the phone when it rings again. Shit. Trent. I debate not answering it, but I already know what he's calling about. And I know full well that if I don't pick up now, I'm just going to get a barrage of frantic texts. Hello? I'm already pinching the bridge of my nose. Bree, Bailey, Luke. Seriously? I sigh. I'm sorry. You're sorry? What the hell happened? I don't know, I tell him. It's actually the truth. I've known all along that it was a bad idea to be with Bree. And yet somehow she'd gotten under my skin anyway. Her and her damn red hair, and her sweet smile, and those fucking curves, and that laugh. God, that laugh. You don't know, Trent laughs incredulously. Are you an idiot? Of all the fucking women in the world, Luke, seriously, could you not keep it in your pants for more than 5 minutes? You had to whip it out for the first girl you— Hey, I snap. I get it, okay? I fucked up. Trent huffs. Well, we have to fix this. It isn't good for us. You know what George Shapiro said? He said, I know what he said. His words have been ringing in my ears since I saw the picture. That any scandal could mean the difference of hundreds of millions of dollars from our IPO. That isn't chump change, not even for Trent and I. Plus, we both have too much pride to flame out like this. This business is our baby. And if we're gonna go public, we're gonna fucking nail it. Look, I'm gonna try to get the picture taken down. Good. Do it now, Luke. He hangs up the phone before I can get another word in. I slam the phone down on the workbench and mutter a string of expletives under my breath. I have no idea how to get this fucking thing taken down. And according to Bree, it won't make any difference even if I do. I decide to do the only thing I can think of, which is to call Thomas. He's deeply apologetic and says he'll get in touch with Kelsey immediately to have her take the photo down. I think about contacting her myself, but I don't trust myself not to lose my shit at her. The last thing I need is her telling the world that I threatened her into taking the picture down. Contrary to what Trent seems to think, I'm not an idiot, and I do understand a bit about bad publicity. That night, I can't get Bree off my mind. That's nothing new, of course, but now her face makes my gut clench in guilt and worry. This whole thing has been a huge, unforgivable lapse in judgment. But my biggest regret is dragging her down with me. I'm the one who pushed her, kissing her on the elevator, dragging her into the bathroom at the gala. Maybe Trent is right. My inability to keep my dick in my pants is ruining everything. I groan into the darkness, smothering my face into the pillow. I can still smell Bree's scent in the sheets from the last time she was over, and the lingering sweet vanilla-y perfume is not helping matters. I'm trying to get her out of my head, not breathe her in. It takes me forever to fall asleep, and in the morning I'm groggy and grumpier about this whole situation than ever. Lottie looks at me curiously when I come into the office. What? I say curtly. She rolls her eyes. You look terrible. Her bluntness actually makes me smile a little. I feel worse. Then I apologize in advance for what I'm about to tell you. Great. What? George Shapiro called. He'll be here at 11. I roll my eyes. This is exactly what I need right now. Our underwriter reminding me that I'm an irresponsible asshole. Thanks, I tell Lottie, even though I'm sure she can tell I don't mean it. I disappear into my office and spend most of the morning knee-deep in internal reports. Anything to keep my mind off Bree and, of course, my impending visitor. By the time 11 o'clock rolls around, I've actually almost forgotten about George Shapiro. Then my phone rings, drawing me out of my work trance. It's Lottie, and I pick it up, already on edge before I even say a word. It's him, isn't it? Shall I send him in? I grumble something unintelligible and hang up. But moments later, there's a curt knock on my door. I don't answer, but George Shapiro pushes the door open anyway. He's holding a huge stack of papers and file folders, which he immediately drops on my desk. Is this the finished prospectus? I ask. I start to flip through the first folder at the top of the pile, but instead of the dry report I'm expecting, it's a printed screenshot of me and Bree. Fuck. No, this is not the prospectus. We've temporarily halted that work while we do an issues analysis on your relationship with Bree Bailey. I don't have a relationship with Bree Bailey, I say through gritted teeth. Not anymore, anyway. Well, this picture would say otherwise, Mr. Whitaker. Pictures lie, George. I lean back in my chair. Look, I know it was stupid. I get it. It won't happen again. You can assure our investors of that. He grins ruefully. I wish it was that easy. If you look in that green folder towards the bottom, we've put together a detailed impact scenario and risk analysis of these recent social media reports. I'd like you to look at that report. My head is hammering angrily as I reach for the green folder. I flip it open and scan the top document. But to my relief, it doesn't look that bad. It lays out some projections for our IPO, and the opening price is pretty much right in line with what we've been expecting. What's the problem? I say, holding up the paper. This is right on track. George Shapiro sighs exaggeratedly. Yes, Mr. Whitaker, because that's the original report. The second file in there includes the updated projections. Of course. Smooth, Luke. I put the first report aside and flip through the second one. I do a double take as my eyes hit the projected figures. This is barely even 10% of what we've been estimating. George sits back, looking smug. So you see my concern, then. But this is crazy. You're telling me we're actually going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars just because I kissed the CEO of Bailey Living? This is fucking absurd. No, Mr. Whitaker, it's not fucking absurd. Business is business, and our investors do not like uncertainty. Our relationship with the head of a competing firm opens you up to all sorts of issues, including creative theft, conflict of interest, and a little thing I like to call prick perspective. I raise my eyebrows, but Shapiro doesn't smile. It's when you think with your dick instead of your head, Mr. Whitaker. Something I'm sure you're very familiar with. Anger bubbles up inside of me. He's the second person, including Trent, to accuse me of thinking with my dick. And maybe originally that's what I was doing, back before I got to know Bree, before I fell in. I'll ask you to leave now, I say through gritted teeth. Shapiro has the audacity to look surprised. Mr. Whitaker, you'll leave now, before I forcibly remove you, and take your fucking reports with you. I shove the file folders towards him. I'll leave those for you, he says, standing. Perhaps once you've cooled down, you'll be able to think about this clearly. Get out! I roar. I stand up from my desk. Shapiro might have 100 pounds on me, but right now I feel like I could tear this walrus limb from limb. I press my hands down onto the top of the desk, glaring at him. Shapiro pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose, then nods curtly and leaves. For a minute, I stand there, just breathing and trying to wait for the anger to leave my body. Only it doesn't. The longer I stand there, the angrier I get. At Trent for putting me in this position. At Bree for being so fucking amazing. At Shapiro for making it wrong to be with her. But mostly, I'm mad at myself, because I've known all along how bad this could get, and I still did it anyway. I did it anyway, and now everything is a fucking mess.
27. Bree. I push open the doors of the Grand Windsor Hotel, swearing under my breath.
How many more of these freaking events am I going to have to attend? And why in the hell had I agreed to this in the first place? Kids with cancer, I remind myself. Right. That puts things in perspective. This is for a good cause. The rest of it, Luke, my shambles of a personal life, doesn't matter. I scan the room quickly, looking for his familiar shock of dark hair, and am both relieved and disappointed when I don't see him. The first person I see is actually Thomas, who rushes over and plants a kiss on my cheek. Bree, I am so sorry about everything that's happened. Luke called me about the photo and I had Kelsey take it down immediately, but I'm afraid the damage had already been done. His words spill out in a tumble and his expression is so pained that I actually smile. It's not your fault, Thomas, it's ours. It was just, it just happened and I throw my hands up, but Thomas is nodding. Oh, trust me, I know. And for what it's worth, I can't say I blame you. It'd be hard to say no to a man like Luke. He grins, and I laugh. It is, I admit. It really, really is. He squeezes my hand. You'll survive this. What's a little gossip, right? Right. I force another smile. Do you know if he's here yet? Not yet. He glances down at his watch. He should be here soon, though. We'll be doing photos later, and he promised to be here for that. Why don't you get a drink? Steel your nerves. Quite a few reporters here tonight, so I apologize in advance if anyone harasses you about this whole thing. Come to me if they get in your face too much. Thanks, Thomas. I smile, and for the first time in what feels like days, I actually mean it. Since Luke isn't here yet, I let myself relax a fraction of an inch. I make my way over to the bar where I order a glass of wine, white, because knowing my luck, if I got red, I'd spill it all over my white blouse. I'd gotten so wrapped up in work that I hadn't made it home to change, and now I stuck out like a sore thumb in my purple pencil skirt and tailored white shirt. Just another reason to down this drink and make my exit as quickly as I can. But I barely have time to enjoy more than a sip of my wine before it happens. He happens. Luke. My heart leaps in my throat at the sight of him. Breathtakingly handsome in a navy suit and light gray tie. His dark hair is as wild and uncontrolled as ever. But his expression is serious as he scans the room. I wonder for a moment if he's looking for me. I get my answer when his eyes meet mine. Our gaze locks from across the room, and I grip my wine glass and remind myself to breathe. The rest of the room seems to fade away. I'm so laser-focused on him and only him. But almost as soon as our eyes meet, he looks away. The loss of connection feels as real and abrupt as if he had pushed me off a bridge. I swallow down a hard lump in my throat as I watch him smile at an older, balding man and then strike up a conversation with him. His demeanor instantly brightens. He's smiling, laughing, clapping the man on the back, as if he clearly doesn't care about any of this, as if I'm nothing but a thorn in his side, a cramp in his style. I gulp down my wine and grab my purse as I stand. I had secretly been hoping he'd come over to talk to me, but he obviously has no intention of doing that. So I'm not going to hang out at the bar all night waiting for him. I make my way through the crowd and spot a group of the designers we've been working with. Kelsey isn't among them, thank God, so I head over to talk to them for a bit. I'm actually just starting to enjoy myself when someone taps me on the shoulder. My heart leaps again for one stupid second, thinking it might be Luke. But instead, I see Thomas standing there. Photos in 5, he says, squeezing my arm. Everything going okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Out in the east lobby again?
Thomas nods and disappears back into the crowd. I look discreetly around for Luke, but don't see him anywhere. I slowly make my way out of the ballroom and find the group out in the lobby. It's all the same people as last time. Sponsors like Luke and me, and members of the hospital's fundraising board. I take my place at the far end of the group, fighting back a memory of that last time we'd posed for pictures, and Luke had stood behind me, tormenting me the entire time. I spot him come out of the ballroom just then. He scans the crowd. His eyes glance over me quickly, but I know that he sees me because he immediately takes his position at the very opposite end of the group. As far away from me as he can get, basically. I let out a sigh as I try to shift my focus to the photographer. Even though he's way at the other end of the room, all I can concentrate on is Luke. He's joking around with some of the people standing near him. Somehow, despite the fact that I've been a ball of misery lately, he seems to be basking in a warm glow of some kind. His laugh reaches all the way across the room, and I can see the way the women around him lean towards him like flowers into the sun. He'd had the very same effect on me once upon a time. I had leaned into him in just the same way. He was so good at making you feel special that it was hard to be objective when he was lavishing attention on you. Despite all my best intentions, I'd fallen under his spell. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The photographer brings our attention front and center, and Luke manages to rein in his stand-up comedy routine long enough to face the front. I want to roll my eyes. Has he always been this much of a show-off? I smile for the camera, but inside, I'm impatiently counting down the minutes until I can get out of here. When I finally see the photographer unscrewing the camera lens and placing it into a big black carrier bag, I breathe out a sigh of relief. I know I should stick around and mingle a bit longer, but after the day I've had, I'm exhausted. I think I'm just going to call it a night. Everyone starts filing away, but Thomas steps to the front. We'll just stay here another few minutes, if that's okay with everyone. There are a few media questions, and I think it'll be easier if we address them while we have everyone here together. I groan, but at least I'm accompanied by half the other sponsors here. Thomas plasters on a smile. I'm sorry. I promise it won't be more than a few moments. Isn't that right, folks? He looks pointedly at a few people gathered off to the side, who I assume must be reporters. They laugh amicably, and a few nod. Thomas nods in return. Great, I'll cede you the floor then. The first reporter, a gray-haired man I've seen around at a couple of these functions, steps forward. There are just a couple of weeks left in the lottery. Are you on track to meet your fundraising goals? Thomas grins. Well, we'll have to wait for our official tallies, but yes, at this point I'm happy to say that we're on track to meet our goals. In fact, I expect us to exceed them by at least 30%. There's a surprised murmur among even the sponsors, and then a smattering of applause. Thomas nods happily. Yes, I think we have our volunteer bloggers and designers to thank. They've really been instrumental in drumming up interest from the younger generation. And of course, we have Luke Whitaker and Bree Bailey to thank for supporting that part of the lottery. It's been a new experience for all of us, and I hope a positive one. I cringe inside, but try to keep a smile on my face. A blonde woman in a stylish white leather jacket steps forward from the group of reporters. Can we hear from one of the designers, Thomas? How has this experience been for you? Thomas nods. Of course. He turns to the group. Anyone care to comment? Jenny, the dark-haired girl who designed the Bailey living room I'd been so fond of, steps forward carefully. I think I can speak for everyone when I say that it's been a great experience so far, she says, looking back at the rest of her peers for confirmation. They all nod and murmur in agreement, and Jenny turns back to the reporter.
We've all learned so much, and working with Thomas and Bree and Luke has been a dream come true.
Thanks, the blonde woman says. She types something into her phone and then looks up again. Can I ask another one? Thomas nods. Of course, Robin. She scans the crowd until her eyes land squarely on Luke. She grins. Luke, I'm sorry, I have to ask. What's going on with you and Bree Bailey? Is Bree here? I've never wished so hard that a massive sinkhole would open up and swallow me whole. I think about just slinking behind the crowd and hiding. But the people behind me are shuffling, and it draws Robin's attention over to us. I'm here, I say, lifting my hand just slightly. Her grin widens. Bree, hi. She turns back to Luke. So what's the story?
Yes, Luke, please tell us what the story is.
Luke shrugs. He's got a cocky grin on his face, and I hate how handsome he looks in that moment. What can I say, Robin? He shrugs. A regrettable lapse in judgment. A one-time thing that I've already assured Thomas won't happen again. Both Bree and I are 100% committed to this fundraiser and to keeping it professional. My stomach clenches. Regrettable lapse in judgment? Not exactly how I'd characterize it, but whatever. Even Robin looks disappointed by his answer. So, no juicy details you want to share? Luke laughs. It makes my heart ache to hear it. Come on, Robin. When have I ever been one to share juicy details? There's a flirtatious note in his voice. It makes me feel nauseated. I want to look over at him, but I don't want anyone to see me looking, so instead, I stare at a point on the wall, just behind Robin's head. I expect tears to spring up any moment, but I feel too heartsick to even cry. All right, if we're devolving into questions about personal gossip, I think we can wrap this up, Thomas says, clapping his hands together once. Thanks for coming, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the evening. The bar will remain open until midnight. The crowd finally disperses. I head straight for the doors of the hotel, bursting out into the streets. It's dark out now, and I breathe in the fresh night air like I've been holding my breath for the last 10 minutes, which, to be fair, I kind of feel like I have. How could Luke be so casual about all this? I feel like my heart is breaking, and he's flirting with reporters and just being his usual self. I guess none of this mattered to him. Or at least not as much as it mattered to me. Then again, I should have expected that, shouldn't I? I knew from the beginning that he was a playboy. Those pictures I'd seen online painted a pretty clear picture of the man he was. It's my own fault for ignoring it for so long. And anyway, what Luke said is right. We're both committed to being professional. I came back to Chicago to run my father's business, not to fall for his rival, which means my professional life needs to come first. I can't bear to bother Clifford again, so I let one of the hotel valets hail me a cab. I'm just climbing into the back seat when I happen to glance up towards the grand front doors of the hotel. They swing open and Luke steps out. His eyes scan the crowd milling on the steps and then briefly, just briefly, light on my cab. Our eyes lock for a moment. Drive, please, I tell the cabbie. I don't look back.
28. Luke. It's been 6 days since I last saw Bree. Almost 144 excruciating hours. I know this because I've counted off every one of them as they passed, like an addict desperate for a drink. 6 days. 6 days without her laugh, her smile, her sweet curves. It's been even longer since the last time I kissed her. But I can't think about that. Because if I think about that, I might just lose my fucking mind. I look around Trent's office. After all these months, it still feels like his office and not mine, which should have told me something. I was never meant for this job. I'm not CEO material. I'm an artist, a builder. I like to work with my hands. I like angles and measurements and wood grain, not shipping and distribution problems, not prancing around at fucking fundraisers. I wander over to the window and look down at the street. Usually this view of the city calms me down, but not today. These past 6 days have felt like a fog. Nothing seems quite real. Everything feels gray, like the color's been sapped from my life. Bree is color. Bree with her red hair and her gem-toned dresses. Bree with her piles of candy-hued fabric around her as she sewed away at my workshop table. She hums when she sews. It took me a while to notice, because there's a lot of noise between the sewing machine and the power tools, but every once in a while it would be quiet, and I'd catch a couple of bars. I don't even think she noticed she did it, because every time I'd look over, she'd be deep in concentration, sliding pins into a swath of fabric, her tongue stuck between her lips in the most adorable way. Now I'll never see that again. Never hear her off-key humming as she worked away across the room from me. The thought guts me. I run my hands through my hair and try to breathe away the sick feeling that threatens to double me over. This is for the best. For both of us. I force myself to go back to my desk, Trent's desk, and open up my laptop. Even though I feel like shit, I still have work to do. I scan quickly through my emails, but nothing looks pressing. Trent has been dealing directly with George Shapiro recently, which, after my outburst the other day, is probably for the best. Unfortunately, Trent doesn't actually seem to be talking to me right now. After our call the other day, he'd sent me one curt email saying he would handle the IPO work from here. Since then, it's been radio silence. I shouldn't be surprised that he's pissed. He trusted me to run things around here, and instead, I had managed to fuck it all up. Knowing he's mad at me is almost as bad as knowing I'll never see Bree again. It's also, I realize, something I still have a chance at salvaging. I glance at the time on the computer. Nearly 4 o'clock. Being CEO may not be a fun job, but at least it comes with the perk of being able to leave whenever the hell you want. I slam the computer closed and head out. Lottie is still parked at her desk, typing away at her keyboard. She types so fast I'm surprised the thing isn't smoking. I'm heading out for the day, I tell her. She looks up at me and smiles warmly. Take care, Luke. Lottie is about the only person on the planet who hasn't given me a hard time since the picture with me and Bree came out. In fact, after George Shapiro had stormed out of my office that day, she had come out from behind her desk and wrapped me in a tight, wordless hug. It was very out of character for Lottie, and I knew what it meant. That she knew as well as I did just how badly I had fucked up. Trent got the final prospectus today, she says, turning back to her computer. I can tell she's trying to sound casual about it. I pause. Yeah? How does it look? She shrugs, still not looking up. You'll have to ask him. I haven't seen it. I only know because he asked me to set up a call between him and legal to go over some of the next steps. Right. So now he isn't even looping me in on meetings. If it wasn't for Lottie, I'd have no fucking clue what's going on around here. I really need to get this sorted out. Now. I get to Trent and Hannah's penthouse a little while later. As always, it's Hannah that opens the door. This time, she has Libby perched on one hip, and a little towel of some kind draped over her shoulder. Luke, hi! Her face lights up as soon as she sees me, and she wraps me in a one-armed hug. I get a whiff of something that smells like baby powder and sweet candy. "Hi, Anne. Is Trent home?" She nods. "He's in his office." She gives an almost undetectable eye roll. "Like he always is lately." I feel a rush of guilt. He's always in his office because he feels like he has to be. Because he doesn't trust me anymore. "Mind if I show myself in?" I ask, and she shakes her head. "Be my guest." I plant a kiss on Libby's head, and then make my way down the hallway to Trent's office. The door is closed, and I give a sharp knock. "Yeah, babe?" I push the door open. "It's me, babe." Trent looks up, his face instantly hardening. "Oh, what?" Well, this should be fun. Might as well cut right to the chase. "I came to apologize." Trent doesn't say anything. He takes his hands off the keyboard and wraps them around a crystal tumbler that's sitting beside him. It's filled with an amber liquid. Scotch, I assume. I scan the room and spot the bottle sitting on a small round table in front of the bookcase. Unlike the rest of Trent and Hannah's home, which is bright and open and modern, Trent's office looks like a cross between a Renaissance painting and a hunting lodge. Dark wood bookcases line the wall, and 2 plaid wingback chairs flank a small table topped with a Scotch decanter. His desk is still the same one I made him years ago, for his 13th birthday. It's a massive mahogany thing that looks old-fashioned, but has all kinds of handy little cord organizers built into it. I can't see them from here, but I know that if I stepped around to Trent's side of the desk, I'd see the ornate iron drawer pulls that I spent a month hunting antique shops to find. "May I ask, gesturing towards the Scotch. Trent shrugs. "Be my guest." I cross the room and dig a tumbler out of the cabinet, then pour myself a couple fingers' worth of drink. I take a sip and slide into the seat across from Trent. Neither of us says anything for a minute. Then finally, I set my glass down on the desk. I take a deep breath and spread my hands out over my thighs, as if bracing myself. "I'm sorry." Trent just raises his eyebrows. "I know I fucked up. Like, really fucked up. Tell me what I need to do to fix this, and I'll do it." Trent takes a sip from his glass. He doesn't take his eyes off me. His face doesn't budge an inch. I come in here and apologize, and he can't even do me the courtesy of acknowledging the apology. I know he's pissed. But now I'm pissed too. "You know what your problem is, Trent?" He leans back, an incredulous smile on his face. "No, Luke, I don't know what my problem is. Please, enlighten me." "You don't let people make mistakes." He rolls his eyes. "That's ridiculous, Luke." "Is it? Look what happened with Jace. It took you 10 years to forgive him for something stupid he did when he was 20. That shuts him up. Jace was the youngest of the 3 of us, and when Trent and I were first getting Loft and Barn off the ground, Trent had hired him as an account manager. Jace had screwed up, admittedly pretty seriously, and Trent fired him. But worse than firing him, he'd pretty much cut the guy out of his life. Jace moved to New York, and we barely saw him, at least not until he came back for Trent's wedding last summer, and he and Trent had reconciled. I don't want to say it, but I worry that Trent will try to push me out the same way. No way in hell am I going to let that happen. Trent leans back. "Well, maybe people should stop fucking up," he says finally. "Then I wouldn't have to forgive them for anything." I scoff. "You're one to talk. Remember when Hannah worked for you? Did I ever tell you to keep it in your pants? Tell you that you were fucking things up for us?" "That was different," he says. "I was in love with her." "Yeah? Well?" Trent looks up sharply. "What are you saying, Luke?" I don't answer right away. "Nothing," I say finally. Trent's quiet again. He takes another sip of his scotch, draining the glass, and then slowly setting it back down on the desk. Then he looks up at me. "You're in love with her, aren't you?" I wrap my hand tightly around my own glass. I can't look at him. "I don't know," I mumble. Luke, you're in love with her, aren't you? He repeats. I'm squeezing the glass so hard now that I'm afraid the damn thing is going to shatter in my hand. I force my eyes to meet his. Yes, I'm in love with her. I collapse backwards against my chair in resignation. I'm so fucking in love with her, man. Trent sighs. Then he pushes his chair back and stands up. I watch him, wondering what in the fuck he's doing, but he walks over to the door and yanks it open. Is he seriously going to walk out on me? Trent, I start. But then he's yelling down the hall. Anna, can you come here, please, honey? He looks at me and shakes his head softly. He has an expression on his face that I don't recognize. It almost looks like pity. Hannah appears at the door a minute later. She's still holding Libby, who's gumming all over her own tiny slobbery fist. What's up? Trent points at me. He's in love with her. Hannah's face breaks into a smile. I knew it! She turns back to the door. Allie, get in here! A second later, her sister rolls into the room in her wheelchair. What's going on? Luke's in love with Bree. Oh, Jesus. The entire fucking cavalry is here. Allie grins. I knew it! You're such a bad liar, she says to me. I throw my hands up in the air. Hey, in my defense, I didn't know I was in love with her until recently. Hannah scoffs. Well, that makes one of you. We all knew. Trent raises his hand slightly. I didn't. Hannah laughs. Okay, fine. Two of you. To the rest of us, on the other hand, it was really freaking obvious. I can't help but laugh. Somehow, admitting the truth feels like a huge weight off my shoulders. Except for one thing. So what do I do now, smarty pants? I was a total jackass to her. What good is realizing I'm in love with her if she won't speak to me? I tried to follow her after the fundraising event the other day, and instead I'd ended up watching her speed away in a cab. And I can't even blame her. I'd have done the same thing in her shoes. I'd ignored her all night, but only because I knew that if I even got near her, I'd end up kissing her. And there was no way I could stop with just kissing. I'd stayed away for both our sakes. Or at least that's what I thought I was doing. Hannah flops down with Libby into one of the wingbacks. Well, you know, Trent was kind of a jackass to me when we were dating, and I still forgave him. Hey, Trent interrupts, but Hannah shushes him as we all laugh. Sorry, honey, but you kind of were. She turns to me. The thing is, he made up for it. It doesn't have to be anything flashy. You just have to convince her that you're genuine, that you want to be with her, and that you'll put her above all the other shit in your life. That you'll fight for her. She just needs to know that all the other stuff doesn't matter. Except some of it kinda does matter, I point out. I turn to Trent. What are we gonna do about the IPO? Do you think we should pull out? Trent shakes his head. Not yet. We just need a big win. Something to put this publicity behind us and get the investors focusing on something positive instead. I have a couple of ideas in mind. My shoulders relax again. Let me know if I can do anything, I tell Trent. Anything at all. Just tell me. He nods. Sure. Let me think on it a bit. He sounds more positive than he has in weeks. And thank God for that. Maybe it's because he likes being the one in control again. And maybe, just maybe, it's because I haven't completely tanked everything for us yet. Now I can only pray that there's also still a chance for Bree and I. By the time I get home, it's close to 10. Hannah had convinced me to join them for dinner, and then we'd all had a drink together after she put Libby to bed. I still hadn't figured out what to do about Bree, but it was nice to just hang out with them and not worry about it for a couple of hours. Now that I'm home again, though, my worries are back. I know there's no chance I'm going to fall asleep anytime soon. So instead of going into the house, I head straight out to my workshop. It's the only place that really relaxes me. Except now, it's filled with memories of Bree. Most of the time I've spent out here lately has been on the weekends, And then she's always with me. If I listen hard, I can almost hear her humming. I walk over to the little office space I'd given her and see her sewing machine on the workshop table. Her supplies are spread out everywhere. Spools of thread and bobbins and scissors and measuring tapes. I'd been proud about picking up materials for her that first weekend, but the one thing I'd neglected to do was get her something to put all her supplies in. Suddenly, I get an idea. I whip my phone out of the pocket of my suit jacket and do a search for sewing boxes. I find exactly what I'm looking for right away. A multi-compartment cantilever box perfect for storing all her little bits and bobs. I open a few pictures to get a better sense of the dimensions and how the legs are attached. The construction is fairly intricate, but nothing I can't handle. The ones I see online are all plain-looking, but I know I can do something nicer. Maybe a little contrasting inlay work on the top, some nicer handles. I start to get excited. I shrug off my jacket and throw it over the workbench, not caring that it's going to get full of sawdust. I roll up the sleeves of my dress shirt and then unknot my tie. Don't want to risk that getting caught in the table saw. Just another reason dress clothes are seriously fucking overrated. I root around through some of my wood stash and find the perfect piece almost immediately. The weathered barnwood I'd been puzzling over the other day. I finally know what to do with it. My excitement builds. Time to get to work.
29. Bree. My fingers fly across the keyboard as I catch up on my emails. Work has been a good distraction lately. In fact, it's the only thing I've found so far that takes my mind off Luke. Luke. God, how could I have been so stupid? I pound out an email to our head of distribution, banging furiously on the keys. It's just a follow-up about a meeting we had earlier today, but by the way I bash in the keys, you'd think I was writing a ranting screed. Thoughts of Luke still run through my head, only now they're tinged with anger. I'd been right all along that getting involved with him was a bad idea, yet he'd pushed me at every step. Well, okay, I hadn't always needed that much coaxing, but still. He'd been sweet and funny and charming and sexy as hell, even when I didn't want him to be. And somehow, along the way, he'd made me fall. No. There's no point in even thinking it. Luke is putting work first, and I will too. Breaking up had been the right thing for both of us. I didn't need the distraction, and clearly, that's what Luke was. Still is, apparently. I fire off one more email just as there's a soft knock at my door. I rub my temples. It must be Rich. I haven't seen him in a couple of days, and to be honest, I'm shocked that he hasn't shown up to lecture me on how irresponsible and bad for business it is for me to be sleeping with someone from Loft and Barn. That seems like just the kind of thing that he'd take great pleasure in doing. Come in, I say, trying to steel myself. But when the door opens, it's only Jitiga. Hi, I say as I force a smile. It's nice to see a friendly face. Jitiga smiles, but hers looks as forced as mine feels. I notice that her eyes are rimmed in red. What's wrong? She shakes her head. I just came to say, well, to say what an honor it's been working for you. Working for me? What do you mean? My mind is already racing. Rich can't fire me no matter how pissed he might be. Dad left me in charge of the company, and even though I've been relying on Rich's advice, I'm still the one in charge at the end of the day. Jitiga is still hovering at the door. I gesture at the seat across from my desk. She walks softly over, hesitates, and then slumps into the chair. What's going on? I ask again. Since Friday will be my last day, I'll make sure to put together a report on everything that's outstanding, she says finally. Her lip quivers, and I can see she's on the verge of tears. I push a box of tissues across the desk towards her. "Thank you, but I'm sorry, I had no idea you were leaving," I say as she dabs at her eyes. Jedica is still shaking her head, not looking at me. "Did you get a new job?" I try. Now she looks up at me, surprised. "I've been laid off," she says, as if this should be obvious to me. "You what?" "I assumed you knew." She stares at me, and even though she doesn't say anything else, her thoughts are perfectly clear. I'm the CEO. I should have known about any layoffs. "Who told you you were being let go?" I ask, trying to remain calm. "And when did this happen?" "This morning," she says. "I was called into HR." "Bonnie talked to you?" Bonnie is the HR director, and she'd always struck me as a fair and thorough person, and definitely not one to do something like this impetuously. There's no way she'd be issuing layoff notices without receiving orders from somewhere. And if she isn't getting them from me, there's only one other person who would have given such an order. Rich. Anger bubbles in my blood. I can't believe he would go behind my back and do something like this. Jedica is still dabbing at her eyes. I want to say something to comfort her, but I don't want to make any promises until I figure out what's going on. But I can't just let her sit here thinking I let her be fired. "I'm going to look into this," I promise. I'm already standing up, smoothing down my ruby red shift dress and putting my game face on. I put a hand on Jedica's shoulder and give it a squeeze as we walk out of my office together. "I promise you I'm going to look into this right now." She returns to her desk, and I head down the hallway to find Rich. I see Sasha right away, sitting at her desk and clicking away at her keyboard. I brace myself for another round of unhelpful assistant bingo. "Hello, Sasha," I say sweetly. "Is Rich around?" "No," she says without looking up. "Do you know when he'll be back?" "No." "Please have him call me the moment he gets in." She blinks. I fight back a scream. I storm back to my office and close the door. I have to speak to Bonnie in HR, and I don't want Jedica to overhear our conversation. She answers on the first ring. "Bonnie Thompson." "Hi, Bonnie, it's Bree. What the hell is going on?" "I'm sorry." She sounds flustered. "Jedica just told me she was laid off." "Yes, as per your request." "My request?" I sputter. "Of course, I have the signed report right here." "What report? Who signed it?" "The HR consulting report. You signed off on their recommendations." "No, I didn't." "I'm looking at your signature right here." Shit. I rub my temples. What the ever-loving fuck is going on? "Bonnie, I'm going to come down, okay?" "Sure, Bree, of course." 5 minutes later, I'm one floor down and striding into HR. Bonnie's office is one of the more welcoming in the building, filled with plants and 2 comfortable chairs across from her desk. Maybe she finds it puts people at ease when they're here to have difficult conversations, like I am. "Bonnie." She hands me a stack of papers immediately. "Rich brought it down a couple of weeks ago," she says. "He said you'd sign off on everything and that I should get all the paperwork in order and move on it as quickly as possible." I flip through the documents until I get to the page at the end. Sure enough, there's my signature, big and loopy. It's not a fake, or if it is, it's good enough that even I can't tell the difference. I turn back to the front and leaf through the pages more slowly, trying to see if any of this looks familiar to me. There's a consulting company logo in the bottom corner of the pages, and I stare down at it, trying to remember where I've seen it before. "When did you say you got this?" I ask Bonnie. A couple of weeks ago, Rich dropped them off. Right. Is anything wrong? She looks nervous, even though I can tell she's trying to keep her expression composed. Bonnie, I never signed off on this. Well, actually I did, but it was only because I was misled about what I was signing. I get a clear picture of Rich in my office that day, being so strangely helpful as we worked through the paperwork. I should have paid more attention to the report, but he was leading me through it so succinctly. At the time, I didn't have any reason to suspect there was more to the report than he was telling me. And clearly, he'd been counting on exactly that. Fuck. The expletive coming out of Bonnie's mouth, when she's usually so staid, almost makes me laugh. I flop down into the seat across from her. Yeah. Fuck. What would you like to do? Well, for starters, I'd like to give Geetica and anyone else who was laid off their jobs back. She nods. I'll gather my team immediately and start reversing the paperwork and setting up meetings with everyone. I'm so sorry. This is highly unorthodox and, frankly, we don't have a protocol for unlaying people off, but we'll figure it out. I promise. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I also need something else from you. Anything. I take a deep breath, but I know what I have to do. Tell me how to fire someone. An hour later, I'm standing in front of Rich's desk, with Bonnie standing behind me. I had wanted to do this myself, but she felt it was better for the company if I had an HR representative with me when I did it, so that he couldn't try to twist anything that happened. Plus, to be honest, I think she's more than a little bit pissed at him herself and is looking forward to this. Rich looks back and forth between us. For the first time since I've known him, he looks nervous. Yes, Bree, what can I help you with? You can start by explaining why you went over my head to lay people off from my company. Rich puts on a surprised expression. Bree, I did no such thing. You signed off on those recommendations yourself. Surely you remember. I certainly remember signing a number of documents with you. But I would have remembered signing off on an order to lay off 10% of our staff. Well, Bree, if you can't remember, surely that's not my fault. Here's what I think happened. I think you snuck that report into the pile and brushed it off as something minor when we were going over the files. I think you purposefully let me believe it was just a consulting report, when in fact, I was signing off on a set of orders you had decided were right for the company. Am I warm? My voice is surprisingly calm, even though my hands are shaking. Rich doesn't say anything, just stares at a spot on his desk. I take a deep breath. You're fired, Rich. The words are a shock to my system, and they seem to be for Rich as well. His eyes widen as he looks from me to Bonnie. You can't fire me. I'm the vice president. I can. In fact, I just did. Bonnie here will walk you through your severance package and non-disclosure agreement. I think you'll find we've been more than generous. Rich stammers something else, but Bonnie's already stepping forward with the paperwork. I put my hand on her arm to get her to hold off for a second, and then I turn back to face Rich. Rich, I know you never respected me very much, but I have to believe you had some respect for my father. I hope that out of that respect, you'll behave professionally and walk out of here today without incident. Rich casts his gaze down, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I'd like to stride confidently out of the room at that moment, but I have to stay while Bonnie goes over the agreement and be on hand to sign everything with her. The process is painful and goes on forever. Rich keeps shooting me icy daggers. When we've inked the last page, he stands up before we do. Bree, you were right about one thing,
he says, pausing at the door of his office. I don't respect you very much. I think that you're childish and apparently boy-crazy. And I think that your father would be very disappointed to realize he'd left his life's work to a silly little girl who seems hell-bent on destroying it. I double over as if I've been punched. Bonnie immediately puts her hand on my shoulder, but I shrug it off. I draw myself into a standing position, even though what I really want to do is curl up into the fetal position. If there was one thing my father respected, it was integrity, I say through gritted teeth. So I believe he would join me in saying this. Get the hell out of our building. And if I ever see you here again, this silly little girl is going to kick your sorry little ass. When I get home from work, I peel off the shift dress I'm wearing and pull on a pair of stretchy pajama pants and a tank top. All I want to do is crawl into bed and sleep for 100 years. I had expected firing Rich to make me feel good, and for a moment in his office, watching him sign those papers, it did. I didn't relish the idea of firing someone, but he'd become toxic, and it was the best decision. But his words had gutted me, because I knew he was at least partially right. Putting me in charge was a terrible decision, but it's the one Dad had made. I've been trying to do what I can to honor that, but I don't know anything about the furniture business or about running a huge company. All my business experience is in the soft stuff, like social media and marketing. For God's sake, when we first got started, Margot and I were hand-selling our clothes at craft fairs and flea markets. I don't know anything about activity-based costing or payroll and benefits processing, or even the difference between a Cavendish headboard and a Finsbury headboard. I'm not letting Rich off the hook. After all, he intentionally misled me. But I can't help but think that he wouldn't have been able to do that if I had actually been focused on learning my way around the business, if I hadn't been so distracted by things with Luke. Luke. Just his name is like a sharp poker to my heart. But I can't go there. I can't. Seeing him the other day had made me realize that moving on is the right thing to do. After all, Luke has already done it. He put work ahead of me. And he was right to do it. In fact, I should have been doing the same thing. If I'd put Bailey living first, maybe I wouldn't be in this position now. I got distracted, and it almost cost people their jobs. I wander into the kitchen to make a cup of herbal tea. I purposefully avoid looking at my sewing machine as I pass by. Sewing is just another distraction I don't need right now. I'll finish off the charity piece I'd offered to help Margot with, and then I'll talk to her about stepping back even further. Maybe altogether. It's the right thing to do, even if it makes me feel depressed beyond words. I set Dad's electric kettle to boil and root around in the cupboard for the box of peppermint tea I'm sure I saw in here the other day. I finally unearth it under a bag of brown sugar. Dad's cabinets are not exactly organized, and I haven't done anything to improve on them. When I hear the doorbell ring, I drop the box of peppermint tea on the counter and head downstairs to the front door. I don't know who I think it's going to be. Girl Scouts selling cookies, maybe? But I fling the door open without bothering to look through the peephole. My heart stops. Luke. Hi. His voice is soft, and it immediately heats my blood as quickly as the electric kettle going upstairs. He runs his hand through his hair. The gesture is so familiar that it gives me goosebumps. Can we talk? He finally says. 30. Bree. I was just making some tea, I say as I lead him upstairs to the living room. Would you like some? Tea? He sounds confused for a second. Sure. I leave him standing in the living room while I retreat into the kitchen. As I get mugs out of the cupboard, I try to control my breathing, and my heart rate, and my beaded nipples. This was such a mistake. I should have never let him in the front door. I drop tea bags into each of the mugs and then top them up with hot water. I take one last deep, steadying breath, then take the steaming mugs into the living room. Luke's still standing exactly where I left him. He looks amazing in a light blue plaid shirt that stretches across his muscular chest and dark jeans that hang perfectly on his hips. God, why does he have to be so damn delicious? He's not exactly making this easy on me. I can't let my resolve weaken, though. I hand him one of the mugs. His fingers graze mine for a second, but I let go immediately. Careful, it's hot. Thanks. I can feel his eyes on my body, and I suddenly realize that this little white tank top leaves very little to the imagination. I'm not even wearing a bra, which means he can probably see exactly what kind of effect his presence has on me. Why, oh why, couldn't I have just left my work dress on for a few minutes longer? This conversation would be so much more comfortable if I was at least wearing proper clothes. Have a seat, I say, curling up into the corner of the couch. I mean, if you want. I want, he says quickly. But first I wanted to give you... He gestures at the floor. And that's when I see that he's brought something in with him. I gasp. I get back up from the couch, setting my mug on the coffee table. I cross the floor to get a closer look. It's a sewing box, the kind that has multiple compartments and pulls out and apart so that you can access all of them at once. It's similar to the one my Gram used to have, although this one is 1,000,000 times more beautiful. It's a stained dark wood with lighter wood diamonds inlaid across the top. It's exquisite. Really, it's... Did you make this? I look up at him. It's beautiful. He nods. You always seem to have your sewing stuff spread out everywhere, so I wanted to. You shouldn't have. I wanted to. No, really, Luke. You shouldn't have. I try to steel myself, but it's so hard to look at him. His face is quickly morphing from hopeful to desperate. Bree, please. He sets his mug of tea down on the coffee table next to mine. Please just hear me out. No. It breaks my heart to say it, but I force the word out of my mouth. Luke looks surprised. No. You're not even going to let me talk? No. Because you're going to say something sweet or charming. And I'd relent because God knows I want to. And then we'd end up fucking on the floor like bunnies because God knows I want to do that too. But then we're going to be right back in the same place. This isn't good for us, Luke. It isn't good for either of us. You're the kind of person whose work needs to come first, and I respect that. I honestly do. In fact, I'm trying to be that person too. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Bree. I'm not that person. Or at least I don't want to be. I want to be the kind of guy who builds a life with someone. Then you should find someone else to do it with. The words almost stick in my throat. They feel so horrible coming out, and they feel even worse once they're hanging in the room between us. Everything about Luke seems to deflate. I'm so used to seeing him with a grin or a smirk that somehow the disappointed look on his face now hurts more than anything else. This isn't over, he says. I'm not letting this be over. I'm sorry, Luke.
I think you should go. You should take this with you. I gesture to the sewing box. He shakes his head, adamant. No, I made that for you. It's yours. The truth of everything I feel is in that box. No matter what else, no matter what else happens, that belongs to you. I soften. God, he's so sweet and so sexy. He's the perfect man, really, except that he's Luke Whitaker and I'm Bree Bailey, and it's not in the best interest of either of us to be together. I'm a liability for him. He's a distraction for me. Someday, when his company is trading for hundreds of dollars a share on the New York Stock Exchange, he'll thank me. Maybe someday I'll thank me too. Not today, but someday. Goodbye, Luke. I spend the next few hours crying. I cry like I've never cried before in my life. Not even when Dad died. Letting Luke walk away was the right thing to do. I know it was. So why does it feel so goddamned terrible? Our mugs of tea sit on the coffee table until they grow cold. I can't bear to touch them. And the sewing box Luke made remains in the middle of the living room, right where he left it. It's a beautiful box, but I honestly don't know if I'll ever be able to use it. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at it without crying. After hours have passed, I realize that it's actually late enough now that it's morning in Paris. Margot isn't exactly an early riser, but I figure she'll make an exception for me in my time of need. I hit the button for her contact info on my phone and let it ring. I almost think she isn't going to pick up, but finally I hear her groggy voice on the other end of the line. This had better be good. We broke up. A fresh wave of tears stings my eyes. Sheet. In her French accent, the observation sounds profound. Yeah, I laugh, pretty much. I'm sorry, darling. What happened? I tell her everything. She's heard bits and pieces of it over the last couple of months, especially after the photo came out. But now I tell her the whole story. From the very first time I met Luke at the Design Times party, and he rescued me from the lecherous arms of the Carpet King, to tonight, and his arrival at my house with the sewing box. Margot is quiet the entire time. When I'm finally done, she sighs. Darling, I think I need a cigarette after all that. I laugh again. Margot doesn't actually smoke, but I kind of understand the feeling. I did the right thing. Right? I ask quietly. God, no. I almost dropped the phone. That is so not the answer I was expecting. Excuse me? I'm sorry, darling. You know I love you and I think you're brilliant and talented and almost as perfect as me. But right now, you're being a complete and utter fool. Okay, I say slowly. Care to explain? What's there to explain? You're obviously madly in love with him, and of course he feels the same. I don't see the problem here. The problem is we're bad for each other. He distracts me from work, and he has his investors to worry about. So, let him worry about them. If he's coming to your house with puppy dog eyes and handmade gifts, he's already decided the investors can, suck it. And as for you, she lets out a sigh. Bree, what kind of man was your father? What? What kind of man was he? What was he like? He was wonderful, kind and caring and supportive and great, she interrupts. So tell me in what world, in what reality would this kind and caring and supportive father want you to sacrifice your entire life to run his company? I don't respond right away. I know on the surface her words make sense. But she doesn't know how passionate my dad was about his business. He had always wanted me to follow in his footsteps, and instead I'd embraced my own dream at the expense of his. I don't disagree with Margot. I know he wouldn't want me to be miserable. But it would kill him to see Bailey living lost. I can't do that to him. Or to his memory. I explain all that to her, but I can still sense her impatience. Bree, I know you think you're doing the right thing, but just promise me this. What? Promise me you won't count Luke out just yet. Pain shoots through me. I grumble something in response and then rush her off the phone. I know Margot means well, but she just doesn't understand. I did the right thing for me and for Luke. That's all there is to it.
31. Luke. Happy anniversary, I say, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Thank you. Celia beams as she hands me a freshly poured pint. Can you believe it's been an entire year since we opened Two Steves? I can't, I answer honestly. The time's really flown by. They say time flies when you're having fun, Jace says, wrapping his arm around his soon-to-be wife's shoulders. But it flies even faster when you're spending it with the love of your life. Celia flushes and leans over to kiss him, while I take a long swallow of my beer, looking away. "Ah, shit, sorry, man," Jace says, when he pulls away and sees my face. "I forgot." I wave off his apology. "Don't worry about it. It's better this way. At least one of us Whittaker brothers has to stay out there, sowing our wild oats, right?" Jace smiles, but it's strained. I take another swallow of my beer and glance around the bar. The anniversary party Jace and Celia are throwing for the bar has garnered a huge turnout, and I couldn't be happier for them. The place is jam-packed with regular patrons, other business owners from the community, and friends and family. The place also happens to be jam-packed with single women. Perfect for a guy looking to sow his wild oats. I scan the crowd, hoping to feel that old familiar pull, that longing for a woman whose name I didn't know and had no intention of finding out. Instead, nothing. Sure, there are beautiful women here. Blondes, brunettes, even the odd redhead, which seems to be my type these days. But none of them compare to her. Bree. Weeks have passed since I tried to apologize, since I brought her the sewing box. That was so much more than a sewing box. And she asked me to leave. I still couldn't get that image out of my head, of her standing there in that crazy furniture-filled living room, in a white tank top just begging to be ripped away from her body. It's her face that I remember the most, though. The way her eyes shone with tears, and her juicy red lips trembled. God. Bree. "Anything I can help you with?" I ask Celia, as she and Jace scramble behind the bar to keep up with all the orders coming in. Celia shakes her head, but Jace jumps in. "Actually, I just poured these beers for Trent, Hannah, and Allie, but I haven't had a chance to drop them off yet. Maybe you don't mind taking them over to the table?" "Absolutely." Jace loads the 3 pint glasses onto a round tray, and I add my own glass to the mix. I hold the tray carefully and pick my way through the crowd. Trent and the girls have a table near the back that Jace and Celia had reserved for our crew. I set the tray down on the table. "You folks order some drinks?" I grin, handing the drinks out around the table. "Luke! Hi! Sit," Hannah says, patting the bench beside her. I grin. She's clearly not on her first beer of the evening. "You haven't hung out with us all night." "Well, they keep us servers very busy," I joke. The truth is, I've been embarrassed to spend too much time with them. I'd admitted my feelings for Bree, and telling them all that I'd made a play for her only to be shot down in flames was humiliating. Of course, they were all being super nice about it, which only made it worse. But they're all looking up at me so expectantly now that I slide in next to Hannah and grab my drink. "Good turnout, huh?" We chat about the bar for a while, and about Jace and Celia's upcoming wedding. While we talk, the bar fills up even more. I catch Hannah looking towards the door every few minutes. Who are you looking for? I finally ask, after she leans over me for the 100th time. No one, she says quickly. My stomach clenches. Hannah, she shrugs. I'm sorry. I invited Bree. Hannah, Trent and I both say at the same time. What? She says innocently. She's friends with Celia, too. She's making her rehearsal dinner dress, you know. So I just thought she might want to come. Trent shakes his head. Sorry, man, he says to me. I didn't know. Once again, I wave it off. It's fine. If she comes, she comes. We're all adults here. I don't mention that the thought fills me with an excited anticipation that sends an electric buzz through my entire body. I might see her tonight. Bree. I try to keep up a normal conversation with Hannah, Allie, and Trent. But now Hannah is not the only one watching the door like a hawk. Every time I see it sweep open, my heart leaps. But it's never her. The night wears on. We have a couple more beers and pass the time chatting and laughing. But Bree never shows up. When midnight rolls around, I know she isn't coming. By this time of night, my girl is firmly ensconced in her pajamas and ready for bed. My girl. Jesus, Luke. You listen to yourself. God, finally! Hannah exclaims, looking at the door. My heart lifts and then falls. It isn't Bree, just Hannah's old work friend. Sloane, I think. Something like that. She had a date tonight, but said she'd try to drop by after. Come on, Allie, let's go say hi. Hannah and Allie grab their drinks and make their way through the crowd towards the pretty blonde girl who's just arrived. Trent and I both watch to make sure they get through okay, but even though the bar is packed, the crowd is surprisingly polite, and they make plenty of room for Allie to get through in her wheelchair. When the girls have finally made their way to Sloane, I turn back to Trent. So, you're back to work in a month? He nods, sipping his beer. Yeah, it's going to be weird not being home with Hannah and Libby all day, but I'm looking forward to getting back to the office. I know this sounds crazy, but I miss it. I shake my head. It doesn't sound crazy at all. I'll be honest, I can't wait to get back to being in the workshop full-time. Trent grins. We do make a pretty good team, don't we? Hey, I say, tapping his glass with mine. There's a reason our company is as successful as it is. I'll drink to that. We both take a long swallow of our beer. So, I say slowly, what are your feelings on the IPO? If we're going to pull out, it's going to have to be soon. Trent nods. I know. I've been thinking about that. There hasn't really been any media coverage about you and Bree, not since that photo came out. But I was talking to George Shapiro the other day, and he said the investors are still feeling a bit wary. Damn. Yeah, I've been exploring other options, something we could do to set us on an upward trajectory again. But none of my ideas have panned out. We just need one big win. But, he shrugs. We're running out of time. I sigh and shake my head. Damn, I'm so sorry, Trent. This is all my fault. He sets his beer down. Stop apologizing, Luke. You were in love with her. I get it. I grin. You're being surprisingly chill about this. He chuckles. Well, someone pointed out that I don't let people make mistakes, so I'm trying to be better about that. After all, as that same person pointed out, I'm not exactly perfect either. I actually laugh at that. It feels like something I haven't done too much of lately. Yeah, sorry about that. I may have been a tad defensive. Nah, don't worry about it. You were right anyway. I just wish I'd been right about the rest of it, I mutter. What do you mean? About Bree. That we could make it work somehow. Is all he says. I take another drink of my beer before I speak again. I would have given up everything for her, I say finally. All of it. I was ready to walk away from Lofton Barn if I had to, you know. I expect him to be shocked, or even angry, But instead, he just looks off in the direction Hannah went. I know, he says softly. I get it. I slump back in my seat. Maybe I still should, I say bitterly. Then I sit up again. Maybe I still should, I repeat. My mind is turning. Trent leans forward. What are you talking about? No. Think about it. This would get the investors off your back. He's shaking his head, even while I'm still talking. No, Luke, no. I need you. Well, as much as I've always longed to hear you say those words, I tease, I suddenly feel ebullient. After all, I'd already decided weeks ago that I'd do it if it meant being together with Bree. Even if that was no longer an option, it might still be a way to save Lofton Barn. Luke, I'm serious. Look, it's late. You've been drinking. Give it some more thought before you do anything rash. Besides, we still have a couple of weeks or so left before the drop-dead point with the IPO. You never know. I could still pull a rabbit out of my hat. Trent looks so distraught that I relent. Fine, I'll wait. But if it comes down to it, I don't want us losing out on the IPO. I don't want to be the one responsible for fucking this up for us. I'll leave before I let that happen. Understood, he says gravely. Somehow, for once, I feel that Trent really does understand.
32. Bree. The pain of letting Luke go doesn't lessen over the weeks that follow. Work is easier now that Rich is gone, but the rest of my days pass in a dull fog. I've had one Homes for Hearts event that I was supposed to go to, but I begged off and told Thomas I had a bad head cold and wouldn't be able to make it. It was a lie, of course. I was sick, but it wasn't with a cold. This kind of sickness can't be cured with sleep and a hot toddy. Believe me, I've tried. This kind of sickness takes time. Nothing else will heal the pain of a broken heart but time. And time passes much more quickly when you keep yourself busy. That's why I finally started tackling the townhouse, boxing up a few of Dad's things, organizing the kitchen cupboards, calling storage facilities to figure out if maybe I can store some of the insane amounts of furniture Dad collected. I've got no idea what I'm going to do with it long term, but maybe getting it out of the house temporarily will open up the space a little and give me some breathing room to figure it out. The one area of the house I've been avoiding is Dad's office. I haven't attempted to tackle that room since the night a few weeks after he died, when I'd started to go through his things and ended up sobbing over a pair of his old reading glasses. Actually, I think with a start. That was the same night that I went to the Design Times anniversary party. The same night I met Luke. Well, I've put it off long enough. I ease the door of the office open and flick on the light. Dust motes swirl in the air just from the current caused by opening the door, and I curse myself for putting this off for so long. Just one more reason that it's good to no longer be so distracted. I step across the plush carpet and over to the desk. Everything is as it was last time I was in here. The closed laptop, the stacks of papers from the lawyer's office, those damn reading glasses. I slip into the seat behind the desk, then lean back, then look around the office objectively. I don't need 2 desks. I definitely don't need 3 chairs. And why on earth are there so many lamps? I start inventorying what I might be able to put in storage. Who knows? Maybe I can actually turn this into a usable office again. If I'm going to be devoting all my free time to Bailey living, that means I need a place to work from when I'm at home, and this is as good as any. I root around the desk for a piece of scrap paper so I can start to make a list of what can go when I see the envelope from the lawyer's office. Ugh! I know I should have gone through this ages ago, but looking at property deeds and bank records is the last thing I've wanted to do. I pick up the envelope and a sneezing fit overtakes me. I shake the dust off the envelope. Clearly, I've been putting this off long enough. I slide the sheaf of papers out of the stiff yellow envelope and start to thumb through them. A single sheet of paper flutters off the pile and into my lap. I gasp. I'd recognize Dad's handwriting anywhere. I pick the page up carefully and realize it's a letter. A letter to me. A letter that's been sitting here for months without my knowledge. I choke back a sob. Oh, Dad. I lean back in my chair. With shaking hands, I hold the letter and begin to read. My dear Bree, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm already gone. I don't know how well I'll be when we see each other, so in case I didn't get a chance to say it, let me say now that I love you so much. More than words can say, really. I've loved you since the day you were born, when the doctor put you in my arms and I caught my first glimpse of that shock of bright red hair. You were a wonderful little girl, so bright and spirited and curious about everything. And you've grown into an even more amazing woman. I'm so proud of everything you've accomplished, and I know you're going to go on to do even more great things throughout your whole life. So if I didn't say those things to you before I died, please know that I wanted to, and that if time were on my side, I would have. I'm sure my lawyer has spoken to you about the terms of your inheritance, but I wanted to mention a few things to you in particular, as I'm sure you will be overwhelmed by everything, and translating Gil's legalese is not something you should have to deal with right now. So first, I have left you the brownstone and everything in it. There is very little of sentimental value there. Or, I suppose I should say, there is a great deal that is of sentimental value to me. But I don't expect you to hold on to any of it. The wingback chair in the office, the one with the forest green leather, that was the first piece of furniture we ever sold at Bailey Living. So I would hope you might hold on to that, but everything else can go. As well, I have a small collection of your mother's old jewelry in the nightstand beside my bed. Just some necklaces and a few pairs of earrings. I'd like you to have them. I've removed everything from the nightstand that a father would not want his daughter to see. I'll let you decide for yourself whether I'm joking or not. Everything else in the house can go. I'm completely serious. Don't hang on to these things, Bree, under some misguided notion that they'll make you feel closer to me. Too many things can weigh you down. That's what I've learned in life, if it can be said that I learned anything at all. The best things in life aren't things. An ironic observation from someone who made his living selling things, I suppose. Which brings me to Bailey Living. I've already begun laying the groundwork to sell the company. I know that Rich would like me to let him run the place, and I did consider it. But I have never felt that his vision was completely aligned with mine. And the last thing I want is for the company I built to end up tarnished by poor decision-making. No, I think it would be better to go out on a positive note. At a time and in a manner of my choosing. This will come as a surprise to you, I'm sure, but I've reached out to Trent Whitaker from Loft and Barn to see if they may have any interest in acquiring the company. I know you might think this is crazy, but I've been watching them come up through the industry over the years and, to be honest, they remind me a little of me when I was getting started. They have a passion for this industry, the same passion I once had, and most of all, they care about quality and customer experience. If I have to think about entrusting Bailey Living to someone, I'd like it to be someone who shares my values. I think you would like both of the Whitaker brothers, especially Luke. He has a sense of humor that often reminds me of you. Of course, you may wonder why I don't turn the company over to you. Well, my dear Bree, the answer is simple. Because you don't love it. I don't say that despairingly or with any disappointment.
I say it because it's the truth. I had a passion for furniture, and you have a passion for clothing. I may not understand the difference between tool and toil, but I understand the way your eyes light up when you talk about your business. And that's the only thing I've ever wanted for you. I want your heart to light up the way mine has all these years. I know that Bailey living won't do that for you, and I want you to be free to pursue the things that will. I will make every effort to have this business taken care of before my passing. But I apologize in advance if you are stuck running things for a little while in the interim. And if, God forbid, I should not be able to get things as far along as I would like, I want you to continue those efforts to sell the company. I mean it, Bree. I don't want you to torture yourself trying to run things in my absence. And don't listen to Rich either. He will most certainly be against the sale. But you needn't take his opinion under consideration. Rich is good at many things, but vision isn't one of them. I believe those are the main things: the house and the business. Everything else I will trust you to do or handle as you see fit. I wish there was more I could say to you, Bree, but I've never been good with words. I'm good with numbers, and with spreadsheets, and with making tough decisions. Matters of the heart have always been another thing entirely. And of all the matters of my heart, you, my darling daughter, are the greatest of all. No words or numbers will ever allow me to express the joy that you have brought to my life, the pride I have felt in watching you grow, and the absolute and unconditional love I have felt for you since the day you were born. You are my daughter, my heart, my life, and my light. You are my legacy. And my final sleep can be peaceful, knowing that the world is a better place with you in it. Yours in eternal love, Dad. By the time I'm done reading the letter, I can barely see. Tears are flowing down my cheeks, pooling in the hollow of my collarbone, and I'm a soggy, snotty, red-faced mess. I root around for a tissue and blow my nose. I dab at my eyes, take a few deep breaths, and read the letter again. It makes me cry just as much the second time around. My heart is a swirling ball of emotion, and it hammers wildly in my chest like it's rattling a cage. I couldn't have asked for a nicer goodbye. And knowing Dad loved me so much fills me with such a sense of warmth and comfort that I can barely stand it. But it's his other words that are really throwing me for a loop. He wanted to sell the company? And to the Whitakers, of all people, it's surreal. Luke's face flashes through my mind, and my heart seizes for a second, stopping its mad clattering. Luke. It was almost like Dad knew somehow. He couldn't have, of course, but I read his words again and shake my head. Well, he was wrong about one thing at least. I'm way funnier than Luke. I set the letter down on the coffee table and look around the apartment. It's stuffed to the gills with Dad's furniture and my racks of clothing. I try to picture what it would look like empty, all ready for a new family to move in. That sets off a fresh wave of tears, and I realize I'm not ready to start thinking about that yet. I get up and walk to the bathroom, where I splash cold water on my face. I look up in the mirror and have to laugh. I look absolutely terrible. My face is blotchy from crying, my eyes are bloodshot, and my hair has that sexy not washed in 5 days sheen. There's nothing to be done about it now, though, so instead I go back into the office, where I read the letter through another time. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing that a lot over the next few days. Part of me wants to call Luke, and I almost do. After all, this could solve all of our problems. The phone is already in my hand, and I stare down at it, as if it might be able to offer some answers.
For once, it actually does. I realize I can't call Luke. This is a business decision, one made by Dad before he died. I don't want Luke to think I'm doing this for the wrong reasons, or that I'm taking the easy way out. So I won't call him. I scroll through my contacts until I find the one I'm looking for, then hit the dial button. It rings only twice before it connects. Hello? Hi, Hannah. This is Bree Bailey. Bree, hi, how are you? I'm good, thanks. I take a deep breath. Look, this is going to sound a bit weird, but can I talk to your husband?
33. Luke. I fasten the silver cufflink onto the sleeve of my white tuxedo shirt. I immediately get a flashback to the last time I attempted to wear cufflinks and ended up dropping one of them into the toilet. That was the night of the Design Times anniversary party. The night I met Bree. At least this time, it's going a little more smoothly. And if all goes well, this should be the last damn time I have to wear cufflinks for quite some time. Tonight is the final fundraising gala for Trinity Central Hospital, and Trent is coming back to work in a week. I plan to spend the foreseeable future wearing nothing but jeans and flannel. I might even wear it to Jace and Celia's wedding. Well, okay, I guess I'll bust out the cufflinks again for that. But not a moment before. Once I'm dressed, I head into the kitchen and grab a beer. I wander around the apartment as I drink, looking at all the rooms I'll never again need to be in. Because once Trent comes back to work, I'll also finally be able to move full-time back to my own house. No more crashing in his city pad. Just the thought of being back home fills me with satisfaction. My own space, my own things, easy access to my workshop whenever I get the urge. Of course, my workshop reminds me of her now. Bree. Will I ever be able to use it again without seeing her there, humming away while she sews? Maybe once I finally get rid of all her things. I'll have to figure out what to do with them at some point. Not exactly looking forward to that. Maybe I can get Hannah to drop them off to her. I finish the beer and debate pulling out a second one until I realize I'm just putting off the inevitable. I don't want to go to this fundraiser because I know she'll be there. We've both done a couple of events recently, but with some courteous back-and-forth emailing, we've managed to miss each other completely. There's no avoiding this one, though. It's the big final gala, and we're both expected to be there. Even though I fully expect it to suck, I know neither one of us wants to let down Thomas. I toss my bottle in the recycling bin and readjust my bow tie. Might as well get this over with. When I get to the Grand Windsor Hotel, the first thing I do is scan the room for Bree. But I don't see any sign of her yet. The second thing I do is start making my way over to the bar. After all, a glass of scotch or 4 will make this evening go down easier. Before I can make it, though, Thomas catches up with me.
Luke, so nice to see you.
Of course. Nice tie. Thomas looks sharp in a slim-cut tux with a hot pink bow tie and matching cummerbund. It's not my look, but hey, if you can pull it off.
Oh, thank you,
he chuckles.
Let me walk you through the way the evening is going to go.
He leads me back out into the East Lobby area, where we had done photos last time. This time there's a podium set up, with a microphone and a backdrop that blasts the hospital and fundraiser logos.
We'll break at 9 o'clock for the press conference portion of the evening, Thomas explains. That's when we'll announce the winners of the design competition, and then, of course, of the homes themselves. That's what people are really here to find out.
Of course. That sounds good.
We'd like our sponsors to be present for the entire event. Have you and Bree decided how you'll present the winner of the design challenge?
I nod.
Bree's going to do it.
That was another thing we'd worked out over email. I know she's been eager to get the publicity for Bailey Living, so I don't mind letting her be the one to announce the winner. She deserves to get to do it.
Perfect.
He glances down at his watch.
She isn't here yet,
but I expect her any moment. I chatted with her and Trent earlier today, and they're both very excited. Trent? I furrow my brow. You were talking to Trent? Thomas looks stricken. Oh, I mean, nothing. He scurries away like his tail is on fire, and I stare off after him. Why would he be talking to my brother? I know Trent is slowly easing himself back into the CEO role, but I thought we'd agreed that there was no problem with me finishing up the work on the fundraiser. I shake my head. No point in worrying about it. If Trent wants to run this, he can run it. I'm not in the mood to fight about it. With Thomas gone, I finally make my way over to the bar and order a scotch, neat. I've just taken my first sip when something tells me to turn around. A buzzing at the back of my neck. I turn slowly. Somehow I already know what I'll see. It seems inevitable. Bree. Like the first night I met her, she's wearing a green dress. This one is floor-length with a high neck. There's some kind of jeweled beadwork across the bodice, and even from here, I can see how she sparkles under the light of the chandeliers. Luminescent. The word comes to me again, just as it did the first night. She's absolutely fucking luminescent. Her long red hair is pulled up in some kind of intricate twist, and her mouth is open as she laughs enthusiastically about something. I look to see who she's talking to. What bastard is making her so happy? But when I see who it is, I do a double take. That bastard is my brother. I down my scotch and slide off the bar stool. I pick my way through the crowd, laser-focused on Bree and Trent. As far as I know, they don't even know each other. But now they're laughing together like two little schoolgirls. And I want to know what the fuck is going on. But just as I arrive, Thomas sweeps in. He whispers something to Bree, and then leads her out of the room into the lobby. Right before my fucking eyes, she disappears again. I turn to Trent instead. What are you doing here? Well, hello to you too. I'm not joking. What are you doing here? He grins. There's a note of smugness to it. Just wanted to come out and support Thomas. I have a lot of history with this fundraiser, as you know. Yeah. We Whittaker brothers have a strong bullshit detector when it comes to each other. And I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's not telling me the truth. At least not the whole truth. Trent has one hand in his pocket and a grin on his face that reminds me of, well, how he always used to be at work. At home with Hannah, he always seems deliriously happy. But he seems humble, too. Like he can't quite believe he got that lucky, and he wants to make damn sure he doesn't fuck it up. At work, he's always been different. More arrogant. More confident. Like he's got the answer to everything, and will crush anyone who tries to tell him otherwise. I narrow my eyes at him. What's going on? Nothing. Have you talked to George Shapiro recently? That seems to be the only possibility. We're fast approaching the drop-dead point for the IPO, but Trent's still been insistent that he'd be able to figure something out in time. I haven't believed him until now. There's just something about his posture, about the crook of his grin, that tells me there's sure as hell something going on. Why would you say that? He asks casually. But the answer is no, I haven't spoken to him. So why do you look like the cat that ate the canary? Me? I hate the taste of canary. Funny. Trent glances down at his watch and smiles. Almost 9. Should we make our way out to the lobby? I eye him for another moment before I finally shrug. Might as well. Let's go. We stroll out into the east lobby together. There are already people gathering there, and a group of reporters, obvious from their cameras or the videographers who trail along behind them, stationed up near the front. The turnout is impressive, and there's an air of excitement in the room. And for a minute, I forget my headache and just feel happy for Thomas and Trinity Central. Once the crowd fills out a little more, Thomas steps behind the podium. He taps the microphone once, and the soft thud echoes through the room. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," he starts. "Welcome and thank you for coming to the final evening of Trinity Central Hospital's Homes for Hearts Lottery fundraiser. As most of you know, this is our biggest annual fundraiser and contributes on average $10 million a year to research. That research helps cure and assist those living with diseases like cancer, diabetes, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. This year, I am overjoyed to tell you that we have seen our greatest fundraising efforts ever. Thanks to your generous support and contributions, we've successfully raised a record-breaking $21 million. There's a surprised gasp throughout the crowd, and then a long and thunderous round of applause. Trent and I join in enthusiastically. From behind the podium, Thomas beams. He launches into a long list of thank yous, naming, it seems, every sponsor and patron in the room. I scan the crowd while he talks, looking for Bree. I immediately spot her red hair. She's up near the front, her head tilted gracefully as she listens to Thomas speak. Fuck, she's beautiful. Almost too beautiful to be real. "I know you're all eager to find out this year's winners," Thomas continues, once he's wrapped up his acknowledgments. "But first, we have a special award to present. As you know, this year we opened our homes up to a talented group of designers who helped us make the spaces even more beautiful than they already were. To help us present this award, I'd like to call on Bree Bailey, CEO of Bailey Living, and Luke Whitaker, Chief Creative Officer and Acting CEO of Loft and Barn." Bree is closer to the podium, so she makes it there first and looks out at the crowd as I pick my way through to the front. When she sees me, she smiles. It's a true smile, too, happy and genuine, and it's like a punch to the guts. It's the smile she used to give me when she'd wake up in the morning and find me watching her, or when I'd come up behind her and kiss the back of her neck. When I step behind the podium with her, she squeezes my arm. It sends a jolt of warmth through my limb, through my whole body. She leans forward to speak into the microphone. "Thank you, Thomas. I know I speak for both Luke and I when I say this has been an incredible, dare I say life-changing, experience for both of us. The passion of these bloggers and designers is truly unsurpassed, and I hope this won't be the last chance we have to work with them. It was hard to choose a winner, but Luke and I are happy to announce that we'd like to present the Homes for Hearts Design Award to Jenny Gibson for the living room she designed in the Gold Coast townhouse." Bree picks up the plaque that's sitting on the podium and hands it to me. I scan the crowd and see Jenny hurrying towards the stage. I pass her the award, and Bree and I both shake her hand while photographers snap photos. We stand for a few more posed shots, and then Jenny leaves the stage. I look towards Bree, waiting for my cue to leave, but instead she leans back into the microphone. "I hope no one minds if we stay up here for another couple of minutes," she says. "I promise we've already cleared it with Thomas." Her voice carries throughout the room, but I'm sure the slight tremble in it isn't obvious to anyone but me. I look curiously at her, wondering what in the hell she's doing. She scans the crowd nervously, and then she smiles again. "First, I'd like to ask Trent Whitaker to join us here at the podium." What the ever-loving fuck? I watch as Trent makes his way to the front. I lean in towards Bree, trying to catch her attention, but she won't look at me. Trent has to pass right by me to get to the podium, but I grab his arm before he can. "What the fuck is going on?" I hiss. He claps me on the back. A wide grin stretches across his whole face. "Remember when I said we just needed a big win?" he whispers. "Yeah? Well, we got it, buddy."
34. Bree. I can't look at Luke. I can't. Because if I do, I'm going to laugh or cry or maybe just kiss him right here in front of everyone. Instead, I focus on Trent, picking his way through the crowd to get to the front. I'm gripping the edge of the podium so hard, I'm sure I'm going to leave half-moon fingernail marks in the wood grain. Every part of my body feels like it's sweating right now. Under my long dress, my legs are shaking. I don't know why I'm so nervous. Well, okay. I'm making a life-altering announcement in front of a room full of strangers. Worse, I'm about to spring a hell of a surprise on the man I love. I keep telling myself he'll be happy. But what if he's not? What if this still isn't enough to save us? Trent reaches the front and whispers something to Luke. My stomach clenches as I watch them together. It has to be enough. It has to be. Trent comes to stand on my other side and gives me a quick nod. I take a deep, shaky breath and turn back to the microphone. I wasn't lying when I said this process has been a life-changing experience. Over these past couple of months, I've come to have a deep respect, some might even say love, of Loft and Barn. Watching our bloggers and designers work with both collections has shown us how Bailey Living's vintage style can be blended seamlessly with the modern sensibility of Loft and Barn. Together, we can be something greater than the sum of our parts. I take one more deep breath. We learned all of this because of the Trinity Central Hospital fundraiser, which is why we wanted all of you to be the first to hear the news. Trent? I step aside to give him the microphone, and my shoulder rubs against Luke's. Even that simple touch sends my heart racing. But I won't let myself look up at him. I might fall apart if I do. Instead, I squeeze my thighs together, trying to stop the throbbing between my legs.
Thank you, Bree,
he says smoothly.
I agree 100% with everything you just said. That's why it is our pleasure to announce that effective immediately, Loft and Barn has acquired Bailey Living.
The crowd gives off a surprised murmur. I hear Luke suck in his breath, and I finally risk a glance over at him. He's staring at me, his eyes dark. I can't read the expression in them. I had hoped he'd be ecstatic, but he looks confused, concerned, wary.
Rather than simply folding Bailey Living into Loft and Barn, Trent continues, we'll be opening a new division called Bailey Vintage that honors the history, integrity, quality, and style that Bailey Living has always embodied. I'm delighted to add that Bree Bailey has agreed to come on as a part-time consultant to help us reimagine and grow the new line.
I sneak another peek at Luke, but this time he isn't even looking at me. He's staring straight ahead. There's a slight smile on his face, but I can tell that it's forced. That he's only keeping it on because he's standing up here in front of all these people. God, maybe we shouldn't have put him on the spot like this. Trent and Hannah had thought it would be a good idea, but now I'm second-guessing everything. Did I do the right thing? I know selling the company to Trent is the right thing to do. It's what Dad had wanted after all. And I'd only had to talk to Trent for a short while to realize he has an incredible amount of respect for my father. I know he'll do everything he can to honor the integrity of Dad's life work. In fact, keeping me on as a consultant had been his idea, so I know he's committed to the idea. And best of all, I'd been able to get him to agree to keep our entire staff for at least 3 years, so no one would lose their jobs. But not consulting Luke on any of this. Maybe that part was a mistake. I look up at him from under my lashes and find him still gazing straight ahead. His body is ramrod straight, and I want to run my hands along his chest, make him look at me and talk to me and tell me what he's thinking. Soon. As soon as we can get out of here. One of the reporters in the front row raises his hand to get Trent's attention.
"Oh, I see we have questions," he says, acknowledging the man. "Yes?"
"How do you anticipate this acquisition will impact your impending IPO?"
"Well, we expect it to make Loft and Barn an even more appealing investment. After all, now you're getting 2 companies for the price of 1.
Trent grins. He's so confident up there. I feel a wave of relief that I'll no longer be responsible for the daily decision-making at Bailey Living. Trent seems like the kind of man who was born for this job. Another reporter raises her hand. I recognize her from the other day, the one who was grilling Luke about our kiss. Robin, I think her name was. "Question for Bree," she says. Great. I force myself to smile, but at my sides my hands are balling anxiously into fists. "Yes?" "Now that you'll only be working as a part-time consultant, does that mean you'll be returning to Bounce?" I let out a sigh of relief. "That's the plan, yes. And God, I cannot wait." "So will you be going back to Paris then?" Shit. I glance over at Luke, but he still won't meet my gaze. "That's still undetermined," I mumble. Margot and I had discussed it, and it's certainly a possibility. But what I really want is a reason to stay in Chicago. I want Luke to give me a reason to stay in Chicago. Trent catches my discomfort and steps back to the microphone.
"Thank you all for letting us share our exciting news with you. We won't take up any more of Thomas's time up here. I know everyone is eager to get to the real excitement of the evening, the lottery winners."
With an easy grin, he turns away from the podium, and the 3 of us make our way away from the front. Thomas heads back behind the podium and starts to speak. But I'm too focused on Luke to pay any attention. As soon as we're away from the front of the crowd, he grabs my arm and pulls. He moves quickly, but I follow him as we cut a swath through the crowd. He stays 2 steps in front of me, and I keep my eyes on the solid wall of his back, covered in an expensive tuxedo jacket. I expect him just to lead me somewhere quieter where we can talk, or maybe over to the bar. But instead, he pulls me right towards the main doors of the hotel and then out into the cool night air. He hasn't said a word to me yet, and he still doesn't as he hails a cab and hustles me towards the car. "Luke, come on," he says gruffly. He eases me into the cab and slams the door closed behind me. My heart seizes. Is he really not even going to talk to me? But no. I watch as he crosses around behind the cab and climbs in the other side. "Where are we going?" I ask.
"I'm taking you home."
"Your home?" I ask hopefully. He shakes his head and gives the driver my address. Disappointment courses through me. This isn't working out at all how I'd hoped. Luke stays quiet the entire way, and my fear and anxiety double with every mile. He's sitting right next to me, but with every silent moment, I feel him slip further and further away. God, don't let me have fucked this up. Please don't let me have fucked this up. When the cab pulls up in front of my father's brownstone, I reach into my handbag for my wallet, but Luke is already paying the driver. He hops quickly out of the cab and comes around to my side, opening the door and helping me out. My hand in his is the most physical contact we've had in weeks, and it immediately sends a jolt of longing through me that's so strong it almost knocks me to my knees. As if he can feel it too, Luke squeezes my hand and then doesn't let go. As the cab speeds off, he pulls me up the 6 steps to my front door. It pains me deeply, but I let go of his hand long enough to fish in my handbag for my keys. I unlock the door and then turn to face the gorgeous man standing behind me. Would you like to come in? I hold my breath, waiting for his answer. Luke's eyes seem to burn right into me.
Fuck yes, he breathes.
A shiver runs the length of my body, from my hair all the way down to the tips of my toes. He's not touching me, but I can still feel the heat radiating off his body. Okay, I say. I try to calm my quavering breath. My hands shake as I push open the front door, and we step inside. 35. Bree. As soon as we're in the house, Luke kicks the door closed behind us and throws me up against the wall. For a second, I'm shocked, until I see the pure animal lust written across his face. His body is tense, coiled, and he presses himself against me, pinning me against the entryway wall. Luke crushes his lips against mine. In a moment, weeks of worry and heartache disappear, replaced by a physical longing that's so intense and raw it almost makes me scream. I open my mouth to him, letting him in, letting him take whatever he wants. Everything I have is his to take. Everything I have is his. His lips press ferociously against mine as his tongue invades my mouth. I try to breathe him in, to savor this moment, but I feel so desperate for his touch that I want him to just rip off my dress and fuck me right here in the hallway. Luke's hands roam my body, touching me everywhere as I claw at his shirt, frantically trying to unbutton it. God, why does it have so many buttons? Why are there so many layers still separating our skin? I yank the shirt tails from out of his pants and slide my hands up under his shirt, feeling his taut skin and his rock-hard abs. He shrugs off his jacket, letting it pool on the floor behind him, and then he yanks off the bow tie he's wearing. Finally, my fingers find purchase on his shirt, and I manage to yank open the remaining buttons. The sight of his bare chest is mesmerizing, and I let my fingers dance over the smooth planes, the ridges. I scrape my nails over his tight brown nipples, and he groans. He runs his hands over my torso and cups my breasts. His mouth is against my neck, his breath hot against my skin. He runs his tongue along the curve of my throat, and I whimper. Luke, why does this dress have to be so fucking complicated? He growls. I start to laugh, but he silences me with another ferocious kiss. It's a claiming kind of kiss, and I let him mark me with it. I want him to know that I'm his, and that he's mine. Luke pushes my skirt up. There's so much fabric it spills over his arms as he bunches it around my waist, and I hold it up for him as he presses me against the wall. His hand trails along my bare thighs, and then between my... A gasp as he presses his fingers against my slit. His touch is electric. He grinds the lace fabric of my thong against my clit, and the sharp shock of it makes my legs shake. Luke, I breathe. He pauses. Yes? I breathe again. Don't stop, okay? I don't intend to. He yanks at my thong, and I hear a tearing noise as he rips it from my body. My pussy and all my wetness is bare to him now. He drops to his knees in front of me and breathes in deeply. God, I've missed the smell of you, he says. His voice is low and husky. I've missed the taste of you. Me too, I manage to squeak, even though it doesn't begin to express what I'm feeling right now. Luke grins. His large hands grip my thighs, holding me in place as he looks up at me. I'm going to eat your pussy now, Bree, he says. I'm going to suck your clit until you scream, until you come all over my face, and then I'm going to lick up every bit of that sweet cream because no one tastes like you, Bree. All I can do is nod, as I press my back against the entryway wall. Luke leans in, and then suddenly, I feel his hot tongue against my clit. Every nerve ending I have seems to be tuned to the same frequency, all of them blasting the same pulsing signal that's radiating out from my core. Luke groans as he flicks his tongue over my pussy. Below the fabric of my dress, I can see his dark head bobbing between my legs. His enthusiasm turns me on almost as much as the voodoo magic he's working with his mouth. My thighs shake as his ministrations become more focused. He trails his tongue up and down my slit, runs his teeth along my lips, sucks my clit into his mouth. He lets go of one thigh and uses his free hand to find my channel. When he sinks 2 fingers inside me, my legs almost give out. I press my back against the wall, and he holds me up as the sudden orgasm overtakes me. I feel myself pulse around his fingers as he plunges them in and out of me. "Yes, Bree," he groans. "Come all over me. Let me taste all of you." The climax doesn't seem to let go. It shakes me over and over. I let go of the fabric of my dress, and it tumbles down over Luke. It doesn't deter him, though, and he keeps flicking his tongue against me until finally the last wave passes. He eventually pushes the fabric off and emerges from beneath my skirt. "God, you're amazing," he says. His eyes blaze. "You are the one doing all the work." I try to smile, but it feels like even my cheek muscles have gone slack. "Oh, I wouldn't call that work." He grins again. I pull him to his feet and press my hands on either side of his face. God, he's a beautiful man. I can't imagine ever gazing into more gorgeous eyes, or running my fingers along a stronger jaw. I can't imagine ever being with anyone who isn't Luke. Luke, I bite my lip. I have to tell him. "Let's go upstairs," he says. I nod wordlessly and lead him up into the main part of the house. "The bedroom?" he says, looking around. Still wordlessly, I lead him up another set of stairs to the guest room I've been sleeping in. Other than a couple of times when he'd driven me back into the city on the weekends to pick up a few things, the only time Luke has ever been here is when he came to drop off the sewing box the other day. Thankfully, this visit seems to be going a bit better. I push open the door to the bedroom. As soon as we're inside, Luke's on me again. His mouth finds mine as his hands go to my hair. My once-neat chignon is already a mess, and he pulls the pins out one by one until my locks tumble down around my shoulders. "That's more like it," he murmurs, sweeping his lips across my shoulder. "Now let's get this dress off." I turn so that he can find the zipper, and he pulls it down. He goes so agonizingly slowly that I can feel and hear every metal tooth as it comes apart. His fingers brush across my skin as he finally pushes the fabric down. The dress falls to the floor. It's not a dress you can wear a bra with, and since my panties are somewhere down in the entryway, when I turn to face him again, I'm completely naked. For a minute, he doesn't touch me, just stands there watching me. "My God, Bree," he says, shaking his head. "My God." He lowers me onto the bed before shucking off the rest of his clothes. I watch as he climbs onto the bed, as he straddles me. His cock is more engorged than I've ever seen it. It bobs heavily as he moves over me, and I can already imagine how it will feel sliding inside of me. Luke hovers over me. He's so tantalizingly close, and my whole body seems to scream for his cock. I can't wait any longer. "There are condoms in the..." I start to offer,
I got tested, he interjects. His voice sounds raspy. When we were still, I got tested, and there hasn't been anyone else. I breathe out. Me too. I had a complete physical as soon as I got back to the States, and I'm on the pill. So we don't need... No, he grins. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Me too. The idea of being with Luke, without anything separating us, no barriers between us. Fuck me, Luke. He groans and pushes his cock against me. I'm so wet that he pushes through easily, even though there's still an initial shock at his size. I wonder if I'll ever get used to that. God, I hope not. He feels so good inside me that for a moment I just stare up at him. He pushes in all the way up to the hilt, and then he stops, too. He looks down at me, pushing my hair out of my face. My God, Bree, he says again. His expression is reverent. My God. I know the feeling. I press my fingers to his stubbled jaw as we gaze into each other's eyes. Luke runs his thumb across my swollen lips before leaning in to kiss me. He pulls back and gazes at me again. Bree, he says. He takes a deep breath. I love you. My heart soars as a stupid grin spreads across my face. I love you too, Luke. God, do I love you. He grins and I sigh happily, wrapping my arms around his neck. I pull his body closer to mine and then rock my hips gently. He matches my rhythm and we start moving together. It's slow and gentle, tender. I run my fingers through his dark hair and he kisses my throat. We move that way until the pressure gets so great that I don't want tender anymore. I squeeze my muscles around him, causing him to groan. He starts to move his hips harder, sliding deeper into me. Each in and out is the most exquisite kind of torture. Harder, Luke, I whisper. I grip his shoulders as he thrusts. His muscles ripple under my hands. A sheen of sweat covers both of us. Still, I pull him to me. Still, I want him harder, deeper. As if reading my mind, Luke picks up the pace. His hips hammer against me, his balls smacking my ass. He pounds his cock into my pussy over and over until I feel like I'm being ripped open. In the very best way possible. Jesus, Luke, I moan. My body is cresting towards the peak again, and I hold on to Luke's shoulders as he keeps slamming into me. Yes, Bree, he breathes. Come all over my cock. Squeeze me so I can come inside you. I look up into Luke's eyes. They blaze with arousal and longing and love. I touch my fingers to his stubbled jaw and then I let go. My pussy clenches around him as the orgasm comes over me. My entire body trembles and quakes as Luke keeps thrusting. I ride it as long as I can, until my vision is streaked in black, until I think I'm about to pass out. Then finally, Luke's head drops, and he groans. For the first time, I feel it the moment he comes. He fills me, wave after wave, as his thrusts slow and finally stop. He doesn't pull out, but instead just collapses on top of me. I wrap my arms around him and find his lips with mine. We're both gasping for breath, but still we kiss, breathing in the same air. Our lips and bodies tangled inextricably together. We lay there like that for so long that I feel him start to get hard inside me again,
It takes hours before we're both fully sated. Hours of being as one. Even then, I'm not sure if we're sated exactly, or if we're just too exhausted to do anything more. The sun is starting to come up by the time I finally fall into a deep and dreamless sleep. My naked, worn-out body pressed against Luke's. "Good morning," Luke says, pressing his lips to my bare shoulder. My eyelids flutter open, and I find him lying on his side, his head propped on one hand as he gazes down at me.
Or should I say, good afternoon?
I smile, leaning in for a kiss. "What time is it?"
Almost 3.
"In the afternoon?" He nods. "God, I haven't slept this late since I was a teenager."
What a coincidence, he says with a grin. Because I haven't been this horny since I was a teenager.
I giggle. There might be something we can do about that. My pussy still feels swollen and battered from last night, but somehow I still ache for him.
"Maybe in a bit," he says.
I look up and find his face has gone serious. My stomach twists.
"I think we have a few things to talk about first. Don't you?"
I swallow. 36. Bree. Luke's face looks so serious that I wonder if I've misread this whole situation. Maybe last night wasn't the loving makeup sex I thought it was. Maybe it was goodbye sex. I hold my breath, looking up at Luke and waiting for him to speak. "Why in the hell did you sell Bailey Living?" he finally asks.
"You didn't have to do that."
I breathe out in relief. "It was what Dad wanted."
"But he left the company to you."
I shake my head. "It was supposed to be a temporary measure. He'd already started making plans to sell it. In fact, he'd even arranged a meeting to discuss the option with your brother. He wanted you guys to take it over. I guess he got too sick, though, because he had to cancel the meeting at the last minute. So Trent never knew." Luke shakes his head.
"You know, I actually remember him saying he had a meeting scheduled with your dad. I never imagined that's what he wanted. How did you find out?"
"He left me a letter. The most beautiful letter, actually."
"And you just got the letter now?"
I pick at an invisible thread on the soft green quilt. Actually, it was in a pile of papers from the lawyer's office. I've had it this whole time, I just didn't realize it."
"Bree."
Luke pretends to look stern. At least I think he's pretending.
"You know, you really could have saved us a lot of trouble if you'd found the letter earlier."
"I know." I laugh, burying my head in my hands. But I can't help but think everything worked out how it was meant to anyway. He kisses my bare shoulder.
"Yeah, I guess it did."
I bite my lip. Do you want to read the letter?" He looks at me seriously.
"Do you want me to read it? It's okay if it's private between you and your dad."
I shake my head. "No, I want to share it with you."
"Then I'd like to read it."
I wrap the white bedsheet around me and pad down the hall to Dad's office. I find the letter right where I left it, on the desk, and bring it back to the bedroom. I hand it to Luke. He takes it reverently, and I climb back onto the bed and sit silently beside him as he reads. By the time he's done, his eyes are glassy. He shakes his head as if to clear it.
"That's really special, Bree."
"I know," I whisper.
"Your dad seems like he was a pretty great guy. I wish I'd gotten to know him better."
"Me too."
"Though, of course, he was wrong about one thing,"
he says, rolling over and pulling me into his arms. "What's that?"
"I'm way funnier than you."
He kisses my nose and grins. I giggle. "Sure, keep telling yourself that."
"Hey, I made you laugh just then, didn't I?"
I swat playfully at him. Doesn't count. In the grand scheme of things, I'm much funnier. He shakes his head, smiling.
Bree, you are a lot of things. The most beautiful, definitely. Probably the smartest, definitely the sweetest.
His face starts to change as he talks. The smile falls away, replaced by a serious expression.
The most talented, he continues. The most loyal. The bravest. The kindest.
Luke, please, I flush. I can't keep the smile off my face, though. He sits up.
I'm serious, Bree. I've never met a more perfect woman.
Luke, don't be silly. I'm far from perfect.
That's true, he acknowledges seriously. You're definitely not as funny as you think you are.
Hey! I swat him again, and he grins. He grabs my hand and brings it to his lips, kissing the inside of my wrist.
But you're just about as close to perfect as I can imagine.
I flush with pleasure, my toes curling under the sheets. Luke studies me for another minute. Then he takes my hand again and pulls me to my feet.
Come with me, he says.
His voice is hoarse. Where are we going? I grab the sheet and wrap it around me again. Luke pauses long enough to pull on his boxer briefs.
I don't know, Luke says. Where did you put the sewing box I made for you?
The sewing box? It's in the dining room, next to my sewing machine.
Then that's where we're going.
He leads me out into the dining room, and we stand beside the sewing box. The moment feels solemn somehow, with both of us standing there, gazing down at it. Luke pulls one of the iron knobs, opening up one side of the compartments. He looks up at me quizzically.
It's empty.
I know. I had a hard time bringing myself to use it. It made me sad. It's true. It had taken a week for me to even move it out of the middle of the living room and set it beside the table with my sewing machine. Luke sighs and closes it again. He stands up and takes me into his arms.
I'm sorry for making you sad,
he says, kissing me. It's okay, I say, nuzzling against him. This is helping.
Good.
He lets his nose rest lightly against mine.
I have something else that I hope might also help.
What's that? For a minute, he doesn't say anything. He just keeps gazing into my eyes. His brown eyes are so dark that they almost look black. He licks his lips.
Bree,
he starts. He runs his hands through his hair. Usually that means he's nervous, but what in the world does he have to be nervous about? Yes, I prod when he still doesn't say anything.
The sewing box isn't empty.
My brow furrows. Yes, it is. I never put anything in it.
You didn't, but I did.
Okay, now I'm just confused. What are you talking about, Luke? He lets go of my shoulders and then leans over the sewing box again. He presses on one of the inlaid diamonds on the top. And to my surprise, the piece of wood shifts and he lifts it off the top of the sewing box. Luke, what is that?
What can I say? I'm full of surprises.
I laugh, or at least I start to. Then I see something glinting from inside the compartment. Luke. My hand flies to my chest, covering my fluttering heart. Instead of standing up, Luke drops to one knee. Oh my God. I clutch the white sheet closer to my chest. My breath catches in my throat, my legs shake. Oh my God, I say again.
Bree,
Luke starts. He takes a deep breath.
You're the most perfect woman I've ever met. But more than that, you're the perfect woman for me. You challenge me. You inspire me. You center me. You ground me. You turn me on like crazy, he adds with a grin. I grin back at him as I brush away a stray tear that's fallen down my cheek. You once told me that wherever your sewing machine was, is where your home was. That's what you are for me. You feel like home, Bree, and when I'm with you, everything in the world seems right. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Would you do me the honor of marrying me and becoming my wife? Oh my God, I say again. It seems to be all I can say. I force myself to swallow and take a deep breath. Yes, Luke. Yes, I'll marry you. My own voice surprises me. Despite how my legs quiver, my voice doesn't sound shaky or nervous at all. It sounds strong, sure. You're my home too, Luke, I tell him. I love you. I love you too. He stands and envelops me in a deep and passionate kiss. Then he pulls back and slides the ring onto my finger. God, I breathe. It's perfect. It really is. Luke has outdone himself. The ring is vintage, with a huge gleaming emerald stone instead of a diamond. I almost got something more traditional, he admits, but I saw that emerald and it just seemed to suit you. I'll always remember you the first night I met you, when you were wearing that green dress. It's perfect, I tell him. I hold my hand up to admire it. You know, I actually have a pair of emerald earrings that look very similar to this. I actually almost wore them that night, but I dropped one of them in the toilet, and then it was this whole big thing, and I was already freaking out about being late to this thing. Luke has the strangest look on his face, so I laugh. Anyway, you don't need to hear about my toilet earrings right now. No, Bree, please. Tell me more about these toilet earrings, he teases. Shut up. I go back to admiring the ring. When something occurs to me, I stare up at Luke in horror. Do you mean to tell me I've had an engagement ring sitting in my house for a month now? He grins. Yeah, you have. Remember when I said the truth of everything I felt was in this box? I wasn't lying. I punch him lightly. You're crazy. What if I had gotten rid of the sewing box? Would you have done that? No, I admit. Then there you go. I twist the ring around my finger. But wait, you dropped this off over a month ago, well before I had decided to sell the company. What were you going to do about the IPO? He shakes his head. I was going to do whatever the fuck I had to do to keep you, he says. Your father may have loved you more than he loved his company, but he isn't the only man in your life who felt that way. I would have walked away from Loft and Barn if I had to, if it meant getting to be with you. Oh, Luke. I press my lips against his again, drawing his body in close to mine. Somehow knowing that makes me love him even more. I'm glad you don't have to do that now. Me too, he admits with a chuckle. And I'm glad you're going to get to go back to Bounce. His face freezes. What? I ask, suddenly alarmed. You're not going back to Paris now, right? I laugh. No, definitely not going back to Paris. Well, maybe for the odd business trip, but hopefully you'll be able to come with me sometimes. I can't wait for you to meet Margot. He grins. I'd like that too. I pull him close and run my hands through his messy brown hair. What would you say about going back to the bedroom so that I can fuck my brand new fiancé? He asks, grazing his lips against mine. I bite back a grin as my skin flushes. I think that's one of the better ideas you've ever had. Just wait. You're in for a lifetime of good ideas.
I let him kiss me. But before we head back to the bedroom, I pause. "Luke," I whisper, pressing my lips against the shell of his ear. "When we tell our children and grandchildren the story of how we got engaged, can we skip the fact that we were both almost completely naked at the time?" He roars with laughter. "Yes, we'll definitely skip the fact that we were both almost naked." I grin. "Luke?" "Yes, Bree?" "Can you also make sure to mention that I'm the funny one?" He laughs again, and then silences me with another kiss. Just the feel of his lips against mine makes my pulse race and my knees weak. I shiver as I realize this is what I have to look forward to. A lifetime of kisses from Luke. I sigh happily as I let him lead me to the bedroom. 37. Epilogue. You've got to be kidding me. I stare down at the earring glinting up at me from inside the toilet bowl. Not a freaking again. With a sigh, I reach down and scoop it out, dropping it into the sink and running hot water over it, then washing my hands. I grab a backup pair of earrings from the collection that's spread out over the vanity. Somehow, even at Luke's place, I've managed to accumulate so much stuff that I'm dropping things in the toilet. Luke pokes his head inside the bathroom. "Everything okay?" he asks as he tucks in his shirt. He looks handsome as hell in dark jeans, a charcoal blazer, and a white-collared shirt. "Yeah, fine, but if you're ever wondering what to get me for a birthday gift, or say for Christmas, a jewelry box wouldn't be a bad idea." He grins. "Noted. Almost ready?" I take a deep breath and turn back to the mirror. Am I almost ready? I have no damn idea. "If it helps, you look beautiful," Luke says, his eyes traveling the length of my body. I'm wearing an emerald green cocktail dress, designed by me, of course, and my long hair's been painstakingly straightened so that it hangs long down over my back. I even went all out with a few fake eyelashes. I take another deep breath. Thank you. I think I'm ready, or at least as ready as I'll ever be. Luke leans in to kiss me. I open to him immediately, because even after all these months, that's still the kind of effect he has on me. His hands roam my body, and I tug at his shirt, wanting the comfort that comes from being with him. He pulls away. Not that I ever want to be the kind of guy who turns down sex with the most beautiful woman on the planet, but aren't we going to be late? I shake my head. I don't care. I need you. I smile. Besides, they'll wait for me, right? He grins. I guess you're right about that. He pushes me against the vanity and runs his hands up my thighs, hitching the skirt of my dress up in the process. He moves between my legs and pushes my panties aside. I'm already wet for him, my sex aching to be filled by him. He runs his fingers lightly along my folds, spreading my wetness around, finding my clit and circling it until I whimper. Luke, I breathe. Nothing fancy, just fuck me, okay? He growls, low in the back of his throat. Yes, ma'am. He spins me roughly so that I'm facing the mirror again, and then bends me over the sink. He pushes my skirt aside and yanks my panties down. There's a pause while he frees himself from his pants, and then a second later I can feel him pressing his cock head up against me. I shimmy backwards, longing to feel him inside me, filling me. Oh, Luke, don't tease me, I beg. He chuckles, but finally obliges, sinking inside me. I sigh with pleasure and grip the sink as he starts to thrust. It doesn't take long before my body tenses and then shatters. Luke grabs my hips and rides out my orgasm before claiming his own. When I can breathe again, I catch his eye in the mirror and grin. Now I'm ready, I say. Or at least I will be, once I put on some clean underwear. The drive into the city seems to take ages, even longer than it usually does. I shake my knee nervously the entire time. It's going to be great, Luke assures me for the millionth time. Is all I can say. I think back to the few times I did this drive with Clifford, back when Luke and I were first getting to know each other. Clifford would drop me off Friday evening and not say a word about the fact I had an overnight bag. He was always a gentleman, and I hope he's enjoying his retirement. I'd invited him to come tonight, but he and his wife are spending the winter down in Florida. I'd shown him how to use FaceTime before he left so that he could still talk to his granddaughter every week. She's just a few months older than Libby. But according to Clifford, she already has half a dozen Ivy League colleges fighting over her. When we finally get downtown, Luke and I manage to find a parking spot near the building. We walk the short half-block hand in hand, and then I take a moment before I go in. This is really happening. The awning is bright green, and in white letters it says, Bounce Couture. A grand opening banner hangs in the window. Our very first physical location, a huge moment for Margot and I. Speaking of Margot, there you are, she squeals, bursting out the front door in a rush. Luke, shame on you for keeping her. He shrugs and I laugh. We can't blame Luke, I say. I had an issue I needed to resolve before we left. Margot rolls her eyes. I don't want to hear about your crazy monkey sex. My cheeks color, and this time Luke is the one laughing. Come on, Margot says, linking her arm through mine. Your friends are already here. We go into Bounce to find Hannah, Allie, Trent, baby Libby, Celia, and Jace already gathered. Most of them are sipping red wine out of plastic wine glasses. I look around the space. I'm still in awe that we've managed to pull this off in just a few months. The new shop is small, but in my eyes, it couldn't be more perfect. The walls are white except for one emerald green accent wall behind the cash. Minimalist racks line the other walls, all of them filled with our signature brightly colored clothing. Dresses, skirts, and blouses in candy hues and gem tones. The cash register itself, which I can only hope will someday be busy ringing away, is on a beautiful wooden counter that Luke made just for me. It anchors the room perfectly. I get a wave of goosebumps looking around the space. My space. After a round of excited greetings and hugs, someone hands me a wine glass. A toast, Hannah says, raising her glass. To my future sister-in-law and clothing addiction enabler. We all wish you, and Margot too, every success in the world. Luke squeezes my hand as we lift our glasses. I really can't thank you guys enough. You've all been so supportive of this crazy dream of mine, and it really means the world to me. If Margot and I have to be separated by thousands of miles, I'm glad that I'm building such an amazing network here in Chicago. Ready to officially unlock the doors for the first time? Luke asks. I nod excitedly. He takes my glass and I go to the front door and twist the lock to the open position. Bounce Couture Chicago is officially open, I announce. Everyone cheers while I scan the street. So far we have exactly 0 guests. They'll come, Luke whispers, handing me back my glass and slipping his arm around my waist. Don't you worry. They'll come. I end up having so much fun chatting with the girls that I don't notice as the store starts to fill up. When I look around again, I realize the place is packed. People are mingling, drinking wine, eating the finger foods that Jace and Celia provided from 2 Steves, and browsing through the racks of clothes. Technically, this is just our launch party, but I'd be more than happy to sell some clothes tonight. The night passes in a blur. I talk to so many people about Bounce, and I'm completely in my element. Every once in a while, I catch Luke's eye, and he grins. He's been in a great mood ever since Trent went back to work and took over the CEO role. Now that Luke can be back in his workshop every day, he's a happy camper. He's been even happier, though, since Loft and Barn finally went public a couple of weeks ago. Their IPO was even more successful than anyone anticipated, and Luke and Trent are thrilled. Luke and I had celebrated that night when the stock markets closed for the day. Oh, how we had celebrated. I flushed just remembering how insatiable he'd been that night. As the night wears on and the crowd finally dissipates, I go to find Margot. "What do you think? Not too bad, right?" I say with a grin. She shakes her head, laughing. "Not too bad," she agrees. She's been helping out with sales all night, and now she holds up a tablet. She points to something on the screen. "That's exactly how not too bad." "What's that?" I ask, looking at the number. "That's how much money we made tonight." My jaw drops. I look around the shop and realize the racks have been completely picked over. There's almost nothing left. I laugh. I feel almost delirious. "That's crazy." She shakes her head. "It's what I'd call a success." Eventually, everyone at the party clears out, and then it's finally just Luke and I. I look around incredulously. "We sold almost everything," I tell him in awe. "I know," he says, grinning. "I can't believe it." I can. He wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me to him. "I'm so proud of you, Bree." "Thank you." His confidence in me has been unwavering, but his pride means even more to me. He grazes his lips against mine and then pulls back. "You know who else would be proud of you? Your dad." My breath catches. "Do you think?" Luke nods. "I know. This is exactly what he wanted for you, Bree. You were in your element tonight, and I think he's up there somewhere, looking down at you and beaming with pride at the woman you've become." My eyes fill with tears, but somehow, I know in my heart that he's right. My father is up there, and he is watching. And I do hope he's proud of me. "Dad," I say into the empty store. "Don't watch this part, okay?" And then I lean in and kiss the man I love. This concludes Red Hot Rival by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2017 by Kat